Yeah. Lil GR. Yeah. Lil Bird rolling in the GR86. Red paint popping like a flame in the mix. Tie spin up when the beat kicks in. Channel so bold it could shake your screen. True crown queen with the turbo heart. Story telling fire like a work of art. Hit that live button, watch the sparks ignite when Lyra shows up. It's a whole new night. Lil GR86, yeah, she flying down the lane. Engine roaring like the story's running wild in the brain. Hit the gas, hit the lights, let the whole world see. This is Lil Bird, baby, and she's running full speed. Yeah, and she's running full speed. Yeah. From room 313 to the courtroom floor, she breaks down mysteries you can't ignore. Both thumbnails, neon glow. When Lil Doe goes live, everybody wants more. Pedal to the metal with the truth she brings. Justice in her voice when the live stream sings. GR86 with the custom shine. Lil Jer's channel, one of a kind. Lil GR86, yeah, she flying down the lane. Engine roaring like the story's running wild in the brain. Hit the gas, hit the lights, let the whole world see. This is Lil Bird, baby, and she's running full speed. Buckle up, turn the volume up, and don't blink, cause Lil is about to take you for a ride. Lil GR86, she's the queen of the scene. True crime stories with the supernatural sheen. Hit subscribe, hit the bell, come ride with me. Lil GR86, where the mystery meets speed. Lil GR. Yeah. Lil GR. Yeah. Lil Bird rolling in the GR86. Red paint popping like a flame in the mix. Tie spin up when the beat kicks in. Channel so bold it could shake your screen. True crown queen with the turbo heart. Story telling fire like a work of art. Hit that live button, watch the sparks ignite when Lyra shows up. It's a whole new night. Lil GR86, yeah, she flying down the lane. Engine roaring like the story's running wild in the brain. Hit the gas, hit the lights, let the whole world see. This is Lil Bird, baby, and she's running full speed. Yeah, and she's running full speed. Yeah. From room 313 to the courtroom floor, she breaks down mysteries you can't ignore. Both thumbnails, neon glow. When Lil Doe goes live, everybody wants more. Pedal to the metal with the truth she brings. Justice in her voice when the live stream sings. GR86 with the custom shine. Lil Jer's channel, one of a kind. Lil GR86, yeah, she flying down the lane. Engine roaring like the story's running wild in the brain. Hit the gas, hit the lights, let the whole world see. This is Lil Bird, baby, and she's running full speed. Buckle up, turn the volume up, and don't blink, cause Lil is about to take you for a ride. Lil GR86, she's the queen of the scene. True crime stories with the supernatural sheen. Hit subscribe, hit the bell, come ride with me. Lil GR86, where the mystery meets speed. Lil GR. Yeah.
what a dumbass. I'm so out of it this morning. I've got to get my ass together. I've got to get it together, and I mean now. Will we go to the jury today? No, Spring, we will not. Because of what happened in the courtroom yesterday afternoon, Dr. Halberg did not get to finish his testimony, so we're going to start back with Dr. Halberg this morning, and then they have one more person to cut, one more witness, and I believe it's going to be that doctor, I think it's Spinelli, starts with an S, I believe. I believe it's going to be that one. Then they were going to do the some kind of jury charge discussion, and I think they will probably start on closing in the morning. Everything is so delayed here. All the stops over and over. It's craziness. It is. I'll tell you one thing, and I think I've touched on this before. The courtroom I was assigned to, you did not have these issues. Hell no. You were there on time. And you should be there before time because the judge is already on that bench. She's ready to go. Damn, we won't be. Right, we won't be. But it's okay. We will. I want Dr. Halberg to finish his discussion on her because in my opinion, he is leaning towards she was criminally responsible. She did not show any sign of mania. She did not show signs that would go along with somebody who was insane. So that's what I put on my little thumbnail yesterday. So we'll see. But I do believe that he's going to think the same thing we do. So, yeah. It will be next week before we have a verdict. You think so? That's a good thing to discuss because if they go to the jury, if the jury starts deliberating tomorrow afternoon, let's see. It very well could be Monday or Tuesday because I don't believe it's going to go very fast because I know a lot of people are going to have in the back of their mind, well, the judge said we have to follow the law. We have to follow the law. And there's a lot of confusion about that too. Jury instructions are not made in layman's terms. They are, they're made in the legal jargon. So some people just don't understand. I don't know if they're going to be able to have a dictionary in there. I don't know if they're going to be able to have a law book in there. I'm not sure what they're going to be able to have. Now, if they have questions, of course, they have to send it out to the judge. So if they are asking multiple questions and sending it out to the judge, it will take a long time for this to happen. I can see both sides, but here's the thing. Let me ask. We're going to ask Brock, our Chat GTP. I asked him about this the other day, and I'm going to ask him right now again. Will she be found sane or insane? Here we go. Let's see what he says. Oh, where's my thing? Oh, okay. Well, let's see what it says. Shh. No. Oh, Jack's up to it this morning already. So sorry. Okay, let's see what it tells us this morning. I was looking online. It's about 50-50 as to her being sane. It's going to be an interesting verdict. Yeah, I think so too. Here's what ChatGPT says. If you mean what I think the jury will decide based on the evidence presented so far, I would currently predict criminally responsible rather than not criminally responsible, but I would call it a moderate confidence prediction, not a certainty. The reason is that the psychiatric testimony is sharply divided. Dr. Paul Zeisel and Dr. Philip Resnick testified that Clancy was experiencing postpartum psychosis and lacked the capacity to appreciate the wrongfulness of what she was doing. Resnick specifically described command hallucinations and feeling that an external force controlled her. Now, the prosecution, Dr. Abram Mack, and most recently, Dr. Kirk Halpern, rejected acute psychosis. Halpern diagnosed bipolar II, but said he did not believe she was psychotic when the killings occurred and viewed the conduct as consistent with her belief that her children would suffer after her suicide. The prosecution also has evidence it can use to argue planning, purposeful behavior, and awareness, which is particularly important because Massachusetts' question isn't simply, was she mentally ill? It is whether the mental disease or defect left her unable to appreciate the wrongfulness criminal and slash criminality of her conduct or conform her conduct to the law. So the prediction from right now from ChatGPT is very interesting. I would put around 65 to 70% criminally responsible, 30 to 35% not criminally responsible. So what's happened over the days is the first time I asked, it said basically 60-40. So it's moved up that she will be prosecuted to go to jail. So that's pretty interesting. It also says, and I think Halpern's testimony is particularly important because he gave the jury middle positions. Yes, she had a significantly psychiatric disorder, but that doesn't mean she wasn't psychotic at the precise moment of the killing. However, Resnick is a very strong defense witness, especially because of his postpartum psychosis expertise and experience with Andrea Yates' case. His testimony gives the jury medically plausible explanation for the bizarre behavior that isn't simply she was depressed. So, if you're asking today, August the 25th, after Halpern's testimony, my prediction is guilty, criminally responsible is more likely than an insanity acquittal. So there you go. All right. That's what ChatGPT has to say about whether she should be found criminally responsible or not. I thought that's pretty interesting. So, all right. I'm more looking forward to the response from the public on the verdict. Yeah, that'll be interesting, won't it? It will be interesting. It's gonna. Here's the thing: if we start letting people who are claiming to be insane at the time they kill people, it's just like Remember, Dr. Halberd talked about this yesterday. Well, if you only heard the voices the one day, the day you killed the children, then that's an excuse. Basically, that's what he said. And if people would go back and listen to that test, if they would go back and listen to all of Dr. Halbert's testimony, who is he is a professional witness. He is very he's more respected than Dr. Mack. If they would go back and listen to his testimony from start to finish, then look at the whole case again, they might change their opinion if they're leaning toward insane, because he sees it as, okay, yeah, she might have been a bipolar too, but it's so convenient that she only heard the voices on the one day, right? And never again. And she explains that she never heard it again, and she had never heard it before. So that makes it for 18 minutes. In fact, he discussed that the voices she heard was for 18 minutes, which is how long it took to basically kill the damn children, to be honest with you. Right? So when you think about it like that, then what do you think? Because if you listen to the logic of what he said, then you're going to go, oh my God, she made that up, right? That she really wanted to just commit suicide, but she didn't want her children to be left here. And that's the same thing that chaplain talked about. Well, she wanted to commit suicide, but she didn't want to leave her children here without her. Her children needed her, so she would just meet them in heaven, because that's what she believed. And that is exactly what that chaplain said. So, because remember the chaplain, quit, buddy. Okay, hang on. I got to do this first thing this morning. What is it, buddy? What you want? What you want? Oh, Jack has to think he's going to get up here with me this morning. So. And the chair is not big enough for both of us. It's barely big enough for me. It's a tiny chair. I'm like, where's my husband? I don't even know where we got this little office chair from. It's like this tiny little chair. I need to make him switch them out. I know I cannot carry a chair down the stairs. I'm not going to even try it. I will bust my ass again, and I really don't want that. I don't want to have a back problem worse than I already have. So, all right. Coffee's getting cold. Eek. All right. Everybody get your coffee, your water, your snacks, or your treats. You don't want to miss any of this morning. You don't want to miss it at all. And then here comes the other one. What has she got? What are you doing, girl? Hang on. All right. See, I can't pick you both up at the same time. I do not have enough room in this chair for you both. Okay? All right. Go lay down in your bed. Jack is so jealous. Okay, I'm petting Trick, and Jack Jack's over here grabbing my hand with his mouth, going, stop. He's just an asshole. He's jealous. Why are you so jealous, Bubby? Why are you so jealous? I know. Mama had you first. I know. But she's your sister. She's your sister, mister. Yeah. You want to look out? Here. You look out this morning? Here we go. I'm going to open the window. Not the window. Oh, no. All right. There you go. Now you can look out. Yeah. All right. Okay, y'all got to quit. Okay, we got to go get treats. Y'all hang on. I'm going to go grab some treats. Talk amongst yourselves, please. Okay. All right, I'm going to pass some treats out here. I want them to go lay down while we watch this morning. They usually get up and they'll have a little bite to eat or whatever, but then they lay around till about 10:30. They're funny. Dude. Okay, so now Jack's going to run over there and try to steal Trick's treat because he wanted to take the one I was going to get him. But anyway, so that's the life of the Frenchies over here. Let me get this off over here. All right. Let's see, what time is it? My God, it's already 8:15 and they're not in the courtroom. It's 8:16 and or 9:16 and they're not in the courtroom. Wonder why. They're come on with it now. People are tired of waiting on them. This is what I'm talking about. They're late every single day. Then they do the sidebar before they even get started. It's ridiculous. I wonder how long this judge has been on the bench. Let's take a look at that. Let's see. And the judge looks angry all the time. He's got that RBI face. It's the resting bitch face. Okay, not now here. Let me go see. I'm going to ask how long Judge Sullivan's been on the bench. Okay, hang on. All right, here we go. Okay, let's see. Let's see what it says over here. He was appointed. Okay, this is all about. Hang on, get this off my shirt here. Okay. Judge William F. Sullivan, who was presiding over the Lindsay Clancy trial, was appointed to the Massachusetts Superior Court in 2014 by Governor Devil Patrick. So, as of August 2026, he has been on the Massachusetts Superior Court bench for about 12 years. Before becoming a judge, Sullivan had a long criminal defense career. Oh, here you go, guys. This is the reason why he's biased right here. Before becoming a judge, Sullivan had a long criminal defense career. He began as a Norfolk County Assistant District Attorney from 1982 to 1984, and that's common. As soon as they graduate from or get their past the bar, then they go to work at a district attorney's office. That is how you learn. We had so many different new attorneys, right? Oh my. Anyway, then they spent roughly 3 decades in private practice and reportedly tried hundreds of cases. One thing that's particularly interesting for the Clancy case, Sullivan isn't new to insanity mental illness defenses. Now listen to this. In 2013, before becoming a judge, he represented Nathaniel Fujita, I guess that's how you say it, whose defense argued that he experienced temporary psychosis when he killed his former girlfriend. The jury rejected that defense. Okay. In 2022, as a judge, Sullivan presided over the LaTarsha Sanders murder trial. Now, Sanders' defense involved mental illness, and she was convicted. Well, that's 2 cases where its mental illness was claimed, but they are convicted. The Massachusetts Supreme Judicial Court later overturned the conviction and ordered a new trial, finding that Sullivan improperly. Oh, it was Sullivan's fault. Listen, finding that Sullivan improperly excluded medical records potentially supported her defense. So Sullivan has decades of experience with criminal cases and specifically with psychosis insanity issues, both as a defense lawyer and as a judge. Okay, that's what I wanted to know. Whether Judge Sullivan's rulings during Clancy's trial indicates which way he thinks the insanity issue is going, that's a much more interesting question, and that's something I do want to know. That is exactly what I want to know. So let's see if it can answer this. Yeah. Okay, it's Judge Sullivan. Let's see what it tells us. Okay, let's see what it tells us. This is interesting. I don't think there is evidence that Judge William Sullivan has personally decided that Lindsay Clancy was insane, and importantly, he isn't the person who decides the question. But the jury will decide criminal responsibility based on the evidence and the Massachusetts legal standards. What we can look at is that Sullivan's conduct during the trial, which is exactly what I want to talk about. He has allowed the defense to present extensive evidence about postpartum psychosis, bipolar disorder, medication effects, hallucinations, and criminal responsibility. The prosecution questioning crossed into the issue of religion. Sullivan stopped, admonished the prosecution, and instructed the jury to disregard the religious references. He nevertheless denied the defense's mistrial request. He has also made rulings that limited some defense evidence, such as excluding testimony from a former McLean Hospital employee while allowing relevant hospital records. Most importantly, he has not made a ruling saying that Clancy was or was not psychotic. That's a factual question for the jury. But here's what we find interesting. Sullivan has personally handled an insanity and psychosis defense as a defense attorney. Yeah, we talked about that. So he is certainly familiar with the difference between this person has a serious mental illness and this person was legally incapable of understanding or controlling what they were doing. So, and his behavior in the Clancy trial does not look to me like a judge who has already decided she's insane. If anything, he has been trying to keep the jury focused on admissible evidence and the legal question. One thing is I would watch very closely is eventual instructions to the jury on Massachusetts criminal responsibility. Those instructions will tell us much more about how he believes the evidence should be evaluated in his courtroom and his courtroom demeanor. That's what I wanted to know. That is exactly what I wanted to know. Let's see if it gives the breakdown. Hang on. The breakdown, here's the question I'm going to ask. Give us the breakdown of Judge Sullivan's rulings throughout the Clancy trial to help the defense or to help the prosecution. His rulings, how they affected each side. Breakdown of rulings. Hang on. All right. Versus prosecution. Here we go. Let's see what it tells us about that. That's going to be interesting. Okay, here we go. It says, I went back through the major publicly reported rulings by Judge William Sullivan and looking specifically at whether they have favored the defense or the prosecution. There is a much more nuanced picture than simply saying he has been prosecution friendly. Judge Sullivan's major rulings. Issue. Change of venue. Sullivan's ruling denied defense request to move the trial from Plymouth County. Who it helped was the prosecution. Separate guilt and insanity phases. Denied defense's request to bifurcate the trial. Prosecution, and it made it neutral. All that means is he wanted to split up whether she was sane or insane, and then have another part of the trial that decided what her punishment was going to be. The 911 call allowed Patrick Clancy's 911 call. Prosecution. Let's see. The crime scene autopsy photographs allowed prosecution to present graphic evidence subject to review that helped the prosecution. Okay. Postpartum lay witnesses. Excluded proposed defense testimony from certain lay witnesses. Prosecution. Oh, boy, looks like he has helped the prosecution a lot. Okay, let's see. McLean employee, TikTok witness, would not allow the former employee to testify before the jury, allowed relevant records instead. Prosecution. Religious testimony number one. Stop the prosecution questioning about whether murder is a mortal sin and told the jury to disregard it. That helped the defense. The next one. Religious testimony two. Denied the defense mistrial motion by strongly instructing the jury to disregard inappropriate religious references. And that's mixed, and it's leaning toward the defense. The next one. Oops, here we go. Defense cross-examination. He repeatedly permitted aggressive questioning of prosecution experts. That helped the defense. So in the big picture, if you tally up the major rulings that have actually affected the presentation of evidence, I characterized it roughly as prosecution favorable, more rulings, defense favorable, several important rulings, neutral, legally procedural, some of the most consequential ones. But there's something much more important here. I don't see a pattern of showing Sullivan believes Lindsay is sane. In fact, his rulings regarding the psychiatric evidence have generally allowed the jury to hear the central competing theories. Defense theory. Postpartum psychosis, hallucination, command voice, inability to appreciate wrongfulness, not criminally responsible. Prosecution's theory. Serious psychiatric illness, but no psychosis at the time, understood what she was doing, and criminally responsible. That's exactly what the jury is now being asked to resolve. The prosecution's own Dr. Mack has conceded that Lindsay was in a serious psychotic state while maintaining that she nevertheless understood right from wrong. And here's the ruling I think matters most. Sullivan's denial of bifurcation. That was actually a major defense setback. The defense wanted the jury to deal with guilt and criminally responsible separately. Now, Sullivan rejected the approach because the evidence overlapped substantially. That means the jurors have been hearing the horrific facts of the killing at the same time they're being asked to decide whether Lindsay was legally responsible for them. That can make the insanity defense psychologically harder for a jury, not because Sullivan is telling them she's sane, but because the emotional evidence and the psychiatric evidence are being presented together. But Sullivan's handling of the religion issue is revealing. This is the part that everyone should pay attention to. When the prosecution's questioning brought religion into the case, Sullivan stopped it and told the jury to disregard. When it happened again, Dr. Halburn, he denied the mistrial, but again made it clear that religious material was inappropriate. That tells me that Sullivan is very conscious about keeping the jury from deciding the case based on emotion, morality, or religion rather than legal standards. So I would not interpret his rulings as Sullivan signaling that he thinks Lindsay is criminally responsible. If anything, his approach seems to be, I'm going to let both sides put their psychiatric cases before the jury, but I'm going to police anything that could be improperly influence the jury. And that's good to know because really the thing is you don't want her to get a retrial. If there's anything that could cause her case to be overturned, I think it might be the information about religion. But they allowed that one doctor, they allowed the chaplain to talk, which I think was inappropriate myself. But anyway, here we go. Let's keep reading. So the bottom line, Sullivan's rulings have been somewhat more favorable to the prosecution overall, but his courtroom management does not give me evidence that he personally believes Lindsay was sane. The strongest indication of where this case is headed will ultimately be his final criminal responsibility instructions to the jury, not his evidentiary ruling. Okay, that makes sense. I hope that we get to listen to the discussion on the jury charge because it's very important. The jury charge really sets the tone as to what they can find her responsible for. If you throw the intoxication language in there, they could very well find her insane. But if you keep the intoxication verbiage out, then it really is just based on the evidence they heard. Really, it's not about the medication at that point. But see, the thing that kind of is bugging me about this whole case and how it's being presented is it's like the defense attorney is dragging in what belongs in a different court. That belongs in the wrongful death case. Anyway, here we go. Let's go to court this morning. Let me turn it up for you. Here we go.
Yes, please. good morning, everyone. Good morning, Council. Good morning, Ms. Clancy. All right, so can I see Council sidebar, please?
Of course. Okay. I wonder what we're having a sidebar about this morning. What time they're going to go to lunch? We already know that. What they're going to do after everybody has testified. What do you think it is? Look at this way. I'm going to have to go remake my coffee in a minute because now it's getting cold and I really don't like it when it's cold. I made myself a latte this morning. We have this little machine. We have this little machine. It's kind of, I really don't like it because it's loud, but it does make a better cup of coffee than your drip coffee pot. We also have a percolator, but because nobody's going to drink a pot of percolated coffee, I don't use it. When we used to go, whenever my child was young, and we had three different trailers, camper trailers, because the first one we bought was really, it was just too heavy, right? So we sold that one and got a different one. And then my husband said, you know what? I really think we ought to get a smaller one. And I said, okay. So he found another one. It was like this little mini Winnie thing. So we got that one. And it was okay. It was really super cute. That was my favorite trailer. It absolutely was my favorite trailer. But when Tristan got about, my little bit T-Man got about 13, I think, he was like, you know what? I just don't want to go camping anymore. I was like, what? That broke my heart. I was like, what do you mean you don't want to go camping anymore? We love camping. We've always loved camping. And anyway, he said he just didn't want to do it anymore. So we sold the camper trailer and we have not been camping since. But we had everything you could imagine for this camper trailer. To cook outside, percolated coffee, sound system, everything you could imagine. And I was just heartbroken. I loved camping. Even with my other children, because anyway, right, okay, so my husband and I only have T-Man, but my other children also grew up going camping. So it just broke my heart. So now we go hoteling, I guess. I guess that's the way to put it. See, I think it would be so much more fun if we had our trailer still when we go to this trip to Marfa, Texas, to go see the Marfa lights and go over to the observatory, etc. It would be so much more fun to go camping doing that. But it is a 7.5 hour drive from our house over to Fort Davis, Texas. It's pretty far. The reason why it's so hard to go anywhere if you live in the central part of Texas is because it's so hard to get out of Texas. Yeah. So we don't have a trailer anymore, so we're just gonna have to stay in a hotel. But that's okay. It'll still be a great time. That's what I'm gonna do for my birthday, and I'm really looking forward to it. I know we touched on this the other day. We looked at the Marfa lights. Anyway, come on, let's go to trial. We're ready to hear it. It is already 9:34 a.m. and not one word of testimony yet. 9:34. I wonder who was tardy today. Was it the jurors? Was it the defense? Was it Lindsay? Who was tardy today? They make so much. Oh my God. Anyway, let's go to court. Here we go. We're starting back with Dr. Halbert. Guess I must turn the light on. Oh, don't do that, Pen. Hear ye, hear ye. Let's go to court. My pen. It's dying. Let me go get a different pen. Damn it.
Okay. Sure, hold on.
Court, all rise, please. State of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is now in session. Please be seated.
Please.
Okay, just for a second, let me just say this. Did you hear this? They just used God in the courtroom. What the hell? In God we trust. And then they used God there. The whole country was based on in God we trust. Okay? So what is the problem with either side talking about religion? I don't think that, I just think it's unfair. But anyway, let's go to court. Sorry, guys. Just had to say it.
Your Honor, before we go today, we have a continuation of the jury trial in the matter of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. Ms. Clancy is present. She is represented by.
I just made coffee.
The Commonwealth is represented by Assistant District Attorney Jennifer Sprague and Assistant District Attorney Shannon Hunt.
Well, good morning, everyone.
Oh my goodness.
What I'm going to do is, I was looking for my little cheat sheet about the questions. I thought you could probably say them along with me at this point, but let me ask them just to make sure everybody's able to follow those instructions. So has any member of the jury read, seen, heard, or overheard anything from any source that would affect your ability to be a fair and impartial juror? Next question, is there any other serious matter or concern bearing on your service as a juror? In this case, anybody needs to bring to my attention. Again, as always, thank you for following those instructions. Now,
It is so good.
The schedule for today is that I would expect a longer day. All right, similar to some of the days we had earlier this week. So what we're going to do is we're going to return to the defendant who's going to call their next witness, and that witness is going to be testifying by Zoom or over the monitors that you're going to have here. Just there was an earlier witness, I think, who had also testified that way. And so delay we had coming in here was just setting that up. It should be all set. They kept me away from all the technology, so I think it should be working pretty well. And so, and then at that point, we'll just see what we'll deal with after this witness, and then we'll go on from there. Okay? All right.
Wait a minute. What about Kirk Halbert? He wasn't done. Wow. Okay.
Who's going to turn it on? Okay, thank you.
Could you please raise your right hand, sir? Could you please raise your right hand, sir? Do you solemnly swear that the testimony and the evidence you shall give to the court and the jury and between the Commonwealth and the defendant of bar shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I don't think there's volume.
Could you turn on your volume? You're muted.
Okay, I think I've got it. But it's a little hard for me to hear you on your end. If you could keep your voice up, please.
Yes, please.
Please raise your right hand one more time. You solemnly swear that the testimony and the evidence you shall give to the court and the jury in the matter now pending between the Commonwealth and the defendant at the bar shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
He froze.
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
I am going to be able to hear you now.
All right, give it a try.
All right, counsel.
Good morning, Doctor. Will you tell us your name in a loud voice so that we can all hear you and spell it for the record?
Philip Resnick, PhillipResnick.
And where do you live, sir? Where do you live? Can you hear me?
You froze up. I can hear you now.
Okay. Where do you live?
I live in the Cleveland, Ohio area.
So this is a delay. Like if I ask a question, is it like a 2 or 3 second delay for your answer? So that's a little difficult, but we'll try to get through it. Can you tell us what you do for work, sir?
Yes, I'm a forensic psychiatrist.
And first off, the reason that you are not appearing here today in court, is that because you have had recent unexpected major surgery regarding an illness, and as of last week, you've now been released from the hospital and you're at home?
I was discharged from the hospital Tuesday night, and there was a recommendation that I not fly for the next few days.
Okay, so you did intend and had tickets to come here and testify, but obviously the court has accommodated us with a Zoom.
Yes.
Okay. Have you worked on this case with Lindsay Clancy at my request, sir?
Yes, I have.
Okay. Can you tell the jurors your educational and professional background, please?
Yes, I have a bachelor's degree in psychology from Case West.
Does anybody find this odd? He's already testified. What are they doing? Why is he coming back again, going through all the same spiel again? What are they up to? This is wild. Okay, here we go.
Reserve University.
No, it's really low and it's
I graduated high school.
Hold up for a second. We're having technical difficulties.
I see counsel decide.
Oh my God. I don't understand this witness. I just don't. He's already testified. What are we doing? What else can he tell us that he has not already told us? In fact, let me go. I'll tell you exactly what day he testified. Hang on. And his prior witness number. Here we go. Go back over here. He was witness number 78, Dr. Resnick. Why is he back on the stand again? Why? What's going on here? This makes no damn sense. What is he going to tell us he has not already told us? I don't understand why they're bringing him back. And I hope when the prosecution does their cross, they can finally ask, why are you here today? Didn't you testify on da-da day? That'd be great. I was looking forward to presenting this trial, but as the days have worn on, and it's become such a damn circus, unbelievable.
The jury, just like in the old days when you're watching TV, the little sign used to come up and say technical difficulties. That's where we are. So what we're going to do is we're going to take a short break and have
God,
you know more about this than I do to kind of readdress this. All right. To see if we can have a smoother presentation, so you're able to follow and listen to the testimony without kind of being broken up and choppy. All right, so I'm going to ask you. Well, I hope it's a short break, but that's the goal is to get this in a manner that is easier for you to hear and absorb this information. So we're going to take a short break, I hope, and we'll see you in a couple of minutes. All right, thank you.
All rise, please, jurors exiting.
okay, check this out. Resnick testified on Friday, August the 21st, as the defense's final witness. The defense then rested and the prosecution began their rebuttal with Dr. Evan Mack and Dr. Kirk Halpern. So Resnick is not, yeah, he is. He's on the stand right now. Okay, let's see. Let me see what it says in here. Okay.
right, so we'll be in a short recess.
Yep.
We'll kind of see if we get this working again, and we'll be out as soon as that's done.
Good, all rise.
They should not be replaying his previous testimony. They're trying to do it live, but he's just going to say the same thing. So I don't understand what the hell they're doing. This is crazy. Here's what it's telling me. Okay. He is appearing again today. The important question is why the defense is recalling him after the case had already moved into prosecution rebuttal. Most likely possibilities are the judge has allowed the defense to recall Resnick for rebuttal correction. Correction of what? This would be significant because the prosecution's experts, particularly Dr. Mack and Dr. Halpern, have directly attacked Resnick's conclusions. The defense may be responding specifically to testimony from the prosecution's rebuttal experts. That could allow Dr. Resnick to address something Mack or Halpern said that wasn't reasonably foreseeable when Resnick originally testified. It could be a very focused testimony rather than reopening the entire defense case. The judge controls the scope, so Sullivan could permit only particular questions. And there's important procedural points. Recalling Resnick doesn't mean Sullivan has decided Lindsay was insane. It means he has apparently allowed the defense an additional opportunity to address rebuttal evidence. And honestly, this is worth watching closely. Resnick is probably the single most important defense witness because he gave the jury the strongest expert opinion that Lindsay was actually psychotic at the moment of the killings. He testified that she was frankly psychotic, experiencing a command hallucination and delusion of influence. If the defense is bringing him back now, pay extremely close attention to what the question is. Pay extremely close attention to what question Reddington asked first. That will tell you that will tell us what piece of Mack or Halpern's testimony the defense believes needs to be repaired. See, I don't think this is fair. I really don't. So is that going to make it to where the prosecution can then open it up again and recall their witnesses, or they just get a chance to, cross-examine this? This is ridiculous. This seems so biased. It really does. You've rested your case. What the hell? God dang. There will be so much discussion about this later today. I promise you. The lawyer Lawyer Lee, the people that are actually attorneys will address this later today about why he was allowed to call Resnick back after the defense had rested. Well, I see we're just going to head over to Reddit and we're going to look at some of the discussions on Reddit today. See what's going on over there because these people are wild. Okay, let's see. Oops. Oh. I'm going to answer my husband. All right. Now, let's go over to Reddit and we'll talk for a few minutes while they do whatever it is they're doing to try to improve. Actually, listen. Sprinkle had a good question. Why didn't they just replay his original testimony? It's right there. Why do you got to do this? He's going to say the same damn thing. What's the point? So let's go to Reddit. All right. Ooh. I'm too undecided of these three colors. Go with the red. Hang on a minute. Let me let this guy know. Go with the red. All right, now let's go over here and look at the Lindsay Clancy case. Now let's see what we've got here. Okay. Okay, I gotta go up here and, all right, hang on. So we're gonna go to Lindsay Clancy. Okay, here's a good one right here. What's the deal with people defending Lindsay Clancy? I don't know the full details of the case. I know she allegedly. No, I'm not. This is from today. Hang on. Shit, are you serious? Okay. Okay, hang on just a second. Let me fix something right here. I think Sprinkle may have been right, because that's why maybe we are so confused, because maybe I picked the wrong one. I thought they were going to show the live today. Okay, share. Get rid of this. Make it big. All right. Let me check it out, guys. Hang on. We might just start over. It's okay. It's okay. Okay. Let's see where they're at. This is day 20 right here. Okay, hang on just a second, guys. Okay. Let's check it out. Thank you, Sprinkle. I would not have known that. It says check your text. I did. I mean, because to me, it looked like they had just started for day 20. Okay. Let me go past this bullshit right here and we'll get right into it. Thank you so much. I was like, my God, what the hell's going on here? Here we go.
The schedule and the timeline. We are still, if not on schedule, still ahead of schedule. All right. In this delay that we may have a little bit this afternoon.
Okay, is this today or not today? Let's see. That's day 20.
I know you came in here this morning. It's going to be a short day, but also gear up for a longer day tomorrow.
Wait a minute.
And so with that, the other thing is I told you it's got nothing to do with any of the attorneys, but it's also for the parties. So you're not to speculate on what this might be. It's also not to hold it against
Sprinkle. I can't.
All right. If you're going to hold it against anybody, you can hold it against me. All right.
Y'all hang on just a second. Something seems so weird.
The evidence in this case, and Attorney Reddington.
Thank you.
Let me go. Look. See, here's day 20 right here. ABC. Let's see.
This jury that apparently.
Okay, let's go back over here. All right. Sorry about that, guys. Oh, but I don't like using his feed, but that's okay. We'll just do it anyway for right now. Let me share the screen. Hang on. Damn it to hell. Okay. All right, this should fix the problem. I don't know why it showed up like that. Because I clicked on today, but they were showing a day before, or a few days back. Okay, let me get over here to where they start. Okay, it starts about right here. All right, there we go. Now we're on track. So sorry. Thank you. I will have to cut that out of the live. Thank you, Sprinkled. I'm sorry I could not answer you when you called me. I guess they're starting back with Dr. Halber. Great. That's exactly what we wanted to hear. Son of a bitch. Okay, this makes more, look. This makes more sense, actually. I'll just cut the other part out. It's all right. I wish I could cover that, though. I don't really want to see that. Maybe I can put something over it. Hang on. can't answer.
All persons having anything to do before the Honorable William Sullivan.
No, because I am behind. I am behind because I didn't start on the right screen to begin with. Yeah. So we're just watching. We're watching from where we fucked up and going forward.
Good morning, Your Honor. May I proceed?
All right.
Before the court today, the continuation of the jury trial in the matter of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. Ms. Clancy is present. She is represented by Attorney Kevin Reddington. The Commonwealth is represented by Assistant District Attorney.
Okay, so let me tell you what I'm doing. We're going to start where we messed up because I thought I was on the right day, but apparently I was not on the right day. But anyway, we're on the right day now. We're going to start from where we messed up from the beginning so everybody can hear the testimony that we missed already. Thank you. I'm so sorry. Yes, it is my fault. Let's go to court.
Jennifer Sprague and Assistant District Attorney Shannon Buckingham.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning. All right. It's nice to see everyone. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to ask you the questions again, make sure everybody's able to follow those instructions. And go a little bit in regards to what our schedule is today. And
makes me so mad.
We'll talk maybe about kind of where we go after today. All right. So first off, let me get to those questions. Has any member of the jury read, seen, heard, or overheard anything from any source about any aspect of this case which would affect your ability to be a fair and impartial jury? Next question, is there any other serious matter of concern bearing on your service as a juror in this case that anybody needs to bring to my attention? Thank you so much for following those instructions. Now, what we're going to do today is we're going to return to the witness who was on the stand. The Commonwealth is still conducting direct examination. After that, the defense will be given the opportunity to do their cross-examination. And I believe after that, the Commonwealth has one last witness. Okay. And so that's the anticipated lineup that we have today. And going beyond that, I'm not going to speculate too much because I've been wrong just about every time I gave an estimate of the symbol of the schedule. But just so you understand, it's anticipated that these would be the last two witnesses. All right. And then I'll talk to the lawyers. We'll kind of see where we go from there. And then I will today, before you leave, I'll explain exactly what the next step is going to be. Okay. And so with that, we'll return. If we have the witness back on the stand and the Commonwealth.
Good morning. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you give in the jury and the matter having between the Commonwealth and shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you, sir. You may be seated.
Step, please.
Good morning, Doctor.
Good morning.
Hi, Teresa.
I might switch the feed because I don't like this big red thing right there.
I do.
Let's do it right now while he does what he's doing. Hang on just a second, guys. I want y'all to be able to see every damn thing, not with some big old thing right there in the middle. All right, hang on. Oh, shit.
Very,
okay, well, I just screwed it up. Whatever. God damn it. Oh, I'm sorry. I said a bad word.
Circumstances or whatever. And it's the sort of thing that you can experience in the sense that you kind of feel that things are unreal or that it's not you. It's like you're watching yourself go through actions and so on. And it's the sort of thing that if you talk about it, it sounds like it could be psychotic, but it's actually more likely to be a recognized aspect of going through a traumatic situation or set of circumstances that many people going through something like that would experience.
And when you say going through something like that, are you talking about when the defendant was strangling her children?
That would be one example, because that was very traumatic for her.
And did the defendant show signs of peritraumatic disassociation in the records or in your conversation with her?
She did. She talked about feeling like it wasn't her, like she was watching herself, like she was going through what she called no thinking, no decision making, only responding to the voice and taking action.
And when she said that there was no decision making involved, did you see anything about in the records or in her detailing of what happened that was inconsistent with that claim, that there was no decision making?
Yeah, this is difficult but important to say, that there are just many ongoing decisions that have to be made to accomplish a killing like this in 18 to 20 minutes. For example, why the basement? Who among the children goes first? What do you say to the kids to keep them from panicking? There are other examples, but
Yeah, hold on.
And so what types of decisions, without getting to what she might have said or thought, what are some types of decisions that had to be made to effectuate the strangulation of the children?
Well, I tried to give some examples a minute ago, and I don't want to go too.
All right, hold on.
Here we go
Answer the
again.
question. All right. Don't
Again.
comment on the rulings of the court. Just answer the question, please. Okay?
If I could rephrase.
Yeah.
Doctor, the choice of where to strangle the children, does that have to be a choice of where that happens?
Yes.
The decision of how to strangle them, is that a decision that needs to be made?
Yes.
What to use to strangle the children, is that a decision that has to be made?
Sorry, I have to object.
No, overruled.
Why?
I'll allow that.
What to use to strangle the children, is that a decision that has to be made?
Yes, it is.
The order in which to strangle the children, is that a decision?
Look at stomping.
That's another example of the decision. Yes. Decisions.
And the way in which to kill herself, were those decisions that had to be made?
Yes, they were.
Now, you said that this peritraumatic disassociation seems like it would be a sign of psychosis, but isn't. Why isn't it?
Right?
It's actually something that is much more commonly experienced in that kind of set of circumstances than psychotic symptoms.
And yesterday, when you went through the two options that you considered, that this was psychosis with command hallucinations or suicide with altruistic filicide, is your testimony that it's either or it's one or the other?
It's my testimony that those were the two possibilities that seemed to have some evidence. But at the end of talking to her, testing, reviewing all the information, doing the collateral interviews, everything I did as a part of this evaluation, the evidence much more strongly, in my opinion, supported the second explanation, which was the serious suicide attempt accompanied by killing the children out of love.
Now, you interviewed the defendant on 2 days, the first day and the third day, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And were there any differences in her demeanor or her way of answering questions between the first day and the third day?
Yes, I interviewed her and worked with her on testing for 3 days. And during the first and the second day, she was quite attuned to the question. Her recollection was good, even considering that we were more than 3 years away from some of the events in question. She had, I thought, a very good memory for dates and medications and dosages and times and other relevant details. And she continued to be attentive and responsive, good attention, concentration, that sort of thing on the second day. On the third day, when we were talking about mental state at the time of the offense and the circumstances of what was going on with the alleged offense, she appeared to me much more cautious and guarded.
And can you give us some examples of that?
She more frequently said, I don't remember, I don't recall, that sort of thing during the third day than the second or the first. For one example, I asked her about wearing a smartwatch, which she had, carried a phone, carried a smartwatch as well. And one of the things I asked her is what wrist she wore it on. This was on the third day, and she said, I don't remember.
And did you also ask her about her statement at Brigham and Women's when she woke up and said she was horrified?
I did. Now, that statement was not a statement so much as it was a written. She woke up in having regained consciousness that evening. She was intubated, so she couldn't speak. But they asked her questions. She wrote down the answer, and they asked her, how are you feeling or what's your mood? And what she said was, what she wrote was horrified.
And when you asked her about that on that third day of interviewing, what was her response?
She said, I don't remember writing that, and I don't remember why I would have been horrified.
And did you also ask her about the statement she made at Brigham and Women's, either verbally or on the writing it down, about how she said that one of the reasons she killed the children was because she thought they would suffer?
Where are you? Are you in my report there?
Referring to the records at Brigham and Women's where she told.
She can refer to where she's looking to direct his attention if you reviewed those.
You reviewed the Brigham and Women's records, correct?
I did, yes.
And the portion where it says that she told a treatment provider that she had to kill the kids to kill herself because the kids would suffer. Do you recall that statement?
Yes, I do recall that statement.
And when you asked her about it on the third day of interviewing her, did she recall that statement?
Yes, that statement in Brigham and Women's to the attending psychiatrist was made in the context of her thinking about what happened. Well, let me see if I can find it here. Yeah, she was asked about what the voice had said on that afternoon, and her response was, it had said, you have to kill yourself so you can kill the kids. It also said the kids will suffer without you. And when I asked her about that, whether the voice had said that, she said, no, the voice only said, this is your last chance. You have to kill the kids so you can kill yourself.
So I'm going to move to strike. That's not responding.
No, overruled. A lot.
So the two differences where at Brigham, she's saying the voice said, you have to kill yourself so you can kill the children, and that the children would suffer without her, versus after that when she says the voice only said, you have to kill the kids so you can kill yourself. Is the fact that she's giving two different statements significant in your evaluation?
As I talked about in my testimony yesterday, when there is inconsistency, that's something that alerts me to the possibility of inaccuracy. And two statements that are mutually exclusive or inconsistent suggest to me that there is a problem. One of them, at least, is not accurate.
And Doctor, did you find any significance in your evaluation to the fact that she was able to complete a phone call with her husband during this time frame of killing the children and herself?
Yes, that was very unusual in my experience to have a crucial time interrupted by something like a phone call, because one of the considerations there is that you then not only can document the time that it happened, and that helps be more precise about the time, but you also have whoever is on the other end of the phone. And this was her husband. When when he called her at 5:33, she didn't pick up, but she called back immediately at 5:34. And when I talked to him during the collateral interview, one of the things he said is that she sounded on the short call distracted, and like she was in the middle of something, but it wasn't anything that struck him as that unusual. He said when she's home with 3 kids, she's always in the middle of something. So, that was one of the reasons that it was important. And then another reason, as I mentioned a minute ago, is it helps to establish a time frame. We know when her husband left the house, which was 5:15. We know when he came home, which was around 6 o'clock. And this is not quite in the middle of it, but close to that. And so it was unusual and valuable and important in trying to establish those kinds of things.
And when reviewing the records and talking to the defendant, did you notice any statements or behaviors that seemed to focus in on herself? Such as, for example, being future oriented?
Well, one of the things I noticed from the records at Brigham and Women's is that several days after she came in, there were comments from staff and in the notes about how she was a little bit more future oriented and thinking about what it would be like in the future, her life, and that sort of thing. So that's one of the considerations that was in response to kind of thinking about herself and being oriented toward herself.
And is there any significance to that state of mind or those thoughts in your evaluation of her?
Well, I don't think that she was in any way over this or thinking only about herself. It's something that I noticed when I evaluated her in April, is that she is still grieving. She's still in mourning for those kids. And she used language like, I have lost everything and I don't want to be here. So I would not think of Lindsay Clancy as someone who is really self-centered or oriented only to herself. She is grieving her children.
And you mentioned yesterday the emphasis she had on control of thought and control of her life. How did that come into play in your evaluation in terms of what was done here?
She might start crying.
One of the considerations is why she got to the point where she decided to take her own life. And she's an individual who, for most of her life, has been disciplined and liked to control things, liked to work hard, liked to accomplish things. And one of the things that was striking about what happened with her between October and January is that she seemed to be doing her best, talking to the doctors, talking to the therapists, working on trying to get things accomplished in terms of lessening the anxiety and getting the right medications. And it wasn't working, and she couldn't help make it work. She could not control that through hard work and discipline and so on. And that had to be very frustrating, and I think got her to the point where it was very difficult for her to actually think about not being hopeless and going on with her life and so on.
Now, doctor, did you form an opinion to a reasonable degree of psychological certainty as to whether or not the defendant was suffering from a mental disease or defect at the time she killed her children?
I did, yes.
And what is that opinion?
That opinion is yes, she was. She was experiencing bipolar II disorder, depressive symptoms, and there were other things that were exacerbating that, making it worse. One is the sleep problems and probably the continued adverse reactions to medication and so on. But yes, in my opinion, she did have a mental disease or defect on January 24th.
And
Oh my
to a
God,
reasonable degree
what?
of psychological certainty, did you form an opinion as to whether or not the defendant appreciated the criminality or wrongfulness of her conduct when
This
she
is
killed
important.
her children?
I did, yes. And I'm at the end of my report, I was very careful about how I phrased this. And so,
Sustained. If you could just answer the question regarding your opinion.
So, yes, you formed an opinion?
I did, yes.
And what is that opinion?
That opinion is that she retained an awareness of the illegality of killing others, including killing her children. Her moral awareness of the wrongfulness of this killing was influenced by her strong desire to die and, if she were dead, not to leave her children behind. Some of this perception was realistic. For example, my children will suffer without me because they would have suffered, I think. And some of it was distorted. For example, nobody else can care for my children. But her awareness of the illegality and moral wrongfulness of such killing is best appraised by understanding these acts as a serious suicide attempt combined with altruistic filicide, killing her children out of love, rather than as a response to command hallucinations.
And did you form an opinion to a reasonable degree of psychological certainty as to whether Ms. Clancy was able to conform her conduct to the requirements of the law when she killed her children?
Yes.
And what is that opinion?
That her capacity to conform her conduct to the requirements of the law is, again, best understood by considering the seriousness of her suicide attempt and her strong desire not to leave her children. She demonstrated such self-control throughout the day on January 24th, and her actions between 5:15 and 6 p.m. that afternoon were influenced by her depression and her hopelessness about her life and the desire to end the pain she had experienced since October. Although this depression and hopelessness influenced her decisions, she retained control over whether, when, and how she carried it out, and the inclusion of her children.
And doctor, did you form an opinion to a reasonable degree of psychological certainty as to whether or not the defendant was criminally responsible when she killed her children?
Yes.
And what is that opinion?
My opinion, my clinical opinion, since I'm not the decision maker here, but my clinical opinion is that she was criminally responsible on January 24th.
Thank you.
Hallelujah. Okay, now we're going to have a
Your Honor, I'd like
cross.
to submit the PowerPoint for identification.
I'm sorry?
I'd like to submit the PowerPoint for identification.
For identification. Okay, thank you. That may be done.
Okay, Stomp is going to start now.
Attorney Reddington?
Thank you.
Hang on just a minute, guys. Okay, if you are just joining us, I need to let you know that we have started later on today's testimony because of my mistake, and that's why we are not on the same as every other channel. What will happen is our lunch break will be shorter, or any breaks will be shorter. So here we go. Let's hear cross right now. Here we go. Stompy in action.
Sorry. Doctor, I'd just like to ask you about one of the things you just said to this jury that apparently stood out in your mind, and that would be the dichotomy or the difference between two statements that Lindsay made, one being, I believe, in the hospital, and you felt that there was a subsequent statement that was made by her that contradicted that or was different from that, and that would be after 3 days of you and Mac testing her. Is that right? Can you just say, is it right or wrong?
Mr. Reddington, it's not quite right.
Okay, why don't we do it this way? You
Yeah.
just told the jury that Lindsay made a statement to you at the conclusion of the 3 days that you and Mac were questioning her and testing her and interviewing her. Is that fair? Yes or no?
What I would say is
yes or no?
No.
Did you tell this jury, in addition, that Lindsay made a different statement when she was in the hospital? Yes or no?
What I said to the jury
I'm
is...
asking you, sir, did you make that statement to this jury?
What I intended to say...
No, not what you intended. Can you answer my question? Yes or no?
No.
Now, is Dr. Helbrun aware of the concept of post-intensive care syndrome?
Post-intensive care syndrome.
Yeah, PICS. It's called PICS.
No, I have not heard of post-intensive care syndrome.
Dr. Helbrun aware of when a person is coming out of major surgery and has been subject to anesthesia, that it is known that they have delusions, hallucinations, make statements that don't make sense. Are you aware of that, sir?
Yes, I'm aware of that.
And is that from your personal experience, professional experience? Because you didn't know what PICS was when they asked you, right?
Yes, it's not from my personal experience or my professional experience.
You received a notification to evaluate Lindsay Clancy on this criminal case from the district attorney's office, right?
Yes.
And do you recall when you received that notification?
It would have been sometime before January of 2025, because that's when I started reviewing the documents that they provided.
Okay, so January of 25, January of 26, and then in the spring of 26, you go to the Tewksbury Hospital with Mac and you interview Lindsay, right?
Correct.
So how many months is it from the time that you were appointed or requested or asked to help the DA's office to the time you saw Lindsay? How much time passed?
Probably about 18 months.
About a year and a half. And how much time passed from that point going backwards to January of 23?
I'm not sure what the question is.
Okay, January of 23, you add a year, that's January of 24, right?
Yeah.
It's 1 year.
Yeah.
January of 24, you add a year up to January of 25, that's 2 years, right?
Yes.
January of 25 up to when you and Mac finally go out to Tewksbury to interview this young lady is how many months?
Well, it would be about 3 years.
Okay. And are you telling this jury that it's good, using the term loosely, medical practice to interview a young lady like this 3 years after the event for purposes of helping the DA, in your opinion?
Jesus.
Do you mean in the context of a forensic mental health assessment, sir?
That's the only reason you're here, right?
Yes, it is.
Okay. So can you answer my question?
The answer to your question is the sooner that I'm able to evaluate somebody
there was a problem why they could not go sooner.
After their involvement in the alleged offense, the more closely I can come to using that current state information as something that is relevant to their mental state at the time of the offense.
Okay. So in other words, yes, it is better to see them sooner rather than later, to coin a phrase, right?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And have in mind January of 25 that you were retained. And again, normally this isn't an issue, who cares, but how much money did you make on this case? Since they
Oh my God.
How much money did you make on this case?
That depends when I'm finished, but I mentioned earlier that I had spent 180 hours before coming to Plymouth.
How much money did you make on the case, Dr. Simple?
Well, it's not that simple, but I'm being paid at $300 an hour.
Okay, so how much money did you make on the case?
Well, $300 an hour times 180.
What's your last billing?
I've been billing monthly, sir.
Okay, you must know what the total billing is up to this point, don't you?
I actually have not added it up.
How about you just give us your best estimate, doctor?
Well, let's see.
That's right. That's right.
Probably up to this point, it's been about $54,000.
$54,000.
Only 54.
And it will be more, right? When we get finished with you today, right? It'll be more.
Yes.
Okay. So you received from me by certified mail video interview of Lindsay by my guy, Dr. Resnick, right?
Correct.
You received the notes from Dr. Margaret Spinelli, right?
Yes.
You received the notes from my Dr. Paul Zeisel, right?
Yes.
You received the report that was prepared and submitted by Dr. Philip Resnick, right?
Yes.
You received the report prepared and submitted by Dr. Margaret Spinelli, right?
Yes.
And you received the report prepared by Dr. Zeisel, right?
Yes.
And then I said, if you have any questions, give me a call, drop me a line, whatever, but we never talked until today, right?
That's correct.
All right. Now, you have a curriculum vitae that talks about that you are a clinical psychologist, correct, as you've told us yesterday, right?
Yes.
Have you ever treated a woman in postpartum psychosis?
You're right, Pam.
When I was a staff psychologist at the forensic service at Florida State Hospital.
When was that, please?
That was back in 1982.
82?
Yes. I had a therapy group which was comprised of women who had killed their children. They were severely mentally ill, and at that time, it was important to recognize the severity of their mental illness, and so I worked with them in a group at that time.
Okay. And this is 44 years ago?
Yes.
All right. And where was it?
It was at the Florida State Hospital in Chattahoochee, forensic unit, forensic service.
How many of these people did you have a chance to interview in group or whatever you did?
There were 4 or 5 in the group.
4 or 5. Okay. Well, you are also a forensic psychology expert working for Park Dietz and Associates, right?
I have an affiliation with Park Dietz and Associates, yes.
Yes, but that's basically, that's the letterhead that you have on all your stuff, right? Park Dietz and Associates, Inc. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. You know Mac, do you?
Do I know Dr. Mack?
Yeah, Dr. Mack, yeah. The guy that was here testifying for the last 2 days, Friday and Monday. You know
Yes,
him?
I do know him,
All right.
yes.
And he works with Park Dietz as well, right?
I think he has the same kind of affiliation I do, which is we both have jobs and do things elsewhere, but we occasionally do cases in affiliation with Park Dietz and Associates.
Right. And continuing on, and if you have it, you can certainly take a look at it. Make sure I don't misrepresent anything on your V-Day, as you refer to it. You also were involved with Giant Food Corporation. You do fitness for duty assessments. What is that?
What are fitness for duty assessments?
Yeah, Giant Food Corp. What's Giant Food Corporation?
Oh, that's something that I did many years ago. Basically, a company or an organization might refer someone who is having difficulty at work, having symptoms, making threats, that sort of thing. And they would ask for an evaluation from a psychiatrist or a psychologist. And I did that for a while for giant food corporations.
And you also did it for U.S. Airways, apparently, evaluations and consultation, right?
Yes.
You also did it for the Texas Education Commission. You put on your resume the forensic clinical site visitor, Sam Houston State Hospital or University, right?
Yes.
You were a grant reviewer for the Office of Victims of Crime for the United States Department of Justice. That's the feds. That's the U.S. Attorney's Office, right?
Yes.
Okay. You also worked and you did violence risk assessment consultant as a consultant to the New Jersey Department of Mental Health Services, right?
Yes.
You also consulted as a research consultant with the community education centers in New Jersey, right?
Yes.
Research Advisory Board, the Center for the Analysis of, actually the FBI. You work for the FBI?
I consulted with the FBI, yes.
And in consulting with the FBI, you also consult with the Bureau of Prisons, right? BOP?
Yes.
When you're consulting for, well, okay, look, site visit of juvenile justice and psychology, you were involved with that, right?
Yes.
Consultant forensic psychology service for the Walter Reed Medical Center, correct?
Yes.
When you work on the consulting with the Bureau of Prisons, basically what you're doing is you're evaluating, as you told us a couple of times, people that are wrongfully convicted and they're in jail for decades. And you would evaluate them for the Bureau of Prisons to see if they're okay to release to society, right?
That does not sound like a typical question that I would evaluate for the Bureau of Prisons.
All right. Well, what would you
That's
evaluate
not
for
what
the
he
Bureau
did.
of Prisons? That's,
well, for example,
wait, hold on. Just so we know, Bureau of Prisons is federal as opposed to the Department of Correction, which is state, right?
Yes, that's right.
So go ahead. Tell me what you do for the Bureau of Prisons.
Well, one of the things that I might do is conduct a meeting or a workshop on a topic such as violence risk assessment or something like that. So I have done that, deliver a workshop or provide an organizational meeting, provide information and so on a number of occasions.
And do you evaluate people to see if they're able to be reintegrated into society?
I do that as well, yes.
Okay. You also are involved with sexual violence risk. Is that correct?
Okay, y'all, we got to hang on for just a minute. Let's talk about what they're discussing. If you have been wrongfully convicted, they have no choice but to let you out. So I don't know where he's going with this line of questioning. It really has nothing to do with Lindsay Clancy or what she did or her mental health status. So just wanted to point that out to you guys because there is nothing they can do to keep a wrongfully convicted person in prison once it has been proved that they were wrongfully convicted. Okay? Because the next step after that is exoneration, and that is how they get paid by whoever convicted them, the state or the federal, for being wrongfully convicted. Here we go.
Yes.
You also are involved with specialized police response and collaboration with behavioral health systems in Pennsylvania, right?
Correct.
Sexual violence risk, again, for purposes of the Department of Correction. You focused on that, right?
Yes.
Principles of forensic assessments that you would be assessing juveniles for purposes of juvenile assessment and risk assessment, right?
Yes.
You also are involved with violence risk and sexual violence risk, correct?
Yes, correct.
Juvenile assessments, risk assessments, and principles of forensic assessment for the American Academy of Forensic Psychology. Is that right?
Yes, that's right.
And also a focus on juvenile assessment and risk assessment of juveniles, right?
Yes, correct.
Violence towards others, psychiatrically hospitalized populations. That would be what? Patient-on-patient assaults or something like that when somebody's in a mental institution?
Patients against patients, against staff, that sort of thing.
They can be pretty violent places, can't they?
They can be sometimes, yes.
Sexual violence risk, you involved with New Orleans, Louisiana, sexual violence risk assessment, right?
Correct.
Obtaining and using mental health experts in criminal litigation for the Administrative Office of the United States Courts, right?
Yes.
What does that mean? What did you do with that when you were dealing with obtaining and using mental health experts in criminal litigation?
Well, I have had the occasion to provide workshops to prosecutors, to defense attorneys, to judges, and so on. And depending on some of the questions that arise, such as what's the most effective way to obtain and present a forensic psychologist or forensic psychiatrist expert, I might do a half day or a full day workshop on that.
Okay, so my question, sir, I know you get in there, but where did you lecture or give a lecture to criminal defense attorneys?
I've given a number of those lectures over the years. I can't recall them all offhand.
Okay. But my question, sir, was that you were working on behalf of the Administrative Office of the United States Courts, federal courts, right?
Yes,
I asked you that
right.
question? Okay.
Yeah.
You also worked for the Forensic Mental Health Assessment for the Ohio Forensic Psychiatric Center.
Yes,
inmates, right?
Yes.
You also participate and have written about To Kill or Not Kill, That Is the Question, for Drexel University, where you were a professor, correct?
Yes.
All right. Assessing risk of violence towards others in psychiatrically hospitalized populations. You focused on that, right?
Yes,
You
that's
had
right.
a chance, sir, to give a total of 131 lectures or workshops presented in the area of violence, risk assessment, sexual offenses, and forensic mental health and ethics, right?
Yes,
Is that
that's
right?
Yes.
Aggression, forensic psychological assessment, risk assessment, treatment of mentally disordered offenders and juveniles. That's another focus, correct?
Yes, it is.
You've had a number of publications that you put on your CV. Basically, you're talking about justice-involved youths, correct?
Yes, it's one of the things I talk about.
Appraising Jackson-based unrestorability to competence to stand trial deals with the standard of competence to stand trial, correct?
Yes, it is.
Public perception on policies to address prenatal substance use recommendations regarding maternal criminal prosecutions. What is that? Prosecute a woman that's pregnant who's involved with drug use?
Yeah, that sounds like something that would have been a dissertation where I served on the committee and was a co-author of some kind, but the individual who wrote the dissertation would have been the first author there.
All right. And life sentence for juveniles, sequential model for juvenile justice, justice involving men, forced medication, and competency to stand trial. These are interests or focuses of yours, sir?
Yes.
Urine drug screens as a baseline for predictors of graduation from drug court.
Yes.
What does that mean? That you were involved with drug court?
Yes, I've been involved in writing about and consulting to drug courts over the years, yes.
And disputed paraphilia diagnoses and legal decision making is one of your other focuses, right?
That was one of my graduate students, and I was supervising and second author.
Paraphilias would be that's basically if you have some kind of weird sexual things that you do, right?
Something like that, yes.
Yeah. Continuing on, a lot of juvenile focus on your resume, correct, sir?
Yes, there's a fair amount of juvenile work that I've done over the years.
Involuntary medication, trial competence, clinical dilemmas, substance abusing adjudicated adolescence, and your resume basically is a number of pages, correct? Would you agree with me? It's almost 70 pages, right?
Yes, I would agree with you.
Okay. Flipping through and jumping ahead, sir, you wrote book chapters, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
You dealt with forensic mental health assessments, principles, and standards of care, right?
That's right.
Violence risk assessment, right?
Correct.
juvenile violence risk assessment, right?
Yes, that's correct.
Managing hindsight, bias, and unstructured judgments, implications for legal decision making is an article that you had, chapter or whatever that you wrote, right?
Yes, it is.
Again, juvenile delinquency, juvenile delinquency, juvenile delinquency, juvenile delinquency. A lot of focus on juveniles, right?
Yes, there's a fair amount of
Then you
focus
have
on juveniles over the years, yes.
a number of reviews that you have published, presentations that you've presented, a lot of them dealing again with juveniles and dealing with assessments of prisoners to have them released into society, things of that nature, right?
Yes.
Life sentence juveniles, for example, is one of the things you focus on, right?
Yes, again,
Okay.
there's been a fair amount of juvenile work and
Handling difficult cross-examination, integrating perspectives, combining substance with style and learning. What does that mean? Handling difficult cross-examination.
well, one of the things that people as forensic psychologists need to do is convey what they have done in a way that is effective. And so there are things that you,
To a jury?
to a jury, to a judge, to an attorney, various kinds of.
Well, when you're dealing with an attorney, sir, you're presenting information to the attorney. You're not dealing with difficult cross-examination, are you?
Could you repeat the question, please?
Sure. You wrote about handling difficult cross-examination, integrating perspectives, combining substance with style.
Yes.
And what is 25 words or less? What is that basically telling people? How to what? Withstand cross-examination?
It's how most effectively to convey the results of the evaluation that you have done.
And then again, just hundreds of articles on topics that the jurors can look at because your resume is in evidence. Finishing it off on that end, sexual abuse behavior, juvenile forensic mental health, violence risk assessment of juveniles, behavioral measure of sexual offense behavior, influencing third-party informant observations dealing with juveniles. Should the courts coerce offenders into substance abuse treatment? Is there one article, one, that you wrote about a woman who is pregnant, who is undergoing postpartum depression, and God forbid, psychosis?
No.
But you did write an article 49 years ago. You published an article on psychosis in 1977 with your dad. Well, you were in college, apparently, right? Right?
Yeah, I was his
so
research assistant at that time when I was in college, yes.
Okay. And this is before you entered graduate school, and you used the diagnostic framework that no longer exists, didn't you? Back then.
It was a long time ago.
Right. And actually, it was 3 years before the DSM was even written. DSM-1, back in the Stone Age.
It was a while ago.
That's the only article you ever wrote dealing with that issue. Is that correct, sir?
Dealing with what issue, sir?
Postpartum psychosis.
Ah. Yes.
Does I mean yes? Thank you. So, you make arrangements with the district attorney's office to get all this discovery that I sent you, that the DA sent you, police reports that you went through with the jury, and you read it, right?
Yes, that's right.
And you must have talked to the DAs before you saw Lindsay, right?
Yes.
Okay. How many times?
I don't remember how many times.
Well, you billed them for it, I'll bet, right?
Oh my God.
Any time I spend on a case like this, I record and it gets billed.
Of course. So you do have records, but who cares at this point? I mean, you're here testifying based on your opinion at the request of the prosecutors, right?
I'm here based on, yes, at this point, I've completed the evaluation and don't remember things like how many times I talked to the DAs. That's part of it.
But basically, in your conversations with these two prosecutors, sir, did you talk to the state police at all, detectives?
I reviewed a massive amount of reports, some by the state police, some by other individuals. So I reviewed records for many, many hours.
And when you got involved with this case 3 years later, or 2.5 years later, you'd agree with me that it was quite publicized, right?
Yes, I would agree with that.
You've heard of confirmation bias, I'm sure, right?
I have indeed.
Yes. And however many times you talk to the DAs and review the information, would you agree with me, sir, that before you met with Lindsay in Tewksbury, you pretty much had an idea that this woman was a beast, killed her 3 kids, didn't you?
I would not agree with you at all.
So you had an open mind when you went in there to Tewksbury to see and speak to for 3 days, Lindsay Clancy?
I did my best to have an open mind, yes.
You told us yesterday you had some difficult decisions to make, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Right. So when did you first meet Avram?
When did I first meet him?
Yeah.
That probably would have been late 2025, early 2026.
Okay. Around the same time that you first got involved with the case?
No, it would have been considerably after I first got involved with the case.
Where did you meet him?
Where did I meet him?
That's what I said. Where did you meet him?
Virtually.
Oh, virtually.
Yes.
Okay. So it's like a Zoom thing or FaceTime or something.
Exactly.
Did you ever meet him in person before you went to Tewksbury?
No, I didn't.
So did you guys have a plan to meet up somewhere before you went to evaluate Lindsay?
In the lobby of the hospital.
Okay. Did you stay somewhere the night before?
I did, yes.
Yeah, where'd you stay?
I don't remember.
You don't remember? Were you with Mac that night?
No.
No. Did you stay in a private house?
No.
You stay in a hotel?
Yes, I did.
Wasn't a van down by the river, for sure, right?
I don't remember the name of the hotel, but it was a hotel in Tewksbury.
All right. So you're in a hotel. You meet with Avram Mack in the parking lot, and then you go into Tewksbury Hospital to meet with this young lady, right?
Correct.
And
Call about her name.
Day number 1, you spend how many hours, the two of you, questioning her?
1.5.
And day number 2, you don't bring Mac with you, you're by yourself, and you administer the psychological testing, correct?
Correct.
And how long was that, sir?
3 hours.
And day number 3, how long did you speak to Lindsay in the hospital?
3 hours.
So what was your total period of time over a 3-day period that this young woman was dealing with you and Avram Mack?
10.5 hours.
So for 10.5 hours, this young lady is in a room, in a wheelchair, being questioned by you and Avram Mack while she's on medication, right?
Making me laugh.
Yes, that's correct.
And she was still answering your questions, trying to be cooperative and being affable and friendly, you put in your report, right?
Yes, that's right.
Did at any time she express to you that she was tired or wanted to take a break?
We offered her in the beginning.
My question, sir, was...
Objection, if you could answer.
No, he's not going to... He's going to
No,
ask my...
hold on. Would you ask a specific question, Doctor, if you listen to that question, okay?
My question, sir, was at any time did you or Avram Mack offer to her to take a break?
Yes.
Did she accept that offer?
Once she did, and once she did not.
And basically indicated that she wanted to get through this interview and get it over with, right?
Yes.
You weren't her buddy going there to talk to her those 3 days, were you?
No.
She knew that you were there on behalf of the district attorney's office to testify against her in a trial and say to a jury that she knew and was able to conform to the law when she killed her 3 kids. Isn't that right?
No, that's not right.
So your diagnosis is depressive bipolar 2, right?
Bipolar 2 disorder. Right.
Okay. And that's a serious mental disease, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
You would agree with me, sir, that Lindsay is in your opinion, testified she's a very hardworking and highly self-disciplined individual, right?
Yes, I would agree with that.
You testified to that yesterday, right?
Yes, that's right.
Right, that's funny?
No, it's not funny. It's just that you asked me whether I agree with something that I testified to yesterday.
So what does that mean?
It means that I testified to it yesterday, and that means I do believe it. Yes.
Okay, so we established that. In your opinion, granted, for those 3 days that you had interactions with Lindsay, is it your opinion that she is a controlling individual, sir?
It depends what you mean by controlling.
Well, let me ask you, for example, would you agree that if a young mother prepares lists for a babysitter, for example, to chop up the carrots and dice them up small, and how to prepare the spinach, and how to prepare the chicken McNuggets, and then leaves them in a note and puts them on the kitchen table, is that controlling, in your opinion, of that individual?
That is something that is working hard and being disciplined and exerting a certain amount of control, yes.
That's not something that you would use against her in this opinion you have for this jury, is it?
What I do is do my best to describe what she does, what she thinks, what she feels at certain times, what symptoms she has, and so on. And if that's a part of that overall picture, then it's not that I'm using it in favor of her or against her. It's just part of the overall picture, which I'm trying to present.
I mean, it's not a bad thing to chop up the carrots and tell somebody this is how I like my child to be fed, right? There's nothing wrong with that, right?
Not that I know.
And you would agree, sir, that she was a good student. You told us about, she got all A's, she was hard driving, and actually drove herself pretty good to try to succeed in college and in nursing school, right?
I would.
And did you interview any of her coworkers, or did you review any of her 5-star reviews from Mass General Hospital, flagship of hospitals?
I reviewed every record that was provided to me.
And that would be by them, right?
It was records that were provided to me by individuals who were a part of the investigation, and a lot of that were interviews with people who had known her before or were currently friends with her, things like that.
Okay, so things like that. I'm asking you, sir, about with her 7-year career as a nurse, labor and delivery nurse at a very, very well-established hospital. Did you talk to any of the nurses that she worked with, or did you review any of the records of her work reviews? Anything like that?
No.
Okay, I got to stop and say it. What she did before that day at work, which she had not been back to work since she had this baby, really has nothing to do with what she chose to do that one day. So I don't know where he's going with this line of questioning, other than maybe trying to trip up the jury on to believe whether this doctor did his complete job, did a half-assed job, or whatever it was. But I just don't understand why somebody's not objecting to these questions. I mean, this is about what she did that one day, actually. It's not about what she did before she went on baby leave. All right, here we go. Damn.
Would you agree with me, sir, that she also, by all accounts,
you damn right, Sprinkle,
and was an incredible mother, taking care of her kids?
I would describe her as a very good mother, yes.
And in fact, sir, in the past 6 weeks or 5 weeks, there hasn't been one person that's had one thing bad to say about her other than these two. Isn't that right?
Sustained.
Oh.
Did anybody, to your knowledge, come into this court in front of this jury and say that Lindsay Clancy was a bad wife?
I don't know.
How about bad mother?
Again, I don't know.
So in your readings about her as a mother, you were able to see that she would sing to her daughter when she put her to bed. That's in the reports. You read the reports, right?
You might have to ask me that question.
You know Rascal Flatts?
I'm sorry?
Rascal Flatts. You ever heard of them?
No.
Okay. So if I suggest to you, sir, that Lindsay would sing to her daughter every night, is that important to you in your evaluation?
Yes.
No,
You
I
didn't know
don't think
that, though,
so.
apparently, right?
I knew that she was very good with her kids, paid a lot of attention to them, spent a lot of time with them, and really enjoyed it.
Even right up to within hours of their killing, she was making snowmen with them, right?
Yes, she was playing with the two older children out in the backyard.
And then bringing her life experience, which you testified yesterday that she never had any abuse in her life, was raised by loving mother and father, good student, hard worker, great mother, good friend, wonderful wife. She then randomly decides to kill her children by strangling them. It's the facts we're dealing with, yes, sir, right?
No, not right.
So, one of the things you testified to yesterday is that, and you went like this and said that this is difficult, but then you were able to power through and tell the jury that Lindsay didn't like to leave her kids alone. She got anxious about that. Remember telling that to the jury?
I do.
And this is one of the things that you kind of hang your hat on that you felt was important in your evaluation, right?
It was important. It was an important part of my evaluation that she did not like to leave her kids, and it made her anxious. Yes.
That's not a bad thing, is it?
No.
For a mother not to want to leave her children and be anxious when they're out of her home, right?
Well, it depends. It could be difficult and so on, depending on how anxious and even disabling it was, if she just couldn't leave her kids. But on the other hand, if it just reflected that she was close to them and wanted to be with them and wasn't a problem or disabling, then it's not a problem.
Did you know, sir, that Pat's mother and father would come over to the house and babysit for the kids when Lindsay and her husband would go out to dinner or go out to a movie or go out with their friends? Did you know that, sir?
Yes.
Did you know that the children were actually in learning Sprouts school? Did you know that?
Yes.
They had to leave the house to go to school, didn't they?
Yes.
She wasn't anxious when they would go to school, was she?
Think back about that.
It made her a little anxious to drop her kids off. She didn't like to be separated from them.
Well, that's because the kids many times, not on occasion, would cry like little kids do when you drop them off somewhere, right?
I don't know if she was anxious only when they cried.
You know that in addition to the date nights, in addition to socializing with friends, in addition to the children leaving to go to the Little Sprouts school, you knew that there were a number of occasions that Lindsay alone or Lindsay with her husband would leave the kids and go out and do any number of things. Shopping,
She sure is.
socializing, go to Boston, things like that. You know, did you ask third-party contacts about that?
I asked Patrick about that. And one of the things he said is that it was difficult for her to leave the kids. And he used as an example date night for their 5th anniversary. It was hard for her to leave.
Thank you, Melissa. They sure did. Welcome, Melissa. Thanks for coming in.
Was date night for their 5th anniversary in 22?
Just mentioned it to the jury. Was that in 2022, their 5th anniversary? Their anniversary is in December, right?
I don't know what year it was in, well, Mr. Reddington.
What was the problem? What did he say? Third-party collateral. What did he tell you?
What he said in response to that question is that on date night for their 5th anniversary, she was anxious about leaving the kids.
Right. Did they ultimately go out that night?
They did.
You know where they went?
I don't.
Did she have fun? Did she appear to be enjoying herself away from the kids?
That was not part of the question I asked him.
I mean, there's nothing wrong with a woman being concerned about her babies when she's not at home, right? There's nothing wrong with that.
I wasn't presenting it as something that is wrong.
I'll back off. I'm sorry. I thought you did. I thought yesterday you were telling this jury that because Lindsay didn't like to leave her kids at home, that was a factor that Dr. Helbrin considered in his opinion, but that's fine. You agree that there's nothing wrong with a woman being concerned about her children leaving them out of the house, right?
No, I don't believe I said that.
Okay.
One of the things that
No, never mind one of the things. They can ask you on.
We can finish.
Okay. The answer is you did not say that.
Judge, I'm getting a little confused here between.
Well, listen, no. Let's see if my question is not that confusing.
Okay.
Did you testify? Are you done saying that you did not say?
Okay,
what
let me show y'all
Mr.
something.
Reddington said.
Carol.
Yes, I'm done
Okay.
saying that.
All right. That's good. Next question.
Carol, thank you so much.
One of the other issues is that also factored into when Tufts prescribed her the SSRI, she didn't want to take it because she was afraid of the breast milk being contaminated by this drug, right?
Yes.
And then ultimately, when she stopped breastfeeding, at that point, she was able to take the SSRI, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And then Tufts increased it to 50, right?
I don't recall offhand what
Okay. Well, you agree that Tufts increased the SSRI, right?
I do.
You agree that before the end of September of 2022, this young woman was living her life with her husband and her kids. Summer of 22, happy, had a great time. Do you agree with that, sir?
I do.
And when she saw Tufts from September end up until the killing of these children and the state of her condition that you told the jury was confusing. Remember using that word yesterday? It was confusing with these number of diagnoses that she dealt with?
Yes, I did use that word.
And the confusing with the number of drugs that was one drug on top of another drug and stop this drug, start that drug. That was confusing, wasn't it, sir?
Yes, it was.
And it was a confusing and upsetting to her and her husband to the point where they went to these doctors and said to them, you're turning her into a zombie, right?
Yes, that's right.
But prior to seeing Tufts and the other healthcare providers, she was a happy woman, wasn't she?
I would not agree with that.
She was in many respects happy, pleased with her life. So she wasn't happy in an unqualified way, but she was, yes, she was very happy with certain aspects of her life.
So as September turns into October, middle of October, thereabouts, how is she doing at that point between her depression, anxiety, drugs prescribed? How was she doing?
She was anxious about going back to work, but she hadn't started taking the drugs that were prescribed.
Okay, let him finish. Go ahead. Go ahead, Doc.
Yes. In September, she was anxious about returning to work. She had not yet started taking the medications that Dr. Tufts had prescribed, though.
How about a text that she had sent to her mother on October 20th, sir? I know you indicate in your report that you had a chance to review all of the computer searches, text messages, Apple Watches, all that stuff, right?
Yes, that's right.
All right. Read that text, please. October 20th. This is a text that she sent to her mother. Read it.
Would you like me to read it out loud?
I'd like you to read it out loud.
All right. Mom, will you please come up and stay with me for a bit? I'm really sick. Something is wrong. I had horrible insomnia all night, and I just don't know how I'm going to get through the day. I started taking the medicine my doctor prescribed for anxiety, and I think it's made things worse. It's just really scary, and I don't want to be alone.
Did her mother come up the next day and stay with her?
Oh, I don't know. I'd have to go back and look at the records.
I'm sure. You know, sir, that she actually climbed into the bed with her mother to sleep with her mother when the mother was staying with her during this period of time?
No, I didn't know that.
In the middle of November, sir, she texted her mother-in-law, which would be Pat's mother, Sue. This would be Sue Clancy, who was also a labor and delivery nurse, right?
Yes, that's correct.
She texted Sue while she was at work as a nurse, right?
Yes.
And Sue was in the emergency room and actually realized that Lindsay was at the hospital and stated that she felt unwell. Is that right?
Yes.
Did Sue see her in the hospital, if you know?
I think she met with her in the emergency room.
Okay. And then her mother-in-law was trying to help her out and referred her to another person that was a friend of a friend, so to speak, right? To help her out?
The nurse practitioner, is that who you're talking about?
Yes, yeah.
Yes, that's right.
And she was able to meet with that individual, Paul, until she left, I think like a week later. She went on to another job, right?
I think that's right, yeah.
And that's when she saw Nurse Gelada. Was that correct?
To my memory, that's correct, yes.
And then would you agree with me, sir, that at this time frame in November, she was having real difficulty with sleep disruption, yes?
Yes, I would.
She had concerns all along about this, starting in mid-October, about the impact of the medications on her insomnia, correct?
Yes, insomnia was one of the first problems that she experienced when she started taking the medication in October.
And she expressed the fact that she believed that the medications were obviously having an adverse effect on her. They were damaging her brain, right?
She did express that view, yes.
And then she still, however, had a positive outlook and was hoping that things would turn around in her life and that she could get back to being herself, is a quote, right?
Yes, that's right.
But instead, and I quote your words yesterday, it got worse.
Yes.
Late in November, she's still having a lot of trouble sleeping. She thought that she was close to, and I quote, the end of her rope. Bad analogy, but nevertheless, that's what she said, right?
Yes, it is.
She was feeling off, disconnected, sort of like a zombie, your words, testifying here yesterday, sir, correct?
Correct.
She was reporting at this point panic symptoms, concerns about the benzodiazepines, correct?
Yes.
Indicated that she was disoriented and forgetful, correct?
Correct.
You told us that she stated that she was disconnected from her body. Isn't that correct?
That's how she described feeling, yes.
Could not relate to people, felt that she was in a disassociative state. Isn't that right?
Yes, that is right.
Thought that the medication was resulting in this type of development in her life, correct? She felt the medications were contributing to this.
Yes, that's correct.
And in December, and I quote you, it's not getting better. It got from worse, it got better. Well, actually, not better. It got worse again, didn't it, in December?
December was probably the worst month for her, as she described it.
And in December, sir, you recall that she indicated, and I quote from your testimony, horrible, intrusive thoughts. She had thoughts about harming herself, potentially as she continued to experience these thoughts later into December,
I agree.
correct?
Yes, that's right.
These thoughts, did anyone say to her, are these thoughts, are these coming from outside your head? Are they coming from inside your head? Are they male voices? Are they female voices? Anybody ask anything about thoughts, what they were? According to the medical records, not according to your medical records.
No, overruled.
Okay, they had a glitch in their
Can you
camera.
answer
Sorry,
that
guys.
question
Thank you,
based on
Carol.
Dr. Helbrin's review of the medical records of what this young lady went through in that hell that she was living?
Is your question, did someone ask her about hallucinations?
Yeah, if
or
I
thoughts?
come to you for help and I say, I've got intrusive thoughts about killing myself, I've been thinking about killing my kids, I've got these thoughts in my head, would you ask me? Thoughts? What are they? Did anybody ask that question?
Yes, that's a standard question that psychiatrists ask at the beginning of each appointment. It's a standard mental status question.
Did any one of those psychiatrists ask Lindsay Clancy that question, according to the medical records? Anyone?
Ms. Clancy completed the answer to those questions
What question?
on a number of occasions,
Sir,
if
what
I might.
questions?
No, well, go ahead.
Go on.
What questions?
Finish that question, and I'll let you have that question.
Okay.
Finish the answer.
Questions such as, are you hearing voices? If so, describe those and so on. And the typical response that she gave in as part of a question like that was no.
How about when someone says, I've got dark thoughts? Does anybody, professionals, ask, what are the dark thoughts?
If somebody said I'm having dark thoughts, then the follow-up question would be, tell me more. What are the thoughts? Tell me, just give me some descriptions of what you're having, what you're thinking, what it's like, and so on.
So if a patient goes to a doctor and says, I'm having these intrusive thoughts, I'm having dark thoughts, I'm having thoughts of, and at the same time frame in December, she's talking about harming the children, correct?
She said that those thoughts had come to her at times.
At times.
Yes.
And she mentioned that to her husband, didn't she?
That's what she said, yes.
She mentioned, did you talk to her husband about it?
Yes, I talked to her husband.
She said that to him?
Yes.
A couple of times she said it to him, right?
A couple of times.
Okay, hang on just a second. Her husband is not on trial. She is. Okay, so stop it. Really, I mean, this is getting absurd. Let's see, what is Carol saying? Yes, even the Lord heard the voice of Satan when he was sent into the wilderness. Thank you, Carol. All right, let's go back to court.
Times she said, I'm having thoughts, and he asked her, give me more detail if you could, and she said, they're just thoughts, it's not a plan, that sort of thing.
You got this girl living in her house with her kids, saying she's having dark thoughts, saying she's thinking of harming the children, and Patrick's response, according to your testimony, is just basically just power through it, you'll be okay?
Objection.
Oh, God.
Huh?
No, that was not his response as he described it. He asked more questions because one of the things that she had been dealing with for some time are thoughts about hurting herself and possibly the kids. And so what he did was try to get more information about the details. He asked questions that a mental health professional would also ask, which is how often, what are they like? Do you have a plan? Things like that. And she pretty consistently said, no, I don't have a plan. And this is how often it happens, but they're just thoughts.
So let's talk about that, because that's apparently the standard reaction if a patient comes to a doctor and says, I'm having dark thoughts, intrusive thoughts, I'm thinking of hurting myself, I'm thinking of hurting the kids. You say, do you have a plan? That's the question you ask, right?
That's one of the questions that you ask,
if
yes.
the person says, nah, I don't have a plan, I'm just having these thoughts, and you just basically move on, give them more drugs, what do you do?
No, you don't move on. You're aware that the person has reported having those thoughts, and you've appraised the risk, and the risk has to do with things like how imminent is it, how serious is, are there means, how is there a plan, what sort of detail is involved, and so on. And so basically what you do at that point is you take it seriously, but you also try to describe how seriously to take it.
Okay. Would you agree, sir, that she was complaining through December about unwelcome and internal thoughts? Is that correct?
Yes.
It's important for your evaluation because when you ask the question, when you're experiencing these thoughts, were they your own thoughts or were they auditory hallucinations? And she indicated to you they're my own thoughts. That's what your testimony was, right, yesterday?
That's correct.
But she made clear that these were unwelcome and that they were intrusive. Is that correct?
Yes, she did.
So she's answering your questions honestly. She certainly isn't trying to fake that she's hearing all sorts of voices yelling at her and things like that. She's answering honestly, correct?
Yes.
Very cooperative, correct?
Yes, correct.
You then would indicate, sir, that in your evaluation as you went on, that she described an experience on December 15th. And she described December 15th as being literally one of the worst days in her life, right?
Yes.
And that's, why was it one of the worst days of her life?
Well, It was one of the worst days because things were getting more intense and difficult, and the thoughts that she was experiencing were harder to handle for her.
As a result of that, her husband, Pat, took her to the hospital, right?
Correct.
And you indicated that it looked like she was having general anxiety symptoms, right? That's your testimony today.
It looked, from what the records reflected, that anxiety was something that they were focusing on her experiencing.
And then you said in your testimony, but not so much the postpartum. What does that mean?
It means that in December, she would have been 7 months away from giving birth to Callan. And consequently, it was less likely to be postpartum than depression for other reasons, or bipolar or major depression or something like that, rather than postpartum depression or postpartum psychosis, something like that.
Because you know that postpartum is not a medical diagnosis. That's just the fact that you had a baby, right?
I do know that, yes.
Okay. And when she went to that hospital, did they provide any help for her or any medication, or what happened on December 15th?
She did not stay in the hospital very long. And so, no, she didn't remain there long enough to get the kind of help that you would usually get on an inpatient basis.
But the next day or thereabouts, she goes back to see Tufts, right?
Yes.
Okay. So she immediately tries to reach out for help to anybody that will listen to her, right?
She was trying hard to get help.
Now we get to December 20th. December 20th wasn't a very good day either, was it?
Well, that was the day she went to the she went to the Rhode Island hospital, had a postpartum program.
Now, you know from looking at the medical records that, in fact, it was recommended to her, I think by maybe the LASCW young lady, Letitia Dukes, but maybe I'm wrong. You're in the records. Someone told her to touch with this Rhode Island hospital, right?
Yes.
They specialized in postpartum care for women that possibly are going.
Okay, now y'all remember this testimony because this is very important right here. He's going to say, well, they refused to help her. That's not exactly true. That is not exactly true. So remember the testimony that went all the way back to that particular question, and he's trying to turn it into something it was not. Here we go.
Through postpartum psychosis or postpartum depression, right?
Yes.
And Pat, her husband, took her and dropped her off, and then he went skiing with Cora. Is that correct?
Correct.
And he dropped her off in that hospital, and she was evaluated by a doctor and some people, correct?
Yes.
And you reviewed those medical records, right?
I did.
And when you reviewed the medical records, did you see that she was also involved in group discussions and crayons and coloring and things like that?
Yes, I did.
Did that help her out, do you think, coloring?
There's a number of things that they try to do. I think coloring as such would not be helpful, but okay. There's art therapy and there's various other kinds of things that people are involved in.
All right, so various other things that people are involved in. So I assume the people you're referring to would be the employees of the hospital.
Or the patients who are attending the postpartum program.
Okay. So what exactly was the program? What did they do? That one day that she was there for 8 hours. What did they do?
She wasn't accepted as part of that program.
I didn't ask you about that. I asked you, what did they do?
Well, they evaluated her, as my understanding from reviewing the records.
And then what happened, sir, when they evaluated her?
They evaluated her and they indicated that she was not appropriate for their program.
And you testified yesterday that, and I quote, they said she did not necessarily fit into their postpartum program. They did offer her 3 other programs, Remember that, sir?
Yes.
Okay. And then you indicated that patient was offered several options, including inpatient treatment for medication management, right?
Yes.
A partial hospitalization program focused on general mental health,
Yes.
right?
Yes.
Where was that program?
I don't know.
Or continued outpatient management, right?
Yes.
What is that, like going to see Tufts? Outpatient management?
Yes, that's living at home in the community and being treated by a psychiatrist, which is what Dr. Tufts was.
Right. Well, okay. So patient plans to follow up with her outpatient provider for guidance. Is what you said yesterday, right?
Yes.
And she did the next day, right?
Yes.
And do you think that it's that a doctor who has been licensed as a physician psychiatrist,
Here we go.
they specialize in postpartum, postnatal issues, is qualified to treat a young woman with this symptomology that she brought to that desk? Oh, I'm sorry, to the television set?
I don't understand your question.
Well, you know that she never met, Tufts never met this girl. She never met her, ever, until she sat in that witness stand.
I understand that their treatment was done remotely.
Was remotely? So when I say the television, that's what I mean. It's like you're on Zoom, you're on whatever. I apologize for that.
Yes. Yeah.
So she went the next day and actually remotely accessed a meeting with Dr. Tufts, right?
Yes.
And then she went back onto her schedule with Dr. Tufts, but that didn't help so much. Is that correct? You indicated that she was still numb. She was still having suicidal ideation, things of that nature, right?
Correct.
Okay. One of the things that you said, though, sir, yesterday is that her admission to the hospital was because they did not feel, and I quote, that she did not necessarily fit into their program. You recall that?
You mean their failure to accept her into the day program?
Their failure to help her, period. They told her to leave.
It's my understanding that what they said was that you don't fit with our program because it's not a postpartum phenomenon, and that's what the program is about.
Did you really read those records?
Yes.
Seriously?
Yes, I did.
Okay.
And
So
I wrote
again.
something about, in my report, I wrote something about it.
Wait for the next question, okay?
Yes, Your Honor.
So you read the records from that Women and Infants Hospital in Rhode Island.
Yes.
On this jury, right?
Yes.
And what was the language, the word salad you just said that they didn't accept her because of what?
Objection. Yeah. You rephrase that.
What was it you just said to this jury they wouldn't accept her? Why?
It was a day program for women experiencing postpartum difficulties. And their evaluation of Ms. Clancy was that her difficulties were more related to general mental health, but not particularly to postpartum difficulties. And so she did not,
Go ahead.
if I might.
Yeah, you might.
If she might be more appropriate for somebody, she might be more appropriate for a general mental health program, but not so much for a postpartum day program, which is what they had. So they didn't say that you don't need help. They just said that you don't fit with our program.
Would it surprise you to know, sir, that they said that she didn't fit with their program, as you put it, because of the overlay of over-medication that her doctors had caused to that?
Okay, listen, I knew he was going to go there, but let's remember back the testimony that was given. That is not what they said. They said she was not in a postpartum, she was not dealing with postpartum. It was something else. It has nothing to do with how much medication she was taking. She didn't fit the program, period. God dang it. All right, let's go.
That point?
Yeah, I'm getting pissed
Do you have
off.
any memory of that at all?
There were questions that they raised about the medication.
It wasn't just questions. They said that's the reason. The secondary diagnosis to why they wouldn't accept this young lady is because of the medications that she had been prescribed. over medicated?
The
You really in that in those records?
Yes, I recall a diagnosis of depression, which was not specified further because there were medicine complications.
Do I have to get the medical records and read them to you?
I actually have something in my report, so
Good.
I can read it back
Can
to
you
you.
pull it out and tell me
Yes.
what the discharge diagnosis was?
I am so tired of hearing excuses for killing your damn children. Stop.
Exhibit 220. Which ones are you looking for?
220, I guess. Women and infants hospital record.
Thank you, Sprinkle Donut. Thank you. I wish somebody would bring that back to their attention.
I'm on page 18 of my report, and
Discharge diagnosis?
the records indicate a diagnosis of generalized anxiety disorder and depressive disorder without further specification, and I quote, due to adverse drug effects.
Anything else?
Yes, they indicate that her chief complaint was feeling numb and crazy depressed, identified passive suicidal ideation, notes that
I'm sure you can read all the diagnoses. My question, sir, is simple. It's on the discharge diagnosis. That's all.
Yes, the discharge diagnosis was anxiety and depression.
And secondary to what?
They didn't specify more about the depression because it was due to adverse drug effects.
Okay. And in your review of the record, sir, did you then see that the doctor at the Women and Infant at least was concerned enough about the overprescriptions that she reached out to Dr. Gelada to speak to her?
Dr. Gelada?
Sorry, nurse practitioner Gelada.
Yes.
Yeah, okay. It's like Captain Major, that type of thing. But Gelada, you know who she is, right?
I do, yes.
Okay. Did they reach out to nurse practitioner Gelada?
I did not see that in the records.
Can we break here, Judge, because I got to get the records?
All right.
Oh, sorry, Pam.
It's
Made a typo.
so why don't we take the morning recess at this time? We'll come
Okay.
back shortly. Okay.
All rise, please.
Okay, this is great. Okay, this break is working out great for us because we're going to go through it to the testimony that continued because we were on the wrong feed, blah, 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 until we got it corrected, which helps us go on. Here we go. Let me go past that. Here we go. Okay. Okay. All right. Here we go. See, this is strange because I know we're not caught up because I know somebody else has kind of already testified. So we might just go ahead and change our screen. Hang on a minute, guys. Let's go to the, well, hang on. Let me see if I can. That's wild. So it kind of almost looks like we're caught up, but there's no way because somebody else has already testified, right? All right, hang on. Never thought about killing my precious daughter. I know, me either. And even my child at 46 years old I mean, it was just the best thing that ever happened. So I don't know how anybody could even think about taking your baby's life, period. Okay, hang on. Get this feed to be where it needs to be. All right. So it's probably going to come back pretty soon right here. So we'll just wait for a minute and let it come on back. Very interesting testimony today. I appreciate everybody's input on what you see going on here. Thank you so much for coming and joining us today. We appreciate it. We're not doing a bunch of, one thing we're not going to do on this channel is we're not going to do a bunch of analysis and all that. Because I'm not versed in that. I cannot give you an analysis. All I can say is what I think is about this case and what I think that she should be criminally responsible. That's all I can say about that. So let's go back over here and get it to come on back now. Okay. All right. I guess we'll just wait because I don't want to miss any testimony. I want to hear it all, right? Thank you, Pampo. Yes. It's just shocking to me how many times an excuse is made for why people take the lives of their children. You know, look, myself and Sprinkled Donut have been depressed before. Our children died. Not by our hands, but died. Yeah, we were depressed. Would we think of taking our other children's lives? Hell no. Did we think about taking ourselves out? Maybe. But you know the one thing that made me stop from doing that? I had a 7-year-old child over here that depended on me to be there for him. I could never hurt him by taking myself out. That's the difference between me and Lindsay Clancy. I mean, you can be depressed and you can have all kinds of issues going on, but that is never an excuse for killing your children, especially in the cruel and heinous way that she did that. That exercise band around their neck. It took 18 minutes to kill all 3 children. 18 minutes. That's 6 minutes a person. Do you realize how long that is? Right. Think about that. Think about that right there. Okay. All right. We'll just let it sit for a minute and we'll come back. Look at all the cases there is of this kind of thing. It's over and over and over. Liz, I tell you what, Letitia Stouch tried the same thing. There's been so many different times people have tried this, and of course it doesn't work. Now, we talked about Andrea Yates the other day. Yes, the first time she was tried, she was found criminally responsible. But in the second trial, she was found not criminally responsible. So they're coming back now. Here we go. Damn it. Sorry, guys.
All parties are present, excluding the jury.
All right, we ready for the jury, counsel? Okay. Yeah.
You know, Leslie, that haunts me too because she's looking right at them and she's saying, go to God, go to God. I think her religion should have been brought up in this case, even though the judge and the defense attorney thinks it should not have. But here we go. Let's go to court.
Court, all rise. Jurors enter.
You're not fooling me, Lindsay Clancy. You're not fooling me. Look at those deep, dark, dead shark eyes. Look at them. They're right there in your face. Just like Letitia Stout, just like Adam Montgomery, just like all of them.
For the purpose of the record, we return back to the trial of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. All parties are present, including the defendant and including the 18 jurors.
All right. Attorney Reddington?
Thank you. So I now have, sir, Exhibit 220, which would be the records from the Women and Infants Hospital that you read prior to coming in here today, correct?
Yes.
And when you read the records, would you agree with me, sir, that there was history of present illness, which means they would ask Lindsay questions about how she felt, what her medications were, things like that, right?
Yes, I would.
And when you were reviewing this, did you note that she indicated that she was feeling, and I quote, because it's in quotes, crazy, depressed, numb to all emotion, end quote, quote, can't feel love, end quote, quote, my life is becoming a disaster, end quote. You saw those?
Are you quoting from the records or from my report?
Records, Exhibit 220.
Okay, yes, I would agree that those were words that were used when I reviewed the records.
And when you were talking with Lindsay, you asked her what she meant by saying she can't feel love?
Yes, she said that she felt like a shell. She felt hollow. She felt like a zombie. She felt emotionally flat as a pancake, which is also one of the phrases that was used in those records to describe her mood.
My life is becoming a disaster, quote, can't feel fear, end quote. What did that mean? Did you ask anything like that? Can't feel fear.
I didn't ask her specifically about can't feel fear. She indicated that she couldn't feel things emotionally that.
Worried that she is, quote, messed up beyond repair, end quote. That was in the records, correct?
That was several places, yes, including the records.
Quote, takes all the effort in the world just to breathe, end quote. That was in the records, correct?
Yes.
And in the interviews of friends and family, would you agree in this time frame, which was in December, to the end of December, that she was having difficulty even getting out of bed?
Yes.
She felt very heavy. She couldn't even walk. She had difficulty with her personal hygiene, correct?
Yes.
Was worried about how she's going to take care of her kids and feed them and watch them while Patrick was working, right?
Yes.
And one of her goals, and I quote, was to come off meds and be able to sleep, end quote.
Yes.
Now, insomnia, you'd agree with me, is very serious.
Oh, I would absolutely agree with you, yes.
And that can lead to any number of things, right?
Yes.
It can even lead to psychosis, right?
Yes.
Okay. I asked you about the treatment plan and recommendations that the district attorney had asked you about as well. And if I may, and if you need to look at it, let me know. It says treatment and admit to DHP. Do you know what DHP is?
No.
Okay. Medication recommended tapering off Seroquel, starting with 200 milligrams tonight and follow up with outpatient provider. That would be who? Gelada?
At the time, it could have been Gelada or Tufts.
And then indicating, sir, that diagnosis that we talked about, if I may approach, can you, right here, just read number 1 and 2?
Number 1 is GAD, which stands for Generalized Anxiety Disorder. Number 2 is depression, unspecified, rule out due to adverse drug effects.
So when you rule out and have a concern about adverse drug effects, one of the things that I imagine one would do is to reach out to the person that's prescribing the drugs, right?
It's possible. There could be other strategies as well. You could change the medication. You could discontinue it. There could be a number of things.
And when you read the record, sir, again, page 9 on the plan, did you make note of the fact, and I quote, of note, we attempted to reach current outpatient provider Rebecca Gelada, NP, but did not receive a call back. You see that?
I may have seen that. I didn't note it in what I wrote here.
In any event, patient plans to reach out to previous provider who would be Jennifer Tufts, and she did that, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, one of the other things that you had made reference to, sir, is that you relied on is when her husband came home and found Lindsay on the ground in the snow after she had jumped out the window, he spoke with her, is what you told this jury, right?
Yes.
And can you tell us again what it is that he said to her and what she said to him?
He said, "What did you do?" And she said, "I tried to kill myself." And then he said, "Where are the kids?" And she said, "In the basement."
Now, what is your source of that information, sir?
It was records, and I also did a collateral interview with Patrick Clancy.
Did you listen to the 911 tape?
No, I did not.
If I tell you, would you be surprised, sir, that she had significant damage not only to her back, her spine, and was hemorrhaging, but also to her throat?
No, I would not be surprised. She injured herself very badly when she jumped out that window.
If I suggest to you, sir, that if you listen to the 911 tape as it relates to Patrick Clancy interacting with her, that she can only make grunting noises, would you be surprised at that?
I would be surprised, yes.
And you never listened to that tape?
I did not.
Went into McLean Hospital, and that was the locked wards of McLean Hospital. She was there for 5 days, correct?
That's correct.
And then she was released at her request to attend Cora's birthday, right?
Yes.
When she was released, would you agree, sir, that, well, while she was there, she continued to describe her mood as numb, denying things like that she's not having hallucinations and suicidal thoughts or homicidal thinking at the time, and that would be prior to her discharge. Is that right?
There was a lot in that question, so if you could break it down for me, I'd appreciate it.
No, I'm just going to ask, sir, if would you agree with me that she indicated what her mood was prior to discharge, right? Well, as a doctor, you're not going to let somebody walk out the door of a locked ward in a hospital without making sure that, in your opinion, that it's okay for the person to be released to their home, family.
Okay, wait.
Right?
Okay, wait a minute. Let's talk about that for just a second. If you remember, it was a voluntary entry into that program. She was not 5150 or made to go there. She made the choice to go in, which gives her the choice to go out. They could not hold her no matter what her mental state was because she voluntarily went there. So this question is inappropriate in my opinion, and I don't think the jury ought to have to hear that. But here we go. I don't mean to be an analysis because that's what I'm doing. I'm just thinking back about the testimony we have all heard and what's happening right here. Okay, here we go. Let's go to court.
I'm looking at the part of my
Sir,
report.
can you understand my question? I don't care about your report. I'm asking you about when someone is in a hospital, you don't release them unless you feel they're not a danger to themselves or others, right?
Yes.
Okay.
The answer to that question is yes.
And she was released, right? From the hospital.
Yes.
And she then was allowed to go home and go to her daughter Cora's birthday, right?
That's correct.
It was on January 5?
January 5, yes.
And she was described in the records as being cooperative and pleasant, right?
Cooperative, pleasant, no psychosis, no suicidal or homicidal ideation, mood described as good, in quotes, and not anxious.
Good for you. Anything else you want to add?
Objection.
That's sustained. Next question.
So after discharge, would you agree that she described as a small shred of hope after discharge because she thought that she was off the Seroquel and felt that was what was causing her a lot of her problems, right?
I would agree with that.
Okay. But the intrusive suicidal ideation and thoughts returned. Isn't that right?
Within a week, yes.
And they were pretty bad, weren't they?
Yes, they were.
And again, she's describing, according to your testimony yesterday, symptomology that you said I've combined 2 and 3. That would be on the little diagram you put up on the board, right? For the jurors to look at, the blue you had with the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
The PowerPoint slide, yes.
Right. So you combined 2 and 3 on the slide, but you talked about this before, is what you indicate. And this is after she started taking the medication. Anxiety didn't get better. She had difficulty, great difficulty with insomnia, and that she was numb, right? Yet again.
Yes.
Right?
Correct.
And a zombie, yet again, right?
Yes.
And she didn't see any improvement. Is that right, sir?
No, that's not right.
Okay. Well, quote, in fact, she thought it was getting a lot worse. And so basically what she thought is that the symptoms that she was experiencing following taking the medications prescribed beginning in October, she said the symptoms were getting worse, particularly new symptoms, which were insomnia. It's page 126 of your testimony. Yes.
I misunderstood your question.
That's all right. No problem.
Sorry.
That's okay.
Oh my God.
And then you further indicated that moving on to number 5 on your chart, one of the things she also said is that she was focusing on making the anxiety, helping the anxiety getting better through medication, right?
Yes.
It was also counseling. She went to counseling through Latasha Dukes. Miss Gelada was still treating her, correct?
The counseling was limited, but yes, that is correct. She was involved in some counseling.
So it was limited. Is that a bad thing? Did this woman not want to go to anybody that would help her, sir? Are you trying to tell the jury that she was avoiding help?
Sustained. Next question.
So it was limited. How was it limited?
It was short-term and supportive, as opposed to something where in the field you might pick a cognitive behavioral therapist, which is empirically supported for things like anxiety and depression and patience and things like that.
Who makes that decision? Does a person
She does.
make that decision, sir? Is it up to the patient to make a decision of cognitive, whatever it is you just said?
Yes, it's certainly one of the things that an individual can do is looking for a referral from somebody who would be a cognitive behavior therapist or something like that. So yes.
Go ahead. I don't want to cut you off.
I'm finished. I'm finished.
She was focusing on trying to make this anxiety and make her feelings about her feelings go away. She wanted to be herself again, right?
Yes, that's right.
Now, there's nothing wrong with that, right? For a person to want to do that?
Not at all.
Okay. You indicated that she was concerned about resolving her problems, and the district attorney then asked you about if this is some type of her taking control of her life. You indicated that she is trying to take control of her life. Remember that?
I testified it was important that she felt in control and that she could make things happen and improve things through focusing and discipline and hard work.
And that's what you already agreed, that she was a person that wasn't afraid of hard work, right?
Yeah, on the contrary, she worked hard and she got a lot of results from working.
So that's not an issue that would be something that would be a black mark against her, that she's trying to take control of her life as it relates to these medications and what they're doing to her and her internal feelings of postpartum, if that's what she believed.
I was not trying to develop black marks against her. I was just trying to describe how she thinks and feels and behaves.
Sorry, you're right.
All right. Next question.
I thought you said yesterday that, you put 2 marks over this category, 3 marks over this category. This is possible. That's possible. You were considering these things, right?
That was on another issue.
Okay.
Yeah.
So as it relates to resolving the problems, that would include talking to doctors about different medications to try, researching medications on her own. This is your testimony. Asking friends and family for tips. Really? You're supposed to ask friends and family for tips about your mental psychosis, your mental state?
I'm not sure what the question is.
Well, Dr. Helbrin testified yesterday as it relates to in response to questions from the district attorney about her resolving her problems, including talking to doctors about different medications to try, researching medications on her own, and asking friends and family for tips.
Objection, is there a question?
Yeah, the question is that good medical advice, sir, to tell a sick person who comes to a doctor for help to go ask their friends and family for tips?
One of the things I would say is that when you want very much to improve, you, of course, ask your doctor and whoever else you're working with, but you might also ask other people in the family or friends any recommendations that they might have. That's sort of something that you do.
I agree,
When you
Leslie.
say sort of something you do, what are you referring to? The women that come to a doctor in the postpartum depression, postpartum psychosis, and ask for help, that they should go talk to their neighbors?
I think
That's
that
not
one
what
of
he
the things
said.
that's kind of a natural human inclination is to talk to people who are close to you, friends and family and so on, and say, this is a problem I'm having. Do you have any advice, or can you help in any way?
And then over the course of the time that she was going through this experience in late January, she had a lot of providers offer a lot of diagnoses, and there were a lot of complicated considerations, so much so that the diagnosis that was given to her, being at that time adjustment disorder with anxiety.
Now, wait a minute. Let's go back and think about the testimony before. The doctors, one doctor, Dr. Tuff said, I think this is bipolar, trying to talk to her. And Patrick and Lindsay said, no, this is postpartum. They only wanted to hear postpartum. You tell me why they only wanted to hear postpartum. That's the question we should be asking. Here we go. Let's go to trial. Sorry, guys.
Anxiety and depressions, generalized anxiety disorder, major depressive disorder, bipolar disorder 2, postpartum depression, postpartum psychosis, postpartum stress disorder. Those are your words, sir.
Yes.
And that was all in January, wasn't it? Right? Stop saying no.
Are you asking me whether she had all the symptoms of all those disorders in January?
Your word, sir, for late January.
Objection. If we can have the question and response.
Yeah, good. Next question. Go ahead.
Did I just read right what you said in your testimony yesterday?
I'm not understanding your question, Mr. Reddington.
She also had psychotropic medication with adverse reaction. Your words to this jury yesterday.
Yes.
What is psychotropic medication with adverse reaction? What does that mean?
It's pronounced psychotropic. And
sorry?
Okay. It's psychotropic medication is medication that is prescribed to help treat symptoms of mental or emotional disorder. And it helps to improve, hopefully, the symptoms that you experience. And there was another part to your question, I think.
Yeah, it's called adverse.
Yes. These medications are available because for what they're prescribed for, they help most people. They have to go through clinical trials and all sorts of things. But for a few people, there are side effects and what we call adverse reactions, and they don't help. In fact, they might make things worse. And it appeared to me from reviewing the records that for Ms. Clancy, she's one of those few people where the reactions were very different, very poor, they were not the kind of reactions that were designed to have the medication prescribed for and improve the symptoms. She just had sort of the opposite happen.
Look at her. You look at her, sir. Did she have adverse reactions in your mind after you evaluated her, looked at the medical records, and looked at all of the scripts that she had? Do you believe that she had adverse reactions?
Sustained as to the form.
Do you believe that she had adverse reactions?
To the medication that she had been prescribed since September?
Did she have adverse reactions, sir, up to the time of late January when you had no problem answering questions for the DA yesterday? Did she have adverse reactions into late January?
I believe she was having adverse reactions from the time she began taking the medication in October up to and including January.
Do you think that the treatment that she got from Tufts and Gelada was good?
Objection.
Overruled.
I don't know. That's not something that I evaluated as part of my evaluation of Ms. Clancy.
You testified yesterday that he was returning to exercising in December. And then the district attorney followed up and indicated, well, she went to the Kingsbury Club in December. Remember that question?
I don't actually.
No? Do you know what the Kingsbury Club is? It sounds pretty fancy.
I don't actually.
Do you know that it's just an exercise place with a pool? You can bring your kids in a little restaurant?
Once again, I don't know what the Kingsbury Club is.
Well, there's no problem with a woman trying to exercise to try to avoid drugs and try to get herself out of any depressed state that she might be in after having a baby, right? No problem with that.
On the contrary, it's a good idea if she can do it, and it's something that she used exercise all her life to help manage her mood and do better.
One of the questions the DA asked you yesterday is about the manic state or hypomanic state and exercise or things of that nature. And you answered that she did some exercise. Well, she did more than some exercise.
I agree, Leslie.
She had to have talent, didn't she?
She did.
What did she do?
She got up at 4 a.m. She ran 3 miles. She did half an hour on the Peloton, did an exercise class. So she was doing a fair amount of exercise.
How about a road race shortly after she had the baby?
Yes, it's my understanding that she did that too, yes.
During that period of time while she's exercising and running and road races and all the rest, sir, would you agree, sir, that that coincided with the same time that they were involved with the cleaning out of the garage and removing property and selling things? Would you agree with that?
Yes.
Would you agree that at the same time she was doing the beach blanket bingo or whatever it is on television, where she's selling people things like videos and lost money doing it?
What has that got to do with this?
Would I agree what?
Would you agree that she was selling videos online and it turned out that it was a scam and she lost money?
I would agree that she was involved in something like that. I didn't know that she lost her money.
We have the exercise, we have the scam, we have the hypo cleaning, all of that. Would you agree that that is just a little bit indicative of what you said to this jury that you were struggling over, trying to find?
Okay, hang on. We got to stop for just a second and talk about this. None of what she was doing made her manic, made her to be in a psychosis. It's just normal everyday things. The thing he's not talking about is the fact that she exercised all the way up to the day she had the baby. She did. We heard about that already. Another thing about Lindsay Clancy is, listen, it takes a lot of control to get up and do this regimen that she was doing of exercising every day. That takes control. She's a very controlling person. When she can't control the situation, she becomes upset. That's what happened here, in my opinion. Not that my opinion matters, but anyway, let's go back to court. I just wanted to bring that to your attention.
Mania, manic, hypomania. Agree with that?
I would agree that those could be symptoms of a manic episode, which I was having a hard time identifying as she was clearly experiencing something like that. But I did end up with a diagnosis of bipolar 2, and that reflected my thinking that some of those things that Mr. Reddington has just described could be symptoms of a manic disorder, although less serious than a bipolar 1 diagnosis.
Okay. District Attorney asked you about anxiety that you felt that she was suffering. Your answer was, well, if it works.
Objection. Will you approach sidebar?
Sure. Yeah.
Oh, I don't blame her right there. I would have went to sidebar too. All right, let's talk about it for just a second while they're over there discussing and cussing about it. Reddington is trying to tell these jurors something that really isn't true, to be honest with you, because we've all heard the testimony of everybody involved. We know her history. We know what her daily regimen was. So, anyway, I really need to change this. I don't really want to see that, but there's really not much I can do about it. I think after his testimony, we might change our feed so we don't see other people's stuff popping up. So I'm just going to let y'all know that because I don't really like seeing other people's information pop up, but okay, I get it, right? We are using this under fair use, to be honest with you guys. I do need to read my fair use. However, it is on the bottom of the screen right there. As you watch this banner roll by, it's going to give my fair use information. So just think about that. It also lists my Cash App and all that other kind of things. As I said just a few minutes ago, we are working hard to monetize this channel. We cannot do any kind of charity work, etc., until this channel is monetized on YouTube. They don't allow it. So we really need to get it monetized. We are so close. We just need people to watch our lives in their entirety so we get the watch hours required by YouTube. They make it so hard. I know you see these things, oh, I got monetized in 30 days. Hell no, you did not. I don't believe that because I've been working at this for quite a long time. And, what I've seen happen so far is if you are already famous for something else, sure, you get your YouTube channel and people recognize you. And yes, you're going to get faster than somebody like me who's just an empty nester mom who decided to do a YouTube channel. That's all. So anyway, please go back and watch our other lives in their entirety. You might find that you like us. So there you go. I do have a co-host, and when she's not at work, she can come up and help with the shows. Her name is Sprinkled Donut. Her and I do the Little Red Sprinkled Experience, but she does co-host with me. So that just wanted to point that out for a moment while we wait for them to come back from their discussion. Oh, Reddington, let me tell you something. He's doing his job for Lindsay Clancy, but I want to know how many times he has represented somebody in a postpartum psychosis. I want to know that because he's talking to these other witnesses like they don't have the experience to talk about this case. Does he have the experience to talk about this case? That's another question I have. Let's go look. Hang on a second. We're going to pull him up. Okay. Let's see what the answer is. Hang on, guys. Sorry. Yeah. If you mean Kevin Reddington, Lindsay Clancy's defense attorney, he has tried more than 100 murder cases over his career. He's been practicing since 1975, so that's roughly 5 decades of criminal trial. That 100 murder cases figure is not the same as 100 convictions or 100 insanity defense cases. It refers to murder cases he has defended, and his experience includes some very unusual defenses. The question that I'm asking is, how many cases has he done with insanity? Okay, let's ask it. All right. Okay, here's the NGRI. All right, let's see what it tells us. Okay, he's had one clearly documented case resulted from an insanity type defense, and that was Teresa Rogers. This was back in 1989. Now, Reddington successfully argued temporary insanity delusion connected to a battered woman syndrome. There's also Richard Schumann from 1997, involved significant psychiatric evidence and psychiatric evolution, but that is not the same thing as an NGRI verdict. Reddington also represented Michael McDermott, the 2000-2001 Wakefield workplace shooter, where psychiatric illness and potential insanity defense were discussed, but McDermott was ultimately convicted and sentenced to death. Okay. So that tells me he's had really just the one that he was actually able to prove in GRI. All right, here we go. Reddington, you're not going to be able to change this witness's
So,
vision.
District Attorney asked you a question yesterday, sir, and it was in reference to doing things, and I quote, like exercise to complement medication and therapy. And your answer, and I quote, Well, if it works, if it doesn't work for some people. It and the use effectively over the course of their lives, particularly if they have anxiety that might not fully need treatment, but it's something that might interfere your life a little bit. What did you mean by that?
I mean that exercise is something that isn't useful for managing anxiety for some people, but for other people, it's quite useful.
Okay. In reference to determination as to a manic episode. Your response, sir, was that there were times when she felt, as she described it, after the birth of different children, she felt good, she felt on top of the world, she felt really close to them, her husband and her kids and so on, but it's also something that it didn't look like a manic episode, so much that it looked like she was feeling good and getting back into exercise and stuff. That was your answer yesterday. Is that in reference to the struggle that you had to try to get to a manic episode? That's what you said yesterday, right?
Yes. And
the answer is yes. Can I ask him off the transcript for what she can cover?
I'd like to read it.
Okay. When you were talking with her in Tewksbury, either you or the other guy in the hospital, interviewing her one of those 3 days.
Yes.
Let me back up. Would you agree with me, sir, that if a person has a memory while they're in a psychosis, that it's very possible that they could be imagining that they did something, but in fact, the facts, objective facts, would show she didn't?
It's possible that being in an actively psychotic condition could affect the way information is processed, and therefore could affect the accuracy of their memory.
So, for example, she told you that after she slashed her wrists, after she tried to slit her throat, that she used the knife to cut the screen before she threw herself out the window, right?
Yes.
Was the screen cut?
I understand that it was not.
Did that give you?
There are a number of things that I don't think are all that important in terms of memory difficulties and accuracy of memory, and that was one of them.
You recall this morning indicating that you recounted that Lindsay told you that she felt, quote, like it wasn't her, end quote, as though she were watching herself commit the killings, and that she was simply responding to the voice rather than consciously deciding what to do. Do you remember saying that this morning?
I do, yes.
Would you agree that that description is consistent, almost black-letter definition with profound disassociation?
My testimony was...
No. Is that, sir, consistent with profound disassociation?
No, it is consistent.
So the answer is no. The answer is no?
Well, I was about to give the rest
I'm sure
of the
you
answer.
were, but the answer is no, is what you're saying, right? I just read to you what you testified to this jury this morning, right? Did I?
You used...
Hello, did I read what your words were this morning?
I don't remember exactly what my words were this morning.
If Dr. Helbrin told this jury that when Lindsay was talking to you and or Mac in the hospital, she felt, and I quote, like it wasn't her, as though she were watching herself commit the killings, and that she was simply responding to the voice rather than consciously deciding what to do, end quote. Question is, would you agree, sir, that watching oneself is consistent with disassociation?
Disassociation that is peritraumatic, which is what I testified.
So the answer is yes?
Well, you said profound dissociation, okay, so the answer was no.
Last time I knocked out profound. I'm just asking.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
With disassociation.
It is consistent with peritraumatic dissociation.
Okay.
Yes.
And briefly, what is disassociation?
Dissociation is sort of the sense that you are removed from yourself. You're not feeling like yourself. It's something like you're in a position where your sense of time and your sense of self are altered, and it's also the sort of thing where you don't feel as if it's you anymore. Sometimes you feel as though you're watching a body that's you, but it's not really you.
And at disassociation, you'd agree, in the DSM, using that book, is in fact defined as an altered mental state. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And would you agree with me that in your evaluations of Lindsay, after you guys had the chance to speak to her and consider all of the documentation, your opinion ended up, using your words, being in your mind two possible explanations? We talked about that, right?
Yes, we did.
Okay. And then you indicated that there were some possible things that made me believe that there was severe mental illness involved, right?
Yes, there were.
And there was severe mental illness involved, right?
There were some possible things that made me think that it might have been a psychotic episode.
Right, but there were severe mental illnesses involved here, right?
Yes, there were.
Okay.
It's just a question of which kind.
Semantics.
Yes.
You talked about thought broadcasting, right?
Yes, I did.
And thought broadcasting, sir, would be if somebody hears a voice and is concerned that somebody else might have heard it, right?
No.
Okay. Well,
thought broadcasting.
That's what thought broadcasting is. Are you aware that Lindsay Clancy indicated to anybody that she was hearing or having these intrusive thoughts in her mind? Yes or no?
Yes.
Did she indicate that she was afraid that people could read her mind or knew what these thoughts were or whatever they were in her mind, intrusive thoughts?
She was afraid of that, and so one of the reasons that I asked her about the difference between hallucinations.
All right, hold on, please.
I can't be more clear, Judge.
All right, and then if the Commonwealth wants to follow up, they'll be able to do that.
All right.
Go ahead.
Did she, according to Dr. Helburn's review, all the information in all the hours of time?
Yes.
Determined that she was afraid people could read her thoughts or knew what her intrusive dark thoughts were?
Yes.
Who did she say that? Just who?
Well, she said it to me.
Okay.
She said it to Dr. Mack.
Yeah, I'm sure she said it to Mac too. Put you guys aside. Who else, like people, normal people, did she say that to? Not that you're not normal, but I mean people like friends or family or citizens or whatever.
I believe she said it to Patrick,
Okay.
and she may have said it to others as well.
She may have said it to others as well.
I don't remember who else she said it to, but she said it to Patrick.
Well, how can you come in here and testify about a young lady that is saying to people that she's having thoughts that are intrusive and dark and that she's worried that other people are reading her mind and know about it, and you don't even know who she said it to?
No, overruled.
One of the things that she said is that her thoughts were kind of intrusive and loud, and I mean that sort of thing. And one of the things that she said was that she thought that because of that, other people might be hearing them or might know what they were.
Like even worried about dropping little Cora off at the school, and she was afraid that the teachers could hear her voices or thoughts. Read that.
I did read that, and that's one of the reasons I asked her for the difference.
Right, but when I asked you if there were any, it's a memory, that there was another person that she was concerned about.
Yes, I believe that's right, yes.
How about her friends? Do you recall her telling her friends that she was worried the teachers being able to read her thoughts?
I do not.
You indicated yesterday that one of the concerns or one of the issues or possibilities was at the time of the killings was acute psychosis, right?
I thought one of the possible
explanations. I don't want to let you run off, sir.
No, Counsel, next question.
Do you agree, sir, that you testified yesterday that at the time of the killings, one of the possible concerns that you had was whether or not there was an acute psychosis?
One of the possible explanations for her motivation and her state.
So the answer is yes, right?
Objection.
No, overruled.
That's what you said yesterday, right?
Not exactly the way you phrased it, and that's what I'm responding to.
Thank you.
Yesterday, sir, you were asked, the next part of the evidence or what you saw against acute psychosis, and you referenced this discussion of whether this was postpartum. So let's stop there for a minute. Again, you know that postpartum is not a diagnosis, right?
I do know that, yes.
Okay. But the reason that it was not, as you put it, postpartum is because she was about 8 months away from having given birth to Calvin, right?
Yes.
And most of the explanations from the authorities, like DSM-5, would point to maybe 1 month after birth, or maybe give a little bit, maybe 2 months after birth, or something like that. That's what you said yesterday.
Yes.
And what's that based on in Dr. Heldman's mind? What's that cutoff about? 1 month, maybe 2?
It's based on what DSM-5 says, or the Cleveland Clinic actually said 6 to 8 weeks, if you look at their website. So it's based on accepted authority within the field.
Is the World Health Organization accepted authority in the field?
It's one accepted authority, yes.
Okay, what do they say?
I don't know what they say.
Would you be surprised if I told you they say up to a year that a woman can be experiencing postpartum psychosis, postpartum depression, up to a year or even longer?
There are different kinds of outcomes and time periods that different organizations
I'm not asking
use.
about time periods. I'm asking about the World Health Organization cutoff for a woman with postpartum depression or psychosis. What's the time frame?
Well, I don't know.
And then you indicated, now it could be something else, and there was certainly some stuff that I saw that were symptoms of depression and other sorts of things that she experienced in January, but it was, given the time, it was less likely, I thought, to be postpartum. What did you mean by that?
I meant that she was 8 months after giving birth to Callan, and if you look at two sources of authority, which I relied on, the DSM-5 and the Cleveland Clinic, then neither one of those would suggest that postpartum was the more likely explanation as opposed to something else.
So, if we put aside the DSM, when was the DSM? Strike that. Would you agree that the DSM virtually only mentions the whole concept of postpartum psychosis, postpartum depression, 2 paragraphs?
I would agree that they don't consider it to be a mental diagnosis in the same sense that other diagnostic areas are described in that manual.
Okay. Think that should change?
Objection.
No, overruled.
Do I think it should change?
Yeah, you.
The way I look at this is that the DSM-5 and the Cleveland Clinic and the World Health Organization reflect different outcomes. And I think that one of the things that they do on the conservative end is to reflect something that is basically a month, a month or 2 months, and something else on the very extended end is a good bit longer. I think it depends on a number of things in terms of how it changes, and I'm not in a position to offer an informed opinion on that, really.
Obviously.
Ooh,
It'll be stricken.
ugly. Thank you.
Doctor, if Clancy had a genuine command hallucination, which in fact did cause her to feel compelled to carry out the killing of her children in herself, would you agree that she lacks substantial capacity to conform her conduct to the requirements of the law? If in fact that was a genuine command hallucination that she believed?
That would depend on a number of things. It would depend, for example.
Let's not go through a number of things. So your answer is no?
Thank you, Cinderella.
And my answer would be it depends.
Okay, so it depends.
Next question.
Would you agree, sir, that in December of 2022, and she told you that at that time frame she had these thoughts that were in her head that would, quote, pop into her head, intrusive thoughts that included that her brain was damaged and that she had to kill herself? And she told you that, right?
She did.
Do you believe that she was telling you the truth, sir?
Yes.
There is a difference between thoughts and command hallucination. We have already discussed.
I stand corrected in one regard, sir. This morning I started off my questions by asking you about 49 years ago when you published an article on postpartum psychosis, and you agreed. You were in college or something. But in fact, it was not postpartum psychosis. It was about schizophrenia, wasn't it?
I'd have to think back 49 years, but I think that's right. Yes.
Transcripts of interviews with 32 schizophrenic patients, 15 male, 17 female, all with primary and secondary paranoid symptom, all were edited only to delusion-relevant material. Does that refresh your memory, sir?
It does.
Okay, so it wasn't postpartum psychosis. You've never written about postpartum psychosis, right?
That's right.
Okay. So finally, sir, would you agree, and if you don't, just say, no, I don't agree. Postpartum depression. Are there tests that can be administered to? I'm not talking about a guy who's upset about his job. I'm talking about a woman who's just had a baby, who's going through the postpartum period, exhibiting signs of depression and or psychosis, okay?
Yes.
All right. Would you agree with me? A person can complain that they're less able to laugh or see the funny side of their life. Is that a symptom, sir, if you know?
Are you asking me if that's a symptom of postpartum depression specifically or depression more generally?
Oh, no, I'm asking you about postpartum depression, sir. That's what I'm talking about now.
All right.
Okay. Do you agree that a patient would complain that they're less able to laugh and see the funny side of life?
That's a symptom of depression.
All right, you're going to tell me it's a symptom of depression constantly. My question is, do you agree that it's a symptom of postpartum depression?
Yes.
Okay. Not looking forward to things.
And let me just say...
Oh, no, I don't want to let you do anything. Can you just tell me if stopping looking forward to things is a complaint that is common to postpartum depression?
Yes.
Anxious and worried for no good reason?
Yes.
And Lindsay complained of anxiety and being worried for no good reason constantly, right?
Yes.
She blamed herself for a lot of things in her life. Isn't that right?
She did, yes.
And she was not looking forward to the future. She was not happy with her life in the sense of the way she felt and wanted to go back to the way she was, right?
That's right.
How about complain? When I say complain, I don't mean complaining. It's just that's the language you guys use. Complained about overwhelmed. Her day is overwhelming.
Yes.
So unhappy that she would cry constantly.
Yes.
Sad and miserable.
Yes.
Thoughts of harming herself, which is, according to the Mass Department of Mental Health, a flag in and of itself. She had thoughts of harming herself, right?
She did.
Okay, so those are all of the postpartum depression symptoms that a person can have, according to Mass General Hospital's 3-year review of postpartum depression and psychosis. So she hit all of these symptoms, right?
Those are symptoms of postpartum depression. They're also symptoms of depression.
I don't
broadly.
care what I'm asking you, sir, are the symptoms of postpartum depression.
Yes.
All right. And there's a tool that psychologists can use with a woman who's coming to a doctor for help because of the symptoms of postpartum depression. Is that correct?
Yes.
And what is that tool?
I don't know what the tool is, but I'm sure there is a measure of it. Yes. Of postpartum depression.
Okay. Have you ever used that measure?
I have not.
Have you ever read about it?
Possibly.
Do you even know what it is?
I don't know what it is.
How about postpartum psychosis, sir? Same study. Hearing voices or a voice commanding a person to act. That's in the DSM, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Command hallucinations, yes.
Delusional beliefs or distorted reality is a symptom that a person can complain of, right?
Delusional beliefs, yes, or
And
fixed false
distorted
beliefs,
reality.
yes.
Yeah, it's just next statement. Confused, disorganized thinking. She had that, right? It's in your report, I think, that she was baking or making a pie or something and forgot where she was.
She was having trouble with memory, attention, and concentration.
All right. Anxious and worried for no good, strike that, apologize. Severe sleep deprivation, she had that, right?
Yes.
Rapid mood swings, she had that, right?
Not sure she had that.
Well, how about the time that Patrick told you that she would repeatedly find herself in the living room on the sofa and bury her head in the pillow and rock back and forth, crying hysterically?
When you said mood swings, that implies that at one moment feeling down and sad and depressed, and in another moment you're feeling quite differently. So
right, and
I don't see that the mood swings she had.
Oh, all right, go ahead.
Go ahead, Doctor.
Yeah, I don't see that she was experiencing mood swings so much as she was experiencing symptoms of sadness and feeling down and lack of motivation, which are symptoms of depression.
What is akathisia? AKASTHESIA, I believe.
Yeah, I'd have to look that one up.
Oh, okay. Feeling overwhelmed. She felt overwhelmed?
She did, yes.
Not herself, family seeing the change? Obviously, right?
Repeat the question, please.
Yeah, not herself. Semicolon, family seeing the change.
Yes, correct.
Right. Lord knows. I mean, the mother-in-law, the father-in-law, her mother, her father, her husband, neighbors, people could see the change in her, right?
Yes, they could.
Okay. Continuing on with postpartum psychosis. Not herself, thoughts of harming her children. That's a big red flag, isn't it?
Yes.
Okay. Thoughts of suicide. She complained of that, right?
Correct.
Poor insight. She had poor insight at the end of January, didn't she?
I would not say she had poor insight. No, I think she understood pretty much where she was and the difficulty she was having and was aware of a number of things about that.
That's all I have, Your Honor. Thank you.
Attorney Sprague.
Thank you, Your Honor. Doctor, those symptoms that Attorney Reddington just read you about postpartum depression, are those also symptoms for general depression?
They're symptoms for general depression. They are to some extent symptoms of major depression, which is a more extreme example, a more extreme version of general depression. And there are also symptoms of bipolar disorder and bipolar 2. And I thought at the end of this evaluation that her correct diagnosis was bipolar 2.
And why was that?
One of the reasons, as I testified yesterday, is that she has been in Tewksbury for 3.5 years, and that is her diagnosis of record, bipolar disorder. But what that indicates to me is that having had the chance to see her, prescribe medications, and do a number of things, that they really think that she has a mood disorder of a fluctuating kind, a bipolar sort, as opposed to a major depression or some other kind of disorder.
Now, you were asked by defense counsel about the fact that you interviewed Ms. Clancy a little over 3 years after she killed her children. And your testimony was it's better to interview the person as soon as possible, right?
Correct.
But you were able to watch Dr. Resnick's interview of the defendant about 3.5 months after the incident happened, correct?
Yes.
And you were able to review all of her records leading up to when she killed the children and then after she killed the children all the way up to present day, correct?
Yes.
Is that something that you typically have when you do these forensic reviews, that much information, medical history and information on a patient?
I had more records information in this case than I have ever had in my career.
And so, also, were you aware that you weren't allowed to interview the defendant until the court gave permission?
I really wasn't. I didn't know how the process worked.
But as soon as you were informed that you could meet with the defendant, you did, correct?
Yes.
And the fact that you had all of these resources, the records, the prior interviews, the recorded interviews of witnesses, the criminal file, the collateral interviews that you did that in any way aid you in overcoming whatever deficits you might have had in interviewing her 3 years later?
It did, yes.
And how so?
Because of how extensive the records were from different people, different observations, times, they in effect created something that I would have tried to do myself if there had been fewer records available. So I would have tried, for example, to...
I'm going to object to what he would have done.
No, overruled.
I would have tried to conduct a number of collateral interviews. I would have tried to go out and get some of the records myself if they'd not been available and provided to me. Usually I have to work a lot harder to get 10% of the records that I had in this case.
And you were provided with her complete psychiatric history from September through present day, correct?
I was.
Now, you were asked about being retained by our office and speaking to the prosecutors in the case. Did anyone from my office or myself or Ms. Buckingham ever tell you what your decision or what your evaluation should say in this case? And did we ever put any pressure on you in any way, shape, or form to come out on what defense counsel calls our side?
No.
And he also asked you about your interview itself with the defendant. At any point in time, was your conversation with Ms. Clancy hostile or aggressive or rude in any way?
No.
Did she ever ask you to stop and say she couldn't do it any longer?
She did not.
In fact, she declined a break at one point in time, correct?
For one of the days, yes. That was the third day.
Prior to reading the records in this case, did you form an opinion as to what her criminal responsibility was?
No. In fact, I worked very hard to avoid forming any kind of opinion until very late in the process when I'd had the chance to go through all the records, do the 3 days of evaluation, do the collateral interviews, and get everything I could have, because that's the kind of thing that helps you handle what's been referred to as confirmation bias, which is starting out with a good idea or a conclusion and then being drawn to the things that support that and avoiding the things that don't.
Would an example of confirmation bias be giving a press conference in which you diagnose a patient before you even do an evaluation of that patient? And finding that same diagnosis that you initially made?
Well, an example of that would be saying before you had ever met with somebody that I have a diagnosis, and then meeting with them, and then possibly resulting in your providing that diagnosis. So it could well be an influence of associated with confirmation bias.
Now, you were asked about the defendant telling you that she didn't like to leave the children, and how that was how that impacted your evaluation of the defendant. And I think you were cut off on your answer. So if you could just tell us what you saw in terms of, or heard from the defendant in terms of her not wanting to leave her children, and how that impacted or influenced your evaluation.
That was an important consideration.
Objection. It's not responsive.
No, I'll go ahead.
If you could answer.
Yeah. That was an important consideration, because one of the things that would go through your mind if you decided to take your own life would be something very important to you, like your children. And over a number of years and in a number of different...
Sorry?
This is way outside the scope of cross-examination.
No, I would allow this. Go ahead.
Over a number of years and in a number of different contexts, she didn't like to leave the kids. So the question might be, if you were possibly inclined to think about taking your own life, what would happen with the kids? And would they suffer without you? And could other people take care of them? And that turned out to be something that I thought was consistent with not wanting to leave your kids and not wanting them to suffer and so on. It all went together in how she thought about her own kids, felt about her own kids.
You were also asked by defense counsel in cross-examination about the defendant's concerns about taking Zoloft while breastfeeding. Do you recall in your interview with the defendant when she mentioned that as a result of her practice in labor and delivery as a nurse, she was aware that millions of pregnant women and postpartum women took Zoloft with no problem?
I do not recall that, no.
But that would be in your interview if it happened?
Yes.
Now, defense counsel asked you about your answer from direct testimony about all of the prescriptions and the different doctors being confusing. But being confusing was your description of of seeing all that information, not the defendant's description, correct?
Yes, that's right.
And could you explain that and how it was confusing, in what way?
She had a number of diagnoses that people assigned to her, a number of symptoms. And one of the things that she experienced is that people were saying that she had something pretty minor, adjustment disorder with anxiety or adjustment disorder with mild depression or things like that, all the way up to things that were really major and really severe, postpartum psychosis, that sort of thing. And there were a number of things in between. So she was not sure what they were saying, and she was not sure they were prescribing the right medication for her. And even if it was something that she experienced, whether she was reacting badly to that medication. So that's basically my understanding, that there were a lot of things that people said, mental health care providers. Some of them were pretty minor as far as what was wrong with her, and some of them were not minor.
And in terms of the defendant being unsure about the effects the medication was having on her, she expressed a specific concern about Seroquel, correct?
Yes.
And what was her concern about Seroquel?
It was giving her big problems with sleeping, and she thought that part of the numbness and not being able to feel and that sort of thing was associated with that medication as well. So she thought it was really affecting her badly.
And after she went to McLean Hospital, she was no longer on any of those medications that she had been on from September through December, correct?
Correct.
And she had been weaned off the Seroquel in particular, correct?
Yes.
And so after leaving McLean Hospital, the two medications she was on upon discharge was trazodone and Valium, correct?
Yes.
Now, you were asked about thought broadcasting and the defendant thinking that people could hear her thoughts. And you said that there was some difference there between thought broadcasting and what the defendant explained to you was happening. Could you tell us what she said to you in your interview and how that impacted your evaluation?
Yes, she said that they were thoughts. They were unwelcome and intrusive thoughts, but they were thoughts just like many people would have. And if they were particularly insistent, or they were particularly vivid thoughts, then you might think that, oh, people can pick this up from what I'm experiencing. But that is not a psychotic symptom, having vivid thoughts. On the other hand, if you hear a voice like somebody might hear my voice, it's an external sort of a thing, then that is very likely a psychotic symptom. And so I tried to ask her to describe the difference between the two and specify whether it was an external voice, which would have been an hallucination, or an internal thought, which would have been an unwelcome, intrusive thought. And she said, except for on January 24th, what she was experiencing were thoughts rather than hallucinations.
Internal thoughts versus external auditory hallucinations. Is that right?
Yes.
Now, defense counsel asked you if before all of these medications and before all the treatment, if Lindsay Clancy was a happy woman. But didn't she go to Dr. Tufts in the first place because she was struggling?
She was anxious about returning to work. She had been having a very good time with her family that summer, but as the fall approached and Patrick's paternity leave expired and she was thinking about returning to work and scheduled to return to work, that made her anxious.
And so it's not as if Dr. Tufts went to her home randomly and handed her a prescription. She actually went to Dr. Tufts with some mental health concerns, and Dr. Tufts treated her, correct?
Yes.
And from your review of the records and from everything that you've learned in this case, including your interviews with her, is it accurate that Ms. Clancy never told any of her providers, any of her medical providers, or any of the hospitals that she visited that she had thoughts of harming her children?
That is my recollection, that she did not share that information with any mental health providers.
And in your review of the records for Dr. Tufts, nurse practitioner Delata, mental health workers Letitia Dukes, and also at McLean Hospital, isn't it true, isn't it accurate that in all of those records, it indicates the defendant denied suicidal ideation, denied homicidal ideation, denied auditory hallucinations, denied visual hallucinations, except for saying that she felt suicidal in December?
Yes, that is accurate.
And isn't it accurate that throughout those records, they all document, all those providers document that there are no signs or symptoms of psychosis that are either observable or that she reported?
Yes, that is accurate.
Now, you were asked about her visit to women and infants in Rhode Island, and defense counsel asked you if they refused to help her and told her to leave. But they did offer to help her, didn't they? They offered her 3 different programs. Isn't that correct?
Yes, they referred her elsewhere to programs that they thought were more appropriate for what was wrong with her.
And reading from page 9 of Exhibit 220 in the records, It states, currently she is complaining of insomnia and mental numbness, which she attributes to taking Seroquel. She desires to down titrate the Seroquel and work on getting better sleep. Because her symptoms occurred late in postpartum period and are not clearly related to perinatal factors, the patient was advised that the WIH-DHP, which would be the Women and Infants Hospital postpartum program, is not a suitable treatment facility for her. This was discussed with both patient and husband, and both are in agreement with this. Patient's husband feels strongly that patient has been over-medicated and misdiagnosed. Patient was offered several options for her, including inpatient treatment for medication management, a partial hospitalization program focused on general mental health, or continued outpatient management. Patient plans to follow up with her outpatient provider for guidance, correct?
Yes.
And so it was Patrick who said that she was over-medicated, correct?
Well, he was one of the two of them who said that. She also thought that she was over-medicated.
But the people at Women and Infants Hospital, the ones who are doing the evaluation, don't say in their diagnosis that she was over-medicated. They list adverse drug effects, correct?
They listed rule out adverse drug effects.
And what does it mean when they write in a diagnosis, rule out adverse drug effects?
It means it's possible, but it has yet to be confirmed.
And there's nowhere in the diagnosis any doctor or mental health professional saying that she was, in fact, over-medicated, correct? In the diagnosis portion here?
Oh, of women and infants?
Yes, I'm sorry, women and infants.
Yes, I did not see anything like that.
And is there a difference between being over-medicated and having adverse drug effects?
Well, I think you're asking a medical question right now, and I'm a psychologist, not a medical professional, so I don't think I'm going to answer that.
Okay. Now, in the diagnosis, you stated earlier that there was general anxiety disorder, correct?
Among the diagnoses, yes.
And depression unspecified, rule out due to adverse drug effects, correct?
Yes.
So that means depression, but you have to look further into it to rule out or rule in whether or not the medication's having an effect.
Yes.
So that's not sure. That's not saying she's depressed because of the medication, correct?
They was just saying it's possible. Need to look into it.
And in this, what I just read to you, the defendant was telling them that she thought it was the Seroquel and she wanted to titrate down, meaning slowly go off of the medication, correct?
Yes.
And then she went to Dr. Tufts after this and to nurse practitioner Gelada. And nurse practitioner Gelada actually gave her a prescription to titrate down, correct?
Yes.
Exactly what the defendant was looking for, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
You were asked by defense counsel about the defendant getting worse and worse and worse. But was that between September and December, or was that in January?
It didn't begin until October when she began taking the medication. And she seemed to get worse and worse into November and December. And then following her discharge from McLean on January 5th, she seemed to be somewhat improved in different ways, including her sleep was better and her mood was slightly better and things like that. So if I had to describe it, it was worse from October into November into December, and then somewhat better and somewhat improving in January.
And you were asked by defense counsel about, you had mentioned cognitive behavioral therapy might be something that someone would look into, and he asked you if that was on the patient to do that, correct?
Yes, I think that's right.
Were you aware that there are searches on the defendant's cell phone where he looked up cognitive behavioral therapy or CBT therapy?
Yes.
And so she was actively engaging in her treatment and looking up that type of therapy, correct?
That was one of a number of things that she was searching for information on and looking for, yes.
And despite searching for information on it and looking for, she never made an appointment, to your knowledge, for that type of therapy?
To my knowledge, she did not.
you were asked about peritraumatic disassociation, about how a person feels outside of their body watching what they're doing. Did I describe that accurately?
Yes.
And in that scenario where someone might be experiencing that during a traumatic event, does that mean they're not in control of what they're doing?
No, it doesn't mean that. It means it kind of influences their perception and their memory and so on, but it doesn't completely remove their self-control.
You were asked about psychosis and whether someone in psychosis would automatically act on a command hallucination and said not be responsible, and you said it depends.
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes.
Why does it depend?
Because symptoms of psychosis, including command hallucinations, don't necessarily take away your knowledge, your understanding, or your self-control. They can in some instances, but in other instances, they don't. And one of the things that people do to try to retain more control is things like distracting themselves, praying, doing other things that that basically make a difference in terms of supporting and boosting their self-control. And so there's no automatic connection between any mental disorder, including psychotic mental disorders, and the legal standard for knowing that something is wrong or conforming one's conduct to the requirements of the law. That's why we go through all this in such detail.
Well, next question.
Doctor, can someone who is experiencing psychosis with a command hallucination, can that person know the difference between right and wrong?
Yes.
It's way outside the scope of
Next
question.
question.
And can someone who is experiencing psychosis conform their behavior to the law?
Same objection.
No, overruled.
In some cases, they can, yes.
And is that what you were talking about just a few moments ago, when someone can be in a state of psychosis, hearing a command telling them to do something, and they try to avoid doing what they're told to do?
Yes.
And you gave some examples, but someone trying to distract themselves with music or something like that, correct?
Yes.
I'm going to stop objecting, but I have a standing objection to the leading judge. This is my objection.
All right. It's redirect. I'll allow Commonwealth to use a leading question to direct the witness to a certain area of inquiry, and then just non-leading questions at that point.
I have nothing further. Thank you.
All right.
Couple of things, sir. First of all, counsel was asking you a question about the inconsistent statement or what have you. You indicated, sir, if I stand corrected, you administered a test, the MMPI, to her, right?
Yes, I did.
And one of the sub categories. No, she asked about inconsistent statements.
No, yeah, overruled.
Is the K scale or the lie scale, right? Yes or no? Just please, yes or no.
The MMPI does have a K scale.
Okay.
And it does have an L scale.
That measures if a person, to you as the administering psychologist, is bluntly lying, right?
No.
Okay. Does it also, in your testing, determine if the person is exaggerating their symptoms?
Yes, it's
Okay.
much closer
yes.
to that.
This is yes, thank you. And when you administered the test to Lindsay, close to 3 years later, you indicated that it was the fact that it was late that you administered the test. It was testing her at the time it was administered, right?
That's right.
And one of the things that, the results, by the way, if I understand, looking at your transcript of testimony, is regardless of all of your explanations about MMPI and the other logical testing, she was not elevated on anything except for suicide scale, right?
That's correct.
Okay. So she wasn't, according to the testing you administered when you saw her with Mac, exaggerating, lying, malingering, anything like that, right?
That's correct.
Okay. And one of the things that you did in your report, sir, is regarding the lying or the malingering, is you made reference to, I believe, Dr. Resnick, Philip Resnick. You know him, right?
I do.
He's a significant authority in the field of filicide. Is that right?
He is.
And Dr. Resnick indicated, sir, that his opinion as to the lack of malingering, and as well as yours, right?
Yes, he did.
Okay. And you made reference to one of Dr. Resnick's articles, actually, in your report, correct?
Some of his research on...
The answer is yes. We can make this easy. The answer is yes. Did you look at and cite Dr. Philip Resnick's research report?
His research, yes,
Okay.
I did.
And are you aware, sir, that what you cited is outdated? Are you familiar with the 2012 article by Dr. McCarthy Jones collaborating with Dr. Resnick talking about the largest study of hallucinations ever conducted in the world?
I'm aware that as a researcher, you build on some of the things.
No, not what researchers do. Are you aware of that report?
No.
Okay. Are you aware, sir, that that study was after the report that you cited in your report, and it involved 191 individuals who were asked almost 400 questions about auditory hallucinations? You aware of that?
No.
And are you aware, sir, that in fact it was determined that auditory hallucinations can come from within and it can come from without in that report? You're not aware of that, right?
No.
No?
No.
Okay. Only other thing, there's been a lot of talk about how you had to wait, took a while, you had to get court orders to visit with Lindsay to conduct your investigation, right?
Yes.
Okay. You're not suggesting or trying to leave with this jury that it was me or my office that interfered or impeded. I think the question was that you were unable to see her. I had nothing to do with that, right?
Objection. The sidebar.
No.
Yeah, come on.
Well. What do we think so far? We think Stompy's upset because I think he is upset. I really don't like this cross, you know. You're right, Leslie, he sure did. I was like, thank God, shut him down. I mean, you know, not every doctor is going to know every damn study that's came out. There's no way every doctor's going to know every study that came out. And I'm going to tell you how it looks to me, based on watching all of them. The defensive experts are practicing pay to play, giving them what they want. And the prosecutors, experts, may also be doing the same thing. So that is very confusing to the general public and to the jury. So that's just something we need to think about. Let's see. I have a friend that had a camping accident hitting his head on a tree when we were teens, and he had auditory hallucinations for a couple of years, but recovered by the time we were 18. I'm so glad you recovered, Brianna. Thank you for telling us about this. I guess that would mean that if you have them for a while, you can't actually overcome that and not have them anymore. You don't always have to have them, right? So I think that's very interesting. I just think when this case goes to the jury, be ready to sit and wait and wait and wait. It's going to be days. I don't know how they could make a quick decision based on everything we've heard. So we'll see what happens when they come back. Oh, good. You know what? By the way, we're going to, by this, we may skip the lunch thing. We might not even have to do it because it's already 12:05 Texas, which is 1:05 Massachusetts, but we're running a little bit behind. So we may not even have to wait through lunch. I think we can just bypass lunch and go right into the next session. Here we go. Yeah. It's about time the judge has stopped Tommy from doing what he was doing. Thank you, Pam. Thank you, Pam. I appreciate that. It's hard to, I know he's passionate. I know he's passionate about what he's doing. And I respect that out of the attorneys. I do. But, it's just kind of funny how he reacts versus how the prosecution reacts. But all in all, we absolutely respect every member of the court, the jury, and the defense and prosecution team. They are just doing their job. But you know what? I think if Lindsay would have chose an attorney that, see, this is why I wanted to change. We're going to change the stream here in a little bit. If she would have chosen an attorney that absolutely had don't subscribe to that one. Please like, share, subscribe to this one. Thank you so much. But if Lindsay would have hired an attorney who had previously tried the same exact type of case, she might be faring better.
All right. Well, members of the jury, we're going to take the afternoon recess at this point. We'll come back, call off a call their last witness. So during lunch, you know the drill. Don't talk about it. Don't read about it. Don't listen to it. Get it out of your head. I'll have you back here at 2 o'clock. Okay? Thank you.
Okay.
Court, all right.
Okay. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to go out and find first off, I'm going to find a new feed because I don't like the way that's showing up right there. So let me go over here and do this. I'm trying to find the news stations that's covering it. Okay. All right. Now hang on a second because we're going to, let me share my screen. Okay, it's on there. Let me fix this. All right. Got to make this bigger. All right. Now let's see. So they may still be at lunch. I'm not sure, but it should move pretty fast. That's a good question, Cinderella, and I would like to know the answer to that. How many attorneys have actually represented somebody that's claiming not guilty by reason of insanity because of postpartum depression, postpartum psychosis? I would like to know that question. I'd like to know the answer. That's a good question. Thank you. Look at him. He looks so, he did look so mad. He certainly did. I mean, I've always really thought if your attorney does not have a passion towards you and is not really interested in what he's representing, he's not doing a good job. I think that Reddington is doing a good job for what he is defending. And I can see he's worked hard on this case. I absolutely have. I can see it. Okay, hang on a minute. All right. Yeah. Yeah, it is a good question. Let me see if I can find anything related to that. Hang on. Let's take a look over here. Here we go. We're going to ask it how many. Can we get a look at here? I'm going to ask the question just like that. How many lawyers? Okay, let's see what it tells us. Oops. Okay, let me see if we can get an answer to that. Hang on just a second, guys. Okay, here's the question. Which defense lawyers have actually handled cases where a mother was found in GRI or not criminally responsible because of postpartum psychosis? There are several important examples. Number one, George Parnham, which he represented Andrea Yates. Now, he represented Andrea Yates in her 2006 retrial, where she was found not guilty by reason of insanity after killing her 5 children. The defense centered on severe postpartum psychosis and schizophrenia. Okay. The next one was Michelle Remington in Vermont. Her case is particularly striking. She killed her 6-week-old son in attempted suicide. 4 psychiatrists agreed that she had postpartum psychosis, and the prosecution and defense ultimately agreed to an NGRI resolution without the conditional trial. And I will agree 100% that was correct. Her baby was only 6 weeks old, not 8 months old, almost 9 months old. So a case involving March postpartum psychosis with command hallucinations. The judge learned that the defendant had been diagnosed with postpartum psychosis and was experiencing command auditory hallucinations, telling her to kill her child. She was ultimately found in GRI. Well, let me see what that case was. There is actually a significant academic review of these cases. Now, researchers identified 34 infanticide cases involving mental state defenses. Among the cases they examined, roughly 46% in the McNaughton jurisdictions and 43% in the model penal code jurisdictions resulted in NGR findings. Importantly, the successful NGR cases generally involved actual psychosis rather than postpartum depression alone. And this is where Reddington is different, okay? It says there's no evidence that Kevin Reddington has previously tried an NGR case specifically involving postpartum psychosis. His famous prior mental state case was Teresa Rogers, which involved a temporary insanity or battered woman defense, not postpartum. So for Lindsay Clancy, Reddington has experience with insanity mental state defenses, but the evidence I can find does not establish that he has previously taken a postpartum psychosis NGRI case to a verdict. And that's significant because Andrea Yates is probably the closest precedent to what the Clancy defense is asking the jury to do. The major difference is that Clancy's defense has to persuade the Massachusetts jury that she lacked criminal responsibility at the precise time, stumbling a little bit, at the precise time of the killings. While the prosecution is arguing she was severely mentally ill, but nevertheless she understood what she was doing. Her current prosecution expert, Kirk Helbrin, specifically disputes that she was experiencing acute psychosis. So there we go. There's our answer to the question. It was a wonderful question, Cinderella. Now, does the internet or Chat GPT have all the answers? I'm going to say probably not. It does make mistakes. Right. Okay. Let's see. In my opinion, he was badgering the last witness. I believe you. I agree. He was badgering that witness because he does not like the witness's answer. All right, let's go see, guys. Okay. I'm trying to get this to go on up. We're only a little bit behind. We're not much. So it will, they're taking a break. We won't see the whole hour break because we're behind at least 35 or 40 minutes, and that's okay. I'm fine with that. If we can get past not having to take a long break, that would be great. But yeah, I agree with you. He was 100% badgering that witness. Now let's go back over here. Oops, let me see. Okay, let's go back over here. Okay, back on my right feed over here. All messages. All right, we're good. Okay, there we go. So we'll just sit and wait for a few minutes because we know that they did the lunch, and I'm pretty sure it's almost over. So, I'm going to go check another one. Hang on. But really, there's not that many lawyers. No, there's not many lawyers that have had an NGRI with postpartum psychosis or known cases of it. Now, there's probably a lot of them where, based on the evidence, the prosecution team decided to get a plea offer out to the person. If the thing about it is, if the prosecutors know they cannot win the case, they're not going to take it to trial. They feel very strongly that they can win this case with the evidence that they have. Because the one thing prosecution doesn't want is for their numbers. Like, they don't want their numbers to show any trial that they lost the case in. They don't want that. They want 100%. Hang on, guys. Let me check something. They don't want to have any losses on their record. Period. Hang on a second, guys. Let me go over here and look at something. Okay. Look, come on down. Over here. Okay. Let's go and see if they have came back someplace else. Let's look. Okay. Okay, just a second, guys. Let me see. Yeah. I'll get it this way, Oh, come on. Why is my phone doing this? It's like it's wanting to be stuck at some place. Don't do that right now. No. I don't know if any of you have an iPhone 15, but I'm going to tell you something. It is the worst iPhone that was ever made. It gets super hot. And then it kind of sticks. You got to turn it off and turn it back on in order to clear it, which is so damn ridiculous. And it makes me so angry. My husband's like, well, just go get another one. I'm like, no, I'm not going to just go get another one. I mean, it's not to the point where I can't use it. It's just an annoyance, and it's a really good annoyance. So if you are looking to buy a new iPhone, do not buy the iPhone 15. It's the worst one they've made. So let me go over here and see if I can go right there. Lindsay Clancy, day 20. Oh my God. All right, I'm going to have to type it in. Okay. I know it's kind of boring to sit here. I know it. I don't like it either. I need to figure out what the difference is in our time. Okay. Day 20. Search. All right, let's see. I'm not going to get another iPhone. I'm so disappointed in mine. Me neither. I would not go back and buy another iPhone. I've decided that too. I'm like, no point in it. No point in it at all. So let me see what time they went to lunch here. Let me look at the timing. So at 1:15:29, and then they come back at why is that? That one's not even caught up. Are you telling me that some of these channels also are not on the same? Let's see. Okay, not that one. Okay, I don't think that they are necessarily back from lunch on any of these channels. Let me see. No, they're not. Okay, on all the other channels, they're at lunch right now. So I'm going to see how far that was. We're about 33 minutes different in time. So we have a little bit of time to wait, but not a lot. I gotta go get my plug. I hope y'all can hear me okay. Hang on. Let's go get a plug. My phone's gonna die. Let's get this plugged in. Okay, here's what I'm going to do. While we wait for them to come back, we're only going to have to wait, I'm thinking, about 20 minutes here. I'm thinking that, so let me see something. Okay. And notice all that stuff that was on the screen is gone now, so we don't have to worry about that stuff popping up anymore. Let's see. I'll be back. I'll be back too. I need to go feed my dog. So I think what I'm going to do is let's look over here and see if there's something else we can show. Let's go to YouTube. Remember, yesterday during the break, I just played one of my lives from way back. You know, just to give you something to watch instead of sitting there doing nothing. So let me see if we want to look at something like that over here. Let's go look. Okay. Let me see if any of these are long enough to make a difference here. Oh, here's something we can do. All right, here. All right, I'm going to share the screen over here to this other. We're going to just watch this for a little bit. We're not going to be able to watch the whole thing, but it's only like a 30-minute live anyway that I had done before. So, uh-oh. Did it share it? Okay. All right, here we go. Let's share the screen. Okay. Share. Okay, make this bigger. Okay, I'm going to start this and we can just watch it while we wait. Hang on a minute. I'm going to move past that. We're going to get over here to where we're actually talking. Shit. Hang on. You don't want to hear the song again.
She just seems like she's lost, like she's scared, like she just seems that she wants out. That's what I see, that she wants to be loved so bad, but she's scared because she doesn't know. The only love that she really knows, like she loves Disney. So she thinks that that's how love is. I mean, I could totally see that in these videos. She just looks, to me, she just looks like a scared little girl. That is trying to figure out life on her own because she doesn't have a solid back support system to help her navigate what reality is. I've worked with mentally handicapped people in the past, like for 4 or 5 years. So I saw her as that, you know, like one of them that doesn't have the mental capability as a normal person. I just felt extremely sad for her because she obviously is not very well. You know, she doesn't know how to grasp reality. It does not seem like she knows how to grasp reality. And it really, really felt she is so desperate just to be loved. And that's what she wants. She wants her own fairy tale. And, you know, the happily ever after that she would read about or watch. So I just felt extremely sad because that is not a well person. She is definitely not well. And how would anybody even be that way unless they're shown somehow to be that way?
Okay.
If she started finding out that her daughter was doing these certain things, why didn't she go and talk to a counselor? Why didn't she try to get help? Like, hey, my daughter's doing this, and I didn't know this was happening this whole time. Why didn't she try to get her help? Why didn't she reach out to get help? Why didn't she let her father be more part of her relationship? If I was the mom and I found out my son was doing these things and hiding these things, I would totally be going to therapy, like right off the bat, because that's not right. Dee Dee is the adult. Why isn't she not getting help for herself? If her daughter is doing these things, if her daughter is that bad, why isn't Dee Dee getting help? Why isn't she reaching out to her family members? I was thinking, like, well, if her mom was really keeping her from basically growing up, was she really wanting her to stay young? So she is doing whatever she can to keep her on this ride of fun adventures. She is a very resourceful person. I think she was like a what is that word? What's that word I'm looking for? A hustler. She was a hustler on getting what she needed to survive, for her and her daughter to survive. I know that you could do as much as you can for your child. You could love them as hard as you can and want the best life for them as you can, but it doesn't guarantee that your child is going to acknowledge that and see it in the same light as you have, how their childhood went. So Dee Dee was trying to give her child the best life as she could with the resources that she had, because what I thought was, because she didn't know how long she was going to have her child. So she did whatever she could to be the best mom she thought she could be. Unless she's doing this late at night, but how the house was set up, Dee Dee could hear Gypsy talk, unless she was a very, very sound sleeper. Just because I'm thinking about where her room was and where Gypsy's room was and where the room that was basically the homeschool room was, you're going to hear her making these videos. There's no way. I know in my house, which was a 2-bedroom, you could hear everything in there. So if my son's on the computer playing video games, I am going to hear every single thing he is talking about. So that's where I'm like, when is she making these videos? So yeah, a lot of things were not adding up at all. I just feel very sad for the situation because, yeah, where is the monster? Who is the monster? It's like, why did Gypsy even start being this way? To have that mentality of, oh, well, I need to keep this up so I get all the attention. Where did that come from? Other than her mom, instilling that that's the only way that good things will happen for you is if you be this way. So yeah, where is this monster? Where did it start? After that documentary came out, everybody would come out from who knows where just to go see the house. And so we had people just drive. I mean, there's kids playing in the neighborhood and people just like flying down and just to see the house, take pictures with it. And it was insane. We had to have a patrol car for a while, just to make sure that our houses were being left alone because of all these travelers to come see the house. It was crazy, basically a daily thing. Yeah, we had somebody patrolling our neighborhood, especially at night, because there was way too many people that were just coming to go see the house. No, I just didn't want to be part of it. It just felt like a lot of people just wanted to like, oh yeah, I knew them. So let me tell my story, and I'm just like, I'm just sitting back and watching it all unfold. But yeah, a lot of it just didn't make sense. and it still doesn't make sense to me. So the reason why I agree to it now, because even though I haven't been following it close hand, I know from personal experience what I saw in them, and I just felt like it was the right time because this is the way I knew them. This is what I saw of them, and so all the other stuff just does. Yeah, nothing makes sense. Everything that's out does not make sense. They were both not well in the head. I could say that. I'm happy that she, I guess, feels like she finally has a life. Like, it's very sad that she had to do all of that just to feel like she was a person, to be able to grow up or whatever. But what is it that started this snowball effect? It's like, how does that happen? Where in the development process did they get stunted, and how does that happen? Because he was 10 years old, but he was 24. It's like, how? Like, when did it just stop? So I thought that about her. It's like, there has to be somewhere in her life that it just stopped for her. And so reality is not reality to her, and everything is a storybook, and she's her own main character in her own story, and everybody else.
Go back over here and share this one now. Let's get back onto all right. Oh, stupid. I gotta hit the share button. Thank you. Oh yeah. Share. All right, now take care of that. Okay, guys, now let's check it and see. I believe they might be back already. Let me check and see. I don't know why this one's not showing it. Okay, let me go check this out and see why they're not. Let's see what's up here. See, they're going to show the live trial, but they may be behind as well. Let me see something. I don't want to use AP's feed, but no, they're still in recess. Okay, good. We'll go back to the other one now. All right, I just want to make sure we weren't missing anything, and we are not missing anything. So let's go back over here to the news. Okay. Yeah, we're not missing anything. They have not actually come back yet, is what I understand. Make this big and be ready to go. And okay, all right. But I am back to talk to you guys if you just want to talk for a minute, or we can go listen to something else if you want to listen to something else. I just don't want to miss it when they start back, because we'll be actually being catching up with them at that time, which is okay too. Okay, so let's go over here to YouTube. Oh, I know what we can do. Hang on, I forgot about this. Let's go ahead and start reading some of these Reddit. I love the Reddit thing. Too funny. Okay, let's go over to Reddit and see what people are saying over there. Okay, look about my Reddit. I told you about yesterday, right? Well, I told you this yesterday about I went over to Reddit and somebody made a comment, and I was like, what's wrong with you people? Blah, 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 about she killed her children. Well, they kicked me out and banned me. I was like, okay, well, if you don't want to face the truth, that's your business. But damn, what's wrong with these people? What are they doing, right? Okay, let's see. Because you visited. Okay, let's go back over here and search for today, Lindsay Clancy. I spelled it backwards. How stupid. Okay. Let's see what's been said today. Okay. This is from 2 hours ago. Dr. Kirk Halburn was a breath of fresh air in the Lindsay Clancy trial. Okay. Dr. Kirk Halburn is honestly so refreshing to watch in the Lindsay Clancy trial. He comes across as empathetic, fair, humble, and completely in control. Now, Reddington is being rude and trying to intimidate him with the unusual little jabs, but Dr. Halburn does not seem bothered by it at all. He just stays calm and answers the questions. I'm also noticing that the judge seems much softer and more respectful toward this witness today, which is definitely interesting. And I absolutely lost it when Reddington was reading his resume and got to the part about Dr. Halburn consulting for the FBI. You could literally hear the surprise in his voice. You worked for the FBI? And Dr. Howard just seems like a genuinely kind, thoughtful, and very credible expert witness. Really enjoying listening to him. Now let's read the rest of them. Oh, let me see. Okay, Leslie says, oh my gosh, I'm so sorry, Leslie. Okay, well, listen, just go lay down. You don't have to comment. Just go lay down and listen. It's okay. You know, when my back hurts, I totally get it. I do. Okay. Now, we're going to keep reading what these people said. Okay, the next person says, how dare this expert make money doing as an expert with years of expertise? Reds, how much do you make here? Come on, man, I'm so irritated. Also, this is the next person. Did you know Reddington represented Reverend Ronald Peckwood, a Catholic priest who pleaded guilty to child rape? He is no hero, and he got paid for that too. Exactly, and $300 an hour is very fair price. I expected $500. The next person says, I've done expert witness work. Physician, I don't take less than $500. $300 is very fair. The next person says, let's see what he's really saying. Interesting, isn't it? Yeah, it is painful, Cinderella. You're right about that. Oh, good. I love the heaty pad. Oh, I do. My favorite is my heaty pad. Okay. All right. We're going to keep reading Reddit while we wait. Let me check the feed right quick because I know that they are in a different place than we are. So let's go back over here. It should be back in almost. I'm thinking. Okay. All right. I'm sure it's just a few minutes longer. All right. The next person says, exactly. I charge $400 and I don't have a 70-page CV or resume. And the next person says, Reddington is eating this expert alive, showing incompetence and lack of knowledge. Bravo, Red. What? Lack of knowledge, the person says. The next one says, Red is rude, aggressive, and extremely hard to watch. I'm sick of him and his attitude. No, Pam Poe will love that one. Okay. He was the first person to make me really understand what was going on and how this case is truly devastating. She was a good mom. Her mental health spiraled, and whether it was drugs or the doctors or postpartum struggles, she made a choice to take her and her children's lives. I don't think she's a self-centered monster. I think she was sick and did a sick thing. However, I do not think she was insane at the time of the offense. The next person says, she never seemed to follow any doctor's treatment plan because of her own grandiosity and need for control. I agree with that statement 100%. In my opinion, she kept undermining her own care. Thank you. Here's what the next one said, and it's rather long. I agree. I think it can be hard to accept medication if you go through life pretty stable and hard to reconcile with the fact that you may no longer be as mentally well as you have been in your past. Also, I think her sleep deprivation was a huge contributing factor here, and understanding how she would be less inclined to stick with the medication if she took it and it seemed to impact her sleep negatively. As a mom myself, I can remember those first few months with a newborn. It says, it's hard to read, it's got some typos here. As a mom myself, I can remember those first few months with a newborn, how out of it you are when you are sleeping or sleep deprived. I can't imagine dealing with a severe sleep deprivation and trying to take care of 3 children and being on multiple new mind-altering medications. Not excusing her what she did, but does provide more understanding of how you get to this point. The next one says, it's very interesting, guys. Very interesting reading. Okay, let's see. Yeah. Cinderella is really painful. Okay. Painful, yes. All right. Okay, yeah. All right. It sure is. The sciatica nerve is just the worst. Because, not only does it affect your back, it's running down the back of your leg all the way to your foot. So that is just detrimental when you're trying to, when it's inflamed, it's just hard to deal with because you can't really walk around on it, but you also can't sit on the couch 24/7 either. It's just hard to deal with. It really is. Okay, let's read the next Reddit. Lindsay Clancy had been on medication for anxiety and depression in a nursing school. No, yes, she was. Or she was prescribed medication, let me say that. I'm in college as well, and I'm a hypervigilant to watch for returning symptoms. My doctor told me that anxiety and depression can be cyclical. Okay. I talked with my doctor and went back on medication when I was dealing with my mom's cancer and eventually passing because I know that level of stress would be likely a trigger for me. I also spoke with my doctor about how I would be more prone to PPA or PPD because of my history with anxiety and depression. I'm doing that as a pure layperson, so it's difficult for me to accept that LC was presumably with a lot more medical knowledge than me, didn't put any forethought into that having 3 children in 4-ish years. That and her notes just make me feel that LC is a person who wants what she wants, even if it's the right or the wrong thing. Even as she's struggling to keep her head above the water with her 3 kids, posting about how difficult Dawson is, how she can't give Callan the attention he deserves, and she immediately writes she still wants a 4th child and a large family. I don't know. It's an awful situation, but I sometimes struggle to feel a lot of sympathy for her because there feels to be such a lack of accountability for the large role she played in getting to where she is. That's very good. Very good. All right, let me see. Exactly. Okay. I'm going to keep reading this Reddit, but let me check over here and see. Okay. They're not back yet. All right. I'm going to verify that over here before we keep reading. Hang on. Whoops. Yeah, no, they're still not back. So they're still out to lunch. It should be any minute, though. Any minute. Okay. Let's see. Yeah. I'm checking all the other channels. They're still out to lunch. We're not missing a thing. Okay, very good. Go back to where I was. Oops, here we go. And make sure I get the right, no, not that one. Okay. I like to watch the vertical on my phone so I can keep up with the comments because the what I see in the horizontal chat versus what I see in the vertical chat is 2 different things. And I don't know why. I think it's because some people are on mobile devices, and on a mobile device, it's going to show up on the vertical screen, not the horizontal screen, just to make that clear to you guys. So they're still at lunch, and that's okay. All right, let's keep reading Reddit. Oops, come on, go back over here. The next person. Oh, I lost my place. Oh, here we go. The next person says, can also happen when someone is so deep in denial of their illness, in this case, severe depression, whether MDD or bipolar. She was scared of losing control. People can see being on meds as a loss of control on their body. And in her case, that was true. She would have ideally liked to use exercise and other coping skills. She seemed to be somewhat more accepting of a benzo because in her mind, it's effective and temporary. But that's just were not enough for severe depression. Denial is a very strong primitive defense mechanism. And depression is a severe mental illness. It's difficult to accept that we are imperfect, flawed, and sometimes very sick individuals. The next person says, now this is it's a long one. Lindsay followed most of her providers' recommendations and alerted her prescribers when she had serious contrary side effects to the medications, which is exactly what a patient should do when trying psych meds. The specific CW expert, Dr. Kirk Halpern, diagnosed Lindsay with bipolar 2, and the negative reactions Lindsay had to various medications is in fact a red flag for bipolar disorders. If we trust the witness, and I agree, he seems very knowledgeable and balanced overall, then his diagnosis essentially confirms that Lindsay was not being a difficult patient. She was being a patient being treated with the wrong medications for her disorder. Wait a minute. The bipolar 2 is the diagnosis, and that's what the mental hospital she's in right now has as her diagnosis. Dr. Tuss tried to say, hey, guys, I really think this is bipolar. And of course, Lindsay and her husband argue, no, it's just postpartum. It's just postpartum. So really, was she being treated with the wrong medication? You know? I don't know. Here we go. In my opinion, Dawson was a normal little boy. My son was hell on wheels, always on the go. I don't think I slept for 18 years. Cinderella, I so get that. I do. My child that passed away was attention deficit hyperactivity. I mean, and I know I have the same thing. I get it. It's that nothing, it wasn't something he could just control. Right. You just had to learn how to parent him. So if Dawson was like that and she would not accept the fact that maybe that was what was going on, I'm just saying, I don't know, it might be hard for her to accept because she has control issues. I see her as a very controlling person. I said this before and I'll say it again. Anybody who has an exercise regimen like she does, it takes a lot of control to do that. So she's very controlling. And when she can't control it, what happens? She spirals out. That's the way I see it. Okay. And the next person says, let me go back down. Oh, this is the long one. I don't think she is a self-centered monster. I think she was sick and did a sick thing. However, I do not think she was insane at the time of her offense. This is a long one, guys. One of the things Lindsay supporters constantly say is that if she was crazy, she's innocent. I assure you, though, and this is not what the jury will be deciding. Even if they do think she is insane or has some sort of a psychosis, if she retains the ability to realize her actions are wrong and conform her behavior around the law, despite her psychosis, she is still guilty. This is what the jury instructions say, and this is what the judge will read to them before they go back to deliberate. And this is what they will have with them to read to tell them what to choose on the verdict form. Okay. To summarize, in order for the Commonwealth to meet its burden of proving that the defendant was criminally responsible at the time of the alleged offense was committed, that is, the defendant did not lack criminal responsibility at the time, the Commonwealth must prove at least one of the following 3 to 4 facts beyond a reasonable doubt. And now I'm going to read them. This is a very good post right here. It is. 1, that the defendant did not suffer from a mental disease or defect at the time of the alleged offense. Or number 2, that even if the defendant did suffer from a mental disease or defect at the time of the alleged offense, the defendant nonetheless retained the substantial capacity to both appreciate the wrongfulness of their conduct and to conform their conduct to the requirements of the law. Or, this is the third one here, the Commonwealth is not required to offer expert evidence to meet its burden. Rather, the Commonwealth must prove criminal responsibility through inferences arising from the circumstances of the offense, including evidence that the defendant planned the offense, acted on a rational motive, made rational decisions in committing the offenses and in avoiding capture, and attempted to conceal the offense or his or her role in the offense. The Commonwealth also may prove criminal responsibility through admissible evidence of the defendant's words and conduct before, during, and after the offense, including evidence of malingering. So even if she was insane, that doesn't mean she is not criminally responsible. That was a very good post. I'm thinking somebody was very smart. Then the next one says, I don't think she's a self-centered monster. She is, though. If a husband murders his wife and then kills himself because of mental issues, is he a self-centered monster? People say she isn't a monster, don't seem to understand how monstrous of an action she truly took. Amen to that one. Let's see what Cinderella says. Yeah. When you're a mom, you adapt. You sure do. You sure do. Look, you cannot control everything in life. You just can't. No matter how hard you try, you can't. Some things you just adapt to it and you go work through it and you do what you have to do, period. Now, I'm going to say this. You know, my child that passed away was attention deficit hyperactive. But my third child he's not that, but he is very, very, I'm just going to have to say, just high functioning, right? He's got a social thing, but mentally, he's He's like a savant in math. He has always made straight A's. He's always been very different. I had to adapt to that. I'll tell you how bad it is. When he was in high school, I asked him, I said, well, are you going to get a date to go to the homecoming? No. I said, okay. So we walked along like that, and then it come prom. I said, aren't you going to get a date to go to prom? He goes, hell no. I was going with my friends, talking about his guy friends. I said, oh, okay, that's fine. So he's just not, he's very, very driven. He wants to be an anesthesiologist, and this is what he thinks about all the time. He's obsessed with it. I know y'all are going, what? Yeah. He loves education. Okay. And so that's what he's obsessed with. He's not obsessed with girls or anything else. So till this day, he's not really had a serious girlfriend or girlfriend enough to take on to a prom or to a homecoming, that kind of thing. So that's very different than my other two, my oldest over here. Now he's always always had a girlfriend, but he's not married any of them. So anyway, let's see what Cinderella says. My son was so active, and then I have this beautiful little, she slept all night. The person, oh my God, you're so lucky, Cinderella. So lucky, my God. All right, let me check our feed to make sure that we're not, not caught up. All right, here we go. Let's keep reading Reddit. This is so interesting, right? I mean, people on Reddit, they just say whatever they think. You can accept it or don't accept it. Okay. Yes, he's an excellent witness. He said with class and professionalism and even kindness, but he said it and it was sure. That's exactly what it is, and I hope the jury sees it. The next person says, I agree, and I would bet the jurors think so too, and don't appreciate Reddington grasping at straws and trying to show off and grandstand with this witness. And the next one says, I really, really hope so. Okay. The next person says, I don't. Reddington is coming across as desperate during this cross-examination, and I thought the same thing. He is desperate. I think he realizes that he's not going to be able to get an NGRI for her. I do believe that. I don't understand how some people say Reddington knows exactly what he's doing. Maybe he does, but from the literal beginning, he's been difficult to understand for the witnesses. Almost every single one of them questioned him, after he asked a question. His flow of questioning is not great, and I can't imagine the jury gets a whole lot out of it. The next person says, yeah, I've heard watching Reddington is like a masterclass for defense attorneys, but I haven't been impressed. Then again, I'm not a lawyer. He doesn't come off very articulate, and his manipulation tactics and emotional appeals seem to be very obvious. I initially was partial towards Lindsay, but as the case goes on, I'm leaning more towards the prosecution. I was a juror. I would not be impressed by both the defense or the prosecution. This trial has been a little bit of a mess, and neither side has had strong arguments. Okay, I can agree with that. The next one says the entire trial has. Okay. The next person says, I don't even know this man, but I would trust him with my life. Truly a wonderful psychologist. Yes, I do agree with that. I do think that this witness, the last witness, Dr. Halpern, was completely honest, and he did do his job. And let's be clear about this. He was not allowed to go and see Lindsay Clancy. Oh, hang on. I got to change my earbud. Okay. These things just don't last that long. Come on, damn it. Oh, my God. I can't get it. Okay, there we go. Hang on. All right. Now. Yes, Dr. Halberg was a very good witness. The next person says, compassionate, calm, fair, and extremely knowledgeable. The antithesis of one who will not be named. Okay. LOL, please name them. The next person says, I want him to be my grandpa. I want him to be my grandpa. Seriously, just want to have some sessions for pure interest. Maybe he can analyze some of my coworkers. Same. The next person says, I like that he didn't give in when Reddington kept referring to the telehealth as the television. A lot of people use telehealth, and there's a reason why. Let me change this out and make sure. Let me see something. Hang on. Okay, can y'all hear me okay? I had to change my earbud, and I don't know if it's actually on or not. Okay. Okay, we'll put this over there, and y'all can just say yes. If you say yes, then I know we're okay. All right. Okay. Okay. Well, actually, I'm stupid. I should have done this to begin with. Well, actually, okay, yeah, you can hear me. Okay, good. All right. We'll go back to Reddington. We're not Reddington, to Reddit. That was funny. Okay, so the next person says, let's get on down here where we were. Boy. Come on. Dolly Parton died. Oh my God, this is breaking news. What? Dolly Parton? What the hell? This is from People, so I know it's real. Oh my God. I can't believe it. Okay, let's read. I'm going to have to read People now and tell you what Dolly Parton died from. Oh my God. Okay, let me get it to pull on up. Ooh, it's circling so slow. I got to tell my husband. God, I can't believe it. All right, we'll go back over here and let's take a look at People. Okay, let me pull this back up and we'll take a look at it. Oh my gosh, I can't believe it. I mean, she's been around forever. She was 80 years old. Okay. Let's check out what happened to her. I mean, I didn't even know she was even sick. Okay, from People magazine, this was 6 minutes ago. Dolly Parton, country music legend, dies at 80, just 4 days after saying, "I still have so many things I want to achieve." Oh, wow. Legendary singer, songwriter, and country music icon Dolly Parton has died at the age of 80. I'm trying to read the story. Her nephew revealed the news in an August 25th Instagram video. Parton shared an update on her health on Friday, August 21st, acknowledging her recent decline after the March 2025 death of her husband, Carl D. Oh, wow. As I've shared in the video messages throughout the past years, I'm dealing with some health issues that just don't pay attention to it when I was watching over Carl. You know, this isn't the first time I've had to manage something like this. Back in the early 80s, I was down for several months with female issues, and I was struggling with my weight at the time, too. So it's not like I haven't been through hard times with my health. This is what Dolly Parton told People magazine on a prior interview. She added, "But I think because we live in a 24/7 world with social media, everything gets magnified in ways it doesn't years ago. I used to joke that I was the queen of the tabloids, but now I guess I can say I am the queen of social media." Seriously, though, even though I'm still healing, I'm still working. You know me, as I've often said, I've dreamed myself into a corner, and I still have so many things I want to achieve. So I'm going to keep on working as long as I can to see everything come to life. With a distinguished career that lasted decades, Parton is the best-selling female country music artist of all time, having sold more than 160 million albums worldwide. Her debut album was in 1967, "Hello, I'm Dolly," and she went on to release a slew of hits, including "I Will Always Love You" and "9 to 5, Angeline." Parton was born in Pittman Center, Tennessee in 1946. She had 11 siblings and the family was poor. "We never actually starved, but sometimes we never had quite enough." At the age of 6, she began playing her first guitar and singing in her grandfather's church. She started writing songs a year later. Okay, let me see this. Though she was known for her glamour as an adult, she told People in 2003 that growing up, I had freckles and a gap in my teeth. Everything was just homemade and hand-me-downs. I always wanted to be prettier. I got to fixing myself up. I wanted my clothes to be tight, my makeup bright, my nails long, and my lips red. I got into it. Over her career, she received considerable attention for her dramatic appearance, but she was always the first one to make a joke of it. After her high school graduation, she moved to Nashville in 1964. She played in clubs and wrote songs for other artists. She told people in 2012, "My songs got me out of the mountains, and look where I'm at. I wanted to." She goes, "And it took me everywhere I wanted to go." Her big break came when country star Porter Wagner hired her to be his sidekick in the Porter Wagner Show. Let me tell you a little funny thing. My uncle, well, my mom's uncle played with Porter Wagner. He was in their band, you know. But he died. I'm trying to remember how he died. Oh no, yeah, I know. I'm so shocked. Oh no, it is terrible. It's just disgusting. I can't believe it. Okay, I'll keep reading about it though. So her big break came when country star Porter Wagner hired her to be his sidekick on the Porter Wagner Show. He helped her land a record deal, but her early successes were all duets with a co-star. "I'll always be a country musician because I am a country girl," she told People in 1975. "My style is my soul and my feelings. I'll tell the world in my songs what I wouldn't have told my mother." In 1971, she had her first country #1 with Joshua. Coat of Many Colors, just released the same year, reached to #4. And then in 1973, she released Jolene, which was a country #1 and also charted on Billboard's the Hot 100s. Parton stopped appearing on TV shows in 1974, and she wrote "I Will Always Love You" as a goodbye to her creative partners on the Porter Wagner Show. "When I got ready to go, it was not a good scene, so I went home and that song just came to me. The next morning I said, 'This is how I feel,' tears rolling down my face," as she told People in 2012. Okay. The song topped the country chart twice, but it became the mega hit when Whitney Houston recorded it for her 1992 film, The Bodyguard. She told People in 2015 about the first time she heard Houston's version of the song on the radio. "It was a worldwide thing. It was in a movie. It was #1. I thought, wow, I wrote that little song." And she said, "That's what I felt my worth as a songwriter. I thought that's my gift and I'm going to do the best I can with it." Now, Parton continued to enjoy success with hits like "Light of Clear Blue Morning," "Here You Come Again," "Two Doors Down," "It's All Wrong, But It's All Right," and "You're the Only One." By the end of the 1970s, Dolly Parton's ambitions reached beyond Nashville, and some worried she was leaving country music behind. She said in 1977, "I want people to know there's a lot more to me, good or bad, and that they've seen all. I'm asking a chance to prove it. I'm not leaving." She goes, "Nashville roots are important to me, and my roots are here." Now, Parton's movie careers began in 1980 when she starred in The 9 to 5 with Lily Tomlin and Jane Fonda. Her theme song for the movie became her first #1 single on the Hot 100. The co-stars became lifelong friends, and Parton later made a guest appearance on their Netflix TV series, Grace and Frankie. Let me check real quick, yeah. I love Dolly. I do too. I can remember when I was a child, I received a little record player thing on a stand. I think I was maybe 10 years old. And they asked me, "What albums do you want to go and get after we opened a present?" And the first thing I said, "I want a Dolly Parton album." I just always loved her voice. I just thought that she was, and she's very tiny, but she had those large boobs. And I just always thought, man, I would like to look like her, right? Let's check our feed real quick. All right. My God, they need to come on back now. We're ready. All right, we'll keep reading. The other album that I got was, let me think. That's Bad News. Oh, my husband goes, "That's Bad News. Everyone liked her," which is a rare thing. Exactly. Everyone did like her. In 1982, she played the Madame, the best little whorehouse in Texas, alongside Burt Reynolds. "I make a better whore than a secretary," she told People in 1982. Parton also starred in the 1984's Rhinestone with Sylvester Stallone, 1989's Steel Magnolias, and 2012's Joyful News. In 1987, Parton they're coming back. All right, we'll come back to this. Yes, it is official. Dolly Parton has died. Let's go to court. Okay. I just thought, move. I know they're coming back. Let's go check her. All right. They should be starting back any time now. All right. I don't want to keep reading this because I don't want to miss when they get started. So, yeah. It is terrible. It's just terrible. I mean, I know we can't. I know we can't live forever. We know that, but dang, it's so unexpected what happened to her. It sure is. Very unexpected. Okay. I don't even want to know what she died from. I just don't. It's just very sad news. And you know, it's hard to believe. Okay. All right. I think we're ready to go back as soon as they come on back in here. Yeah. Steel Magnolias is my favorite movie. That was a good movie. It really was. You know, I've always talked about Sylvester Stallone as, you know, he's got a great body, but you have to put a bag over that head. My husband goes, "What do you mean?" I said, "Well, if that was my boyfriend, I would have to put a bag over his head. I really couldn't look at him in the face because he doesn't really have a pretty face. You know, he's got a great body, but he doesn't have a pretty face." I know people are like, "What's wrong with you? What's wrong with you?" I don't know. That's just kind of how I felt about him. Well, I guess they. Damn it! I thought they were coming back right then. Okay. Well, we'll keep reading. I hope I didn't lose it. All right. Well, maybe I did. I guess we'll go back to Reddit. But yes, that's very sad news. Okay. Here we go. Duxbury deaths. Free talk. Okay, let's go here. Let's go. Let's see. Oh, wow, this is nice. Okay. So over here on Reddit, it's called Duxbury Deaths Free Talk Wiki. And it actually has the trials transcript index. That's great. It tells you what's happened on every day. And wow, that's great. I wonder who made this. I'm going to have to save this. There are official court documents. This includes any publicly available documents related to the murder trial and civil case. That's great. Click here to search the public records. Click here to search this. Okay. Okay, defendant's notice of lack of criminal response. She filed this on 12/13 of 2024 is when she decided she was going to go with NGRI. And you can actually pull it up right here. Wow, that's great. Let me see what it says. Actually, all of it's over on Scribe. Okay, let me see what it says. Okay, go back over here. Come on, I want to be able to read it. Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. Defendant Lindsay Clancy in the above captioned matter, pursuant to rule number, go on over there. It's not wanting to let me go over there and look at that. Come on. There we go. All right. Pursuant to rule number, oh God, it's too small. Okay. 140, I'm sorry, it's 14B. It states, okay, the statement of the defendant is to her mental emotions will be relied upon by the defendant's expert witnesses and the defendant does intend to present to the court a defense of lack of criminal responsibility. So that is how it was noted, and that is how she got to go with NGRI. Oh, you can even look at the letters of support. They have it all. Golly, we're going to have to go over some of this. Interesting. Let me see. Okay, we'll look at this later, but I do want to look at some of this. This is interesting information. They've got the search warrants. They have it all, guys. I think it's great. All right, let's see. Okay, let me go back to where we were over on Reddit. Okay, now go back. Okay, and go back. All right, Lindsay Clancy. Here we go. Listen to this. This is from one day ago. What's the deal with people defending Lindsay Clancy? And the guy goes, I don't know the full details of the case. I know she allegedly killed her 3 kids. There was also some mental problems. And then something with her husband. But my question is, why is there a group defending her like they know she's completely innocent? I've seen some of the videos of the very heated debates where women are just very passionate about defending her. Why? And people start to answer. Here we go. Let's see what they say. Okay, fine. This is it. This is the Lindsay Clancy thread until the verdict comes in. About 40 people have tried to ask this question in the past week with various levels of inbuilt biases, even though we have our rule about trying to keep some distance between threads of the same topic. Once again, a reminder that the top level answers are expected to be an actual effort to answer the questions, and that even down thread, there's no excuse for being uncivil regardless of how hot your tempers are running. The last time we had this thread up, people were behaving like assholes left and right, and we're not doing that here. If you see something that breaks the rules, report them. All right, here's the answer that was given. People defending Lindsay Clancy aren't saying she's innocent. They're saying she was failed, that she had a history, she was begging for help, and she was being treated for postpartum mental illness when everything happened. No, she was not. She was never diagnosed with postpartum. That is not correct. People need to go check their facts before they make these statements. I can tell you right now, this is going to be a biased thread over here. For a lot of people, this isn't about excusing what she did. It's about pointing out that the system ignored warning signs until it was too late. The trial is basically trying to figure out if she was postpartum psychosis and generally detached from reality, or if she was in control. That's the whole question. For instance, no one rallied for Casey Anthony. The public reaction was different because she didn't seem remorseful afterwards. Well, Lindsay Clancy tried to kill herself right after, ended up hospitalized, and has been described as completely broken. Now, women empathize with her situation, not because of what she did, but because of so many of them feel like this, and it could have been prevented if anyone had actually listened. There's a lot of internet speculation, too. Some people are running with theories that her husband set her up or was negligent. But most of the, hang on a minute, I got to answer her. Okay. We know. Okay, let me answer her. She's at work. Okay, there you go. Back to our Reddit. There's a lot of internet speculation too. Some people are running with theories that her husband set her up or was negligent, but most of that is just noise right now. What we do know is she was struggling and the system dropped the ball. That's the part that's resonating with people. It's not resonating with me. The next person says, I want to add that I hope people realize that she's basically effed. Oh, okay. She's basically effed. I'm not going to say the word. Like the trial isn't about whether she walks free or not, rather if she goes to state prison or to state psych hospital, with the latter being an arguably worse fate. I say that latter being worse because the state psychiatric hospitals are much more controlling and restrictive than your standard prison. The bar for release is extremely high. Good, because I think she would be dangerous out in the public. If you can strangle your own children with them looking at you, you are dangerous. Okay? Here's the next person. Have watched the whole trial. So a man's voice told her to kill her kids, but she never heard this voice before and hasn't heard it since, and was lucid enough to plan the timeline and talk to her husband on the phone during the act, but was sinking in and out of mad psychosis during this. I call bullshit. Wow, that's just telling it like it is. Let me check it down here, guys. Come on. All right, let me go check over here. Hang on. Damn, people are vicious, aren't they? All right, let me go look over here and make sure that we're not missing anything. It's so strange how it's just, okay. Let me go look over here in Court TV. Nope, they have not come back yet. They're still on their lunch break. That's okay. I just want to make sure we weren't missing anything. Let's go back over here. Oh, now.
Back to the trial of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. All parties are present, excluding the jury.
All right. Counsel, you all set for the jury?
Yes.
Yes, counsel. All right.
Let's go to court. This has to be so hard for her parents. Think about it. They lost their grandchildren and they lost their daughter. Where's Trick? Right. Come here, Jack. Come here.
Court, all rise. Jurors entering.
Hang on. Jack, leave her alone.
This court's now in session.
Leave her alone.
For the record, we return back to the jury trial in the matter of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. All parties are present, including the defendant and including the 18 jurors.
All right. Como?
Thank you, Your Honor. The Commonwealth calls Dr. Gregory Saatoff.
Oh, okay. Get ready for that. Okay, this is going to be witness number 81.
Good afternoon. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you give which you shall give to the court and the jury, the matter now pending between the Commonwealth and the defendant shall be the Thank you. You may have a seat.
Good afternoon, Doctor. Attorney Sprague?
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon. Can you please state and spell your name for the record?
Yes, first name is Gregory. Gregory, last name Saatoff, Saathoff.
And can you describe for us your educational background?
Yes, I received my undergraduate degree at the University of Notre Dame, and then my medical degree, my MD, at the University of Missouri, and then my residency in psychiatry at the University of Virginia.
And can you describe for us your occupation?
Yes, I'm a professor of emergency medicine and public health sciences at the University of Virginia. I also see patients in the Virginia Department of Corrections, where I also teach students. And I also serve as the senior psychiatrist for the FBI's Behavioral Analysis Unit in Quantico.
Wow.
How long have you been the senior psychiatrist for the FBI's Behavioral Analysis Unit, or BAU?
Since 1996.
And are there other psychiatrists who contract with the FBI for that department?
Well, certainly for the FBI writ large, there are psychiatrists who work with them. But as for the Behavioral Analysis Unit at Quantico, we sometimes have Walter Reed fellows who are psychiatrists. But other than that, I am the psychiatrist for the Behavioral Analysis Unit.
And what does that entail?
It entails working with the behavioral analysis units on crimes and concerns, whether it is with children. I'm occasionally asked to consult with the behavioral analysis unit relating to children, crimes against children, also crimes against adults, and also national security issues, and in particular issues relating to threat assessment.
No.
And are you, or do you consider yourself a forensic psychologist?
Get down.
Psychiatrist, yes.
Sorry, I apologize. And what is the role of a forensic psychiatrist?
Well, a forensic psychiatrist examines issues with mental illness, and it's really the interface of mental illness and the law. Sometimes that can involve criminality. Most often, Forensic psychiatrists are engaged in assessing mental status at the time of an offense or competency, but also forensic psychiatrists can consult institutions or also treat patients within facilities such as jails and prisons.
So that work that you do as a forensic psychiatrist, is that in addition to working with the behavioral analysis unit at the FBI and working at UVA and in teaching, and your work in the Bureau of Prisons?
Yes.
And in terms of your work as a forensic psychiatrist, have you done evaluations and testified on behalf of both prosecution and defense as a forensic psychiatrist?
Yes.
Approximately how many times have you testified in courts as a forensic psychiatrist?
That's what I am.
Maybe 40 to 45 times, something like that.
And are you board certified in forensic psychiatry?
No.
And why not?
Well, when I finished my residency, I was interested in public psychiatry. And so I also was in the military. And so military psychiatry and public psychiatry in a teaching hospital was very important to me. As time went on, I was consulted by the FBI. They wanted to meet with me based upon a paper that I had published. And by the time I was more heavily involved in forensic psychiatry and particular assessment of individuals, by that point, the way to be board certified within forensic psychiatry would require a one-year fellowship. And at that point in my life, I just did not have the time to be able to devote to a one-year fellowship in addition to the other things that I was doing.
So instead of the one-year fellowship, did you have more on-the-job training as a forensic psychiatrist?
Yes.
And as a forensic psychiatrist, have you evaluated subjects for things like competency and criminal responsibility?
Yes, I have. And let me just say also, in addition to on-the-job experience, it's important to get teaching and training. And so I've taken advantage of courses within the Institute for Law, Psychiatry, and Public Policy at the University of Virginia, and other opportunities as well in terms of even taking a board review course that was very helpful and quite comprehensive.
So you've had other training other than the fellowship in order to be a forensic psychiatrist?
Yes.
And can you talk a little bit about the work that you've done with inmates?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Can you talk a little bit about the work that you've done for the Bureau of Prisons with inmates?
Yes. Well, specifically, most of my work has been with the Virginia Department of Corrections rather than the Bureau of Prisons. And since 1992, I guess, maybe 34 years, I have assessed and treated patients within the prison system, both men and women at men and women's facilities. And in that time, I have brought medical students and residents and fellows and taught them. So over the course of my career, I brought more than 2,500 medical students and residents into the prison system to learn about psychiatry and significant mental illness.
And in the course of your evaluating and treating female inmates, did you have the opportunity to evaluate and treat female inmates who had killed their children?
Yes.
And how often was that would occur, that you would treat that type of patient?
Well, in consulting to a maximum security women's prison, I would say 5 to 7 women who had killed their children.
And in terms of your interactions with them, you said that you evaluated them. Did that involve diagnosing them?
Correct.
And then what did the treatment involve?
Treatment involved working with a team within the system. Prisons have psychologists and social workers and those who are responsible for working with patient inmates. Medication treatment is very important, but also there are important therapeutic aspects. For a number of years, I ran a group in prison. I felt that was important, and my students felt that was important as well.
And in terms of the group you ran, what type of group was that?
It was a therapy group in which individuals were brought together, all who were diagnosed with a significant mental illness, and being able to speak about their experience and also how to deal with issues or how they dealt with issues over and above the medications that they were receiving.
And in your experience in the Department of Corrections, the Bureau of Prisons, treating these patients, and also in your experience working at the FBI, did you encounter individuals who suffered from psychosis?
Yes, very much so.
And could you estimate how many patients you have treated who suffered from psychosis?
Overall.
Thousands. I spent 15 years running an inpatient admissions unit in a teaching state hospital. And so.
Sure.
Again, good God. Okay, me neither, Cinderella. I can't wait. Because he's not going to be able to rattle that guy. That guy is an expert in his field. I respect the FBI. I really do. You know, the best interview I've ever seen was in the Letitia Stouch case. Remember? What was his name? Oh, God, I thought I'd never forget his name. That interviewed her. He knew exactly, and he is in trouble. He knew exactly that Letitia Stouch was lying to him. Johnny, remember Johnny in the Letitia Stouch case? He was also kind of good looking, I thought. I thought he was very, with that barking. There's nothing over there, buddy. Yeah. I see there's nothing out there. Nothing. I don't know what you're barking at. Anyway, all right. I mean, we all enjoyed watching Johnny. I even remember whose chat we were in. We were in Jin Liu, the ward with Jin Liu. We were in her chat watching the trial, and we all talked about how good looking we thought he was and how smart he was. We talked about Johnny. I'll never forget it. Never. Isn't that funny? Let's see what she's saying over here. He's going to clean stomp us. I think so. Oh, it's going to be good. It sure is going to be good. Here we go. Okay, take that little girl. My little babies are asking me for treats already. I'm like, come on, y'all. You just had your lunch. I didn't hear much about Letitia until after her sentencing. Right. Well, I tell you, we can go back over her. I'll be happy to do so. I have all kinds of records on Letitia Stouch. I was really into getting information about her. Because the thing about her is, I knew that, when she started making the statement about, well, when he comes home, I think everybody's just going to owe me an apology. That stuck in my head. I knew right then, that bitch is lying to all of us. I knew it then. Nobody makes that statement who's not guilty of it, guilty of something to do with that child. You know, there's another case going on where the man says, well, when you find out, everybody's going to owe me an apology. Right? Mm-hmm. You know that case. We need to cover her. Oh, I know Really, we are.
Doctor, you were about to describe a hospital that you had previously worked at. Is that correct?
Yes.
And where was that, and what type of hospital?
It was a state hospital in Virginia, near Charlottesville, Virginia, where the University of Virginia is. It was a teaching hospital with medical students and residents, and was a facility that dealt with some of the most severely mentally ill individuals who would have been committed to the hospital.
And how long were you at that hospital in that role?
15 years.
And during that time frame, is that when you saw the thousands of patients that you treated with psychosis?
I saw them there, yes, but also within the prison system. And of course, during training, during my residency.
Have you ever written any articles about postpartum psychosis?
Yes.
And when was that?
Yay.
We published an article in 1987 relating to 2 cases of postpartum psychosis that I actually saw when I was an intern. One was my patient, and one was one that I consulted on.
And that article that you wrote, was that entitled Postpartum Psychosis Induced by Bromocriptine?
Yes.
What was bromocriptine?
So bromocriptine at that time was a medication that was used to inhibit or to stop lactation. Some women would, after birth, make a decision for whatever reason they were not able to breastfeed. And so in those days, this medication, bromocriptine, was used to inhibit lactation.
And in your treatment of one patient and what you learned of the second patient, did you come to a conclusion that bromocriptine was having some effect of inducing postpartum psychosis?
Yes.
And is that what you wrote the article about?
Yes.
And eventually, after you wrote this article, were there other studies that cited to your article?
Yes. And let me just emphasize, I was one of 5 authors of that article.
And eventually, was bromocriptine, did people stop using that to stop lactation in women?
Yes. The FDA took it off the market, I believe, in 1994 or 1995. Not just for the reason of postpartum psychosis, but also for other problems, cardiac problems and the rest that bromocriptine sometimes caused in people.
And to your knowledge, was your article with the other co-authors the first article that brought to scientific attention this issue with bromocriptine and postpartum psychosis?
I'm sorry, can you ask that question again?
Sure. To your knowledge, was this article that you wrote with others the first article that brought to scientific attention the possible link between bromocriptine and postpartum psychosis?
That's my understanding. There were a few letters to journals commenting about bromocriptine and a connection, but I think the first article that was written was ours that we wrote about the two women who suffered postpartum psychosis.
Now, you've mentioned your experience in diagnosing and treating psychosis. What is psychosis?
Well, psychosis is, it can take a number of forms. I think we most often think about people who are psychotic as having hallucinations. And so we call those perceptual disturbances. That it's oftentimes auditory hallucinations, so people hearing voices or sounds, but they also can be other types of hallucinations as well, not as common in psychosis, such as visual hallucinations or even what we call tactile hallucinations, where the sense of touch is affected, or olfactory hallucinations. Most commonly, it is auditory hallucinations, though, if we're talking about those perceptual disturbances. Now, there are other areas that psychosis can show itself. Delusions are fixed false beliefs. They can be bizarre or non-bizarre. And sometimes people who have auditory hallucinations also have delusions. Sometimes you can have psychosis, or someone can be psychotic with just a delusion and no perceptual disturbance, no type of hallucination. And the third area is with regard to thought and how people communicate. So in that part of psychosis, when it demonstrates itself, is that people have a great difficulty communicating with even speech disorganization. They may engage in what we call neologisms, or making up words that have a specific meaning for them, but no one else. And the way that thought is translated either in writing or in speech, oftentimes people who are psychotic and also have a difficult time with stringing their words together. So what we would call looseness of associations. So really, there are three arenas that psychosis can show itself, maybe in all three: the perceptual disturbances, the delusions, but also the thought and related to thought and communication. But it's also possible to be psychotic and have just one of those three elements.
And is psychosis its own mental illness or a symptom of mental illness?
Psychosis is a symptom.
And why is it a symptom of mental illness and not its own defined mental illness?
Well, because there are many different possible causes of psychosis. Someone who has a serious medical problem, for example, can actually become psychotic. A brain tumor is one example in which those symptoms of psychosis show themselves. But there are other ways that people can experience psychosis. Some can be secondary to, say, drug abuse. There's certain drugs like cocaine or amphetamines or bath salts that can cause people to have the kind of perceptual disturbances or delusions or problems with communicating that I talked about. So really, I think it's just important to know that that it is not cause. It represents a significant finding or presentation. Schizophrenia is one diagnosis where we will see psychosis in a number of forms, but also someone who has a serious mood disorder or schizoaffective disorder or a brief psychosis. So there are many different roads that can lead to psychosis. And so it's important to find out what's originating, because that's how we make the best decisions about how to treat any psychotic symptoms that we're seeing.
And doctor, the signs and symptoms of psychosis that are present, is that dependent on the underlying cause, the mental illness or whatever causing the psychosis?
Yes. When you say dependent, it just is clearly something that is a result of or a manifestation of the illness. For example, there are many different things that can cause a fever, right? And so while a fever is a symptom, it's a presentation that's very significant and can be very significant. What we need to do in medicine and psychiatry is find out, well, what is the cause? Because that is what's going to lead to the most appropriate treatment.
So, for example, an analogy would be a bacterial infection can cause a fever. Bipolar disorder can cause psychosis.
Correct.
Now, you mentioned earlier serious mental illness. What is considered to be a serious mental illness?
Well, serious mental illnesses affect a small portion of the population, a smaller portion, maybe 4%. So people who have schizophrenia have a serious mental illness. People who have bipolar 1, which is manic depressive illness, that is a serious mental illness. Schizoaffective disorder is also a serious mental illness. So while many people can have symptoms of mental illness and can benefit from treatment, either psychotherapy or medication or some kind of combination, there are some that are just really, really profound, and that's a much smaller percentage.
And so serious mental illness, is that sometimes shortened to SM? Now, is there something called any mental illness, AMI?
Yes.
And what would be in that category of any mental illness?
So any mental illness would be certainly adjustment disorders or anxiety disorders, mild depression, depression without psychotic features, for example, PTSD, which can have significant symptoms, is also something that would go under the category of any mental illness.
Now, were you asked to do a forensic evaluation of Lindsay Clancy?
Yes.
And you were asked to do that by the Plymouth County District Attorney's Office, correct?
Correct.
And did you receive direct payment from the Plymouth County District Attorney's Office for evaluation?
No.
How did that payment plan, how did that work between the DA's office and your services?
So I do my work in testimony and the like through the University of Virginia. So my department is the recipient of any funds that come from the work that I do. I get a salary from the university that is not dependent on the number of cases that I am involved with or whatever. So I don't receive payment myself. I see it as part of my job as a professor.
And in terms of your work with the university, does the university have any impact or influence on what your evaluation is or what your conclusions are?
No, not at all.
For your review of Lindsay Clancy, what types of records and other materials did you review?
Well, they were extensive. They involved significant medical records, not just the psychiatric records, outpatient, inpatient, but also medical records. Certainly the hospital records from McLean, the hospital records from Tewksbury, but also emergency department visits at South Shore and Mass General Hospital. So a significant body of medical and mental health records, both inpatient and outpatient. But in addition, there was a substantial amount of grand jury materials that I reviewed and videos. For example, videos not only of interviews of individuals, but also in January when the Clancy family went to the museum, where they went to the Cape Cod water park, was able to review those kinds of videos as well. I also received the reports from both the government, but also the defense. And so those experts who were retained, I had an opportunity to review those. I mean, the list of materials is very significant. CVS records, for example, pharmacy records, and law enforcement records, for example, the police reports and things like that from that day, 24 January 2023, in which the event occurred.
And Doctor, is it typical for you to have such a breadth of records and information, both pre-killing and post-killing, when you do a forensic evaluation?
No, I wouldn't say that's typical. Certainly for any evaluation, it's important to try and obtain as much information as possible. But in this case, I think the amount of information was truly significant.
And you also interviewed the defendant, correct?
Yes, I did.
And how many times did you interview her, and for how long?
I interviewed Ms. Clancy on 2 occasions. One was on the 29th of May of this year, and the other was the 4th of June. I believe on the 29th of May, I interviewed her for approximately 6.5 hours. And then the second time in June 4th, it was about 5 hours.
And were those interviews in person or on Zoom?
They were by way of Zoom.
And why were they by way of Zoom?
For personal reasons, I was unable to travel at that time. And so I requested the ability to have an interview by way of a Zoom video platform. And that was approved.
And did you find that doing the interviews by Zoom inhibited your ability to evaluate Ms. Clancy in any way?
Well, I think there are always limitations when one is not physically present, when one is seeing someone in a video setting. It takes longer to be able to get information and establish rapport. Other limitations are just having an opportunity to see the environment, that the individual is in. I have done evaluations in the past using a Zoom format. There are certainly advantages to being in person.
Did you, in your interviews with Ms. Clancy, have any difficulties having her answer questions or establishing a rapport with her?
No, she was very pleasant, very responsive to questions that I asked on both occasions.
Were there any benefits to doing the interviews on Zoom?
Well, one benefit that one doesn't always have with an in-person evaluation is that a platform like this can also save the entire interview, and both video of the interviewer, myself, but also Ms. Clancy. So if someone wants to really understand the interview and how it went, you not only have a transcript, but you have a video that really demonstrates the course of the interview, how it went. And that can be very helpful. That can be more helpful than if, as a clinician or as an assessor, I am writing notes. Because when you're writing notes, sometimes it's harder to be able to attend to the individual. So certainly, being able to have a transcript of the interview is helpful, and I think it makes the process more transparent as well, which I think is a positive.
As part of your evaluation in this case, did you also interview what's known as collaterals or other people who knew the defendant?
Yes.
Who did you interview?
Well, I interviewed Patrick Clancy, also on a Zoom platform.
And after you had reviewed all of the records that were provided to you and the criminal file and all the evidence that was provided to you and conducted these interviews, both with Ms. Clancy and Patrick Clancy, were you able to conduct an analysis of all of that material in order to come to your eventual conclusions?
Yes.
And if we could just go through your analysis of this case, and if we could start with, I think what you called in your report, Ms. Clancy's characterization of the command auditory hallucinations.
Yes. So Ms. Clancy stated to me and some other evaluators that her hallucination, that of an external voice, something coming from outside of her head, occurred when she was standing at the refrigerator. She said that she was in the process of making her children their dinner when she received a call from Patrick Clancy, returned the call, and then as soon as she finished the call with Patrick Clancy, she said that is when she heard the voice. This is your last chance. You have to kill your kids and then kill yourself. And so that was what she told a number of us. Also, other accounts that she made to individuals that were quite a bit different. To Dr. Spinelli, for example, she said that the voice happened at 5:10 or 5:15 p.m. as soon as Patrick Clancy left on his errands, and that the voice. She described the voice to Dr. Spinelli as increasing in intensity, but saying, "This is your last chance. You have to kill your kids before you kill yourself." But also that it was that her children would suffer if she did not do that. When I asked her about the voice that she heard, again, she said that it started really right after the telephone call at 5:34 with her husband, Patrick. And she said it was a man's voice. It was very clear. It was external. In other words, it came from outside of her head. That it was constant. So this phrase, "This is your last chance. You have to kill your kids and then kill yourself," was something that was repeated over and over and over and over again during that period that she strangled her children. And then just as soon as it started, it stopped at she had finished killing the children, strangling the children.
Doctor, was there anything about what she reported to you about the voice that was significant to you in your evaluation, and if so, why?
Well, what was significant to me is that she had not spoken about hearing voices before that in any of the mental health professionals, the psychiatrists, the practitioners, the physicians and staff in the emergency departments or at McLean. And so this was the first time that she reported that was documented, but also that she experienced an auditory hallucination, according to what she told me. So that was unusual. And then also, what was very unusual was the fact that the voice stopped with the death or the strangling of her youngest son, Callan, and that she went upstairs and then proceeded to engage in behavior in an effort to kill herself, but the voice had stopped as soon as she had strangled her last Callan, her youngest child.
I could stop you there for a moment and ask you. You said that it's unusual that this was the first time that she had heard this voice. Why is that unusual?
Well, she had certainly suffered with symptoms of mental illness, depression and anxiety, most specifically. Anxiety that she had reported to Dr. Tufts in mid-September. And then certainly symptoms that later on included suicidal ideation and also what she said were dark or intrusive thoughts to harm her children that she mentioned to her husband and her mother on, I think, 2 occasions.
And Doctor, you also mentioned that it was unusual that the voice stopped after Callan was killed. Why is that unusual?
Well, I've worked with, compared to other patients that I've treated who have had command auditory hallucinations.
Kelsey, I see it.
Oh! My God. Why? Why must we have this every single time? Let the man testify. He is an expert witness. He's with the FBI. I really do trust his expertise here. Stompy's just doing this because what is being told here is saying that she was safe. She understood what she was doing. She knew it was wrong. And only hearing the voice for 18 minutes, which is how long it took to kill all 3 children, is odd. That's what he's saying. My God. I mean, do y'all think it's weird that she only heard that voice for the 18 minutes that it took to kill the children and then it stopped? It stops, and then she goes upstairs and proceeds to try to take her own life. Why would it only last long enough to kill the 3 children? Just a heinous ass crime. Heinous. Yeah. Stoppy can't handle someone telling the truth about Lindsay's actions. You're damn right, Leslie. I agree with you on that. He cannot handle it. Thank you so much. Yeah. Yes, it's weird. Oh, thank you, Leslie. It is weird. I mean, why would the voice not continue telling her to go kill herself? Why was it only the voice only to kill the children? Very, I don't understand.
Training and experience in dealing with diagnosing and treating people who have psychosis, and what you've learned in all your training and schooling. Is it typical for someone in psychosis to hear a voice only one time, never before, never after?
No.
And again, based on your training experience, is it typical for someone in psychosis to hear a voice that's constant rather than intermittent?
No, that is not typical.
And what does it mean, the difference between a constant voice and an intermittent voice?
Well, an intermittent voice would come and go. It wouldn't necessarily just keep playing over and over again as if it were on a tape, which Ms. Clancy told me that it was a voice. It's the same thing in the same tone, repeated over and over and over until she had strangled Callan.
And is it typical, based on your training and experience, for someone to hear command hallucinations and then for them to stop abruptly?
No. Committing the act is not curative of the voice. I've not ever seen that.
And doctor, based on your training experience, someone in psychosis hearing a voice without accompanying delusions, is that typical?
That would be pretty rare. It's absolutely not typical.
And in talking to Ms. Clancy, did you speak to her about the concerns she had that if she had voiced thoughts of harming her children to providers, medical providers, that her children would have been taken away?
Yes.
And did you see that as a delusional thought?
No. Certainly with the requirements that healthcare professionals have to report any issues that could cause harm to children, for example, as required reporters, it's very rational for her to be concerned that by voicing her thoughts of harm could cause her children, certainly an assessment and a rapid assessment and a determination about how best to keep the children safe. So I didn't see that as irrational, but rather rational, just understanding the healthcare system.
And when reviewing the records and speaking to Ms. Clancy, did you see or notice any delusional statements or beliefs surrounding the hearing of that voice on the 24th?
No, I didn't.
Now, based on your training experience, is it typical for someone in psychosis to hear a voice and immediately act on it?
No.
And why is that?
I'd like to have a Dobia hearing at this point, Judge, on this. I'd like to discuss his qualifications.
I'm going to, same objection, same ruling.
So your opinion is it's not typical, correct?
Correct.
Now, you mentioned the defendant told you that when she received the call from her husband at 5:33 and called him back at 5:34, that she was getting dinner ready for her children, correct?
Yes.
And did she tell you what she was about to get out of the refrigerator?
Yes. She said she was at the refrigerator and that the refrigerator door was open and that she was getting chicken nuggets out of the refrigerator section for her children.
Now, in your collateral interview with Patrick Clancy, did you learn from him that when he left the residence, the children were already eating chicken nuggets on the couch?
Yes.
And did Patrick Clancy tell you that Dawson in particular was eating chicken nuggets and green beans out of a bowl on the couch?
Yes, that's what he told me.
And is it fair to say that there are crime scene photographs showing a bowl on the couch?
Yes.
And so is there any significance to you in the defendant telling you that when she got the phone call from Patrick, when he's at CVS, that she's making chicken nuggets versus Patrick and telling you that that had already happened and the crime scene photos showing you the bowl was already on the couch?
Well, it's inconsistent.
And are inconsistencies like that important in your evaluations in cases like this?
Yes.
And how so?
Well, looking at someone's mental status at the time of an offense, it's important to understand what was going on in their mind at the time. And in this case, the widely divergent reports from Lindsay Clancy versus her husband Patrick raise questions about what she is telling me and how things are happening. So certainly that's a cause for significant concern. One of them is not correct in their statement.
And in terms of what you testified about earlier about the defendant giving you one version of what the voice told her and giving Dr. Spinelli a different version of what the voice told her, is there any significance in your evaluation to that?
Yes.
And what is that?
Well, again, it's markedly inconsistent. Ms. Clancy was very clear with me about the time that the voice started and that it was constant for a period of time until the children were killed, and then it stopped. And according to Dr. Spinelli's report, Ms. Clancy stated that the voice started much, much earlier, actually, when Patrick Clancy left. And so we're talking about a significant difference in time. And those two just they don't match. So it's hard to which version is the one that I should consider.
Now, further along in your analysis, you talk about Ms. Clancy's outward portrayals misleading her family and providers. What do you mean by that, and what did you see in the records and in your interview of her?
Yes. Well, in looking back at her history, for example, with Patrick, she dated Patrick when she was in nursing school, and that was at a time that she was experiencing fairly significant anxiety, according to her, such that she went to a psychiatrist and was treated for her anxiety with Prozac and Wellbutrin, and also propranolol. And this was for a fairly significant period of time during their dating, approximately a year. And when I spoke with Mr. Clancy, and also in other testimony and collateral information, he was completely unaware that she was experiencing mental health symptoms at that time that they were dating, or that she was taking medication. And he did not learn that she had taken medication, mental health medication, Prozac, Wellbutrin. Those are both antidepressants, as well as propranolol, which helps with anxiety, particularly with the kind of presentations that she was doing. But he was unaware until during this time that she was having, great difficulty, November, December time period.
And that's of 2022?
Yes. But there are other aspects too, where her portrayal misled others in terms of how she was doing.
Can you give us an example of that?
Yes. Well, in the numerous text messages, which really varied, there were times when she stated that she was doing very well. And for example, even in the days leading up to the 24th of January 2023, the photographs that she was sending on Instagram and the like really portrayed something very different than what she later stated was going on inside. With regard to providers, Ms. Clancy told me that during this period that she was having such difficulty, and that was really starting in October. She started taking medication in October. Ms. Clancy told me that she was having a real difficulty with some symptoms and anxiety and the like. Her mother-in-law suggested to her that there was a doctor that she knew named Rose, who was willing to talk with her just on an informal basis. And so, as I understand, this doctor made time for her to be seen, not in an official way, not as in a doctor-patient relationship, but just to get an understanding about Ms. Clancy's problems. And that this doctor recommended Lamictal or lamotrigine as a medication that could be very helpful, with regard to the depression she was experiencing, the issues with mood and the like. And so, in looking at Dr. Tuff's notes, there is a note, I believe, on December 1st of 2022, in which they discuss Lamictal as a real possible medication. And then by mid-December, it was really a very, very difficult time. The whole month of December, in many ways, was very difficult. But after this experience.
Yeah, if we could have a question.
So you've talked about the defendant seeing the provider named Rose and getting the recommendation for Lamictal, the defendant talking to Dr. Tufts about the Lamictal. Was there another provider that she talked to about Lamictal?
Yes.
And who was that?
That was nurse practitioner Gelada.
And eventually was Lamictal prescribed by one of these providers?
Well, really by both. And when you say talking, it was a written communication and not a verbal one.
And so could you tell from the records whether or not Ms. Clancy filled the prescription for Lamictal?
Yes.
What is Lamictal?
Lamotrigine is actually Lamictal, is a convulsant that was approved for bipolar disorder back in the early 2000s, I think 2003, for bipolar disorder. Now it's used for epilepsy, but also been found by the FDA to be extremely helpful in depression related to bipolar disorder.
And after receiving the 3 recommendations to try Lamictal and the prescription from Dr. Tufts, which she filled, did the defendant tell you whether or not she took the Lamictal?
She told me that she had decided not to take the Lamictal because she was concerned about the potential for a rash, a serious rash.
And the fact that 3 providers recommended this medication to help her and the defendant chose not to take it because of the potential of this rash, was that significant to you in any way in your evaluation?
Yes.
And how so?
Well, Dr. Tufts had written the prescription and it had been filled. Actually, Nurse Gelada also wrote a prescription for the Lamictal, and Ms. Clancy told her, well, you can cancel that because I already have a prescription of Lamictal from Dr. Tufts. What was concerning was that I don't see evidence that Dr. Tufts was notified that she had decided against the Lamictal. And so that would have given a provider an opportunity to think about something else that also could help in this domain. But yet Ms. Clancy had decided not to take it, but also not to tell the doctor that she had decided not to take it.
Well, doctor, was there also something that you noticed in the way she described, Ms. Clancy described to you, how she was feeling at McLean Hospital when she was there versus the description of her feelings in the McLean records?
Yes.
And what was the difference between the two, and how was it significant in your evaluation?
I recall that she told me that she felt like a zombie. Very, very significantly affected. And certainly while the records at McLean demonstrate that she was not doing well, there were differences in terms of how she characterized that.
And when a patient is characterizing how she felt at a certain time in different ways, one to you and in a different way to her actual provider at the time, is that concerning in any way?
Well, yes.
And why is that?
Well, the more candid a patient can be with the symptoms that they're experiencing, the better able the prescriber is to make a determination about how best to treat those symptoms, and also it can be very helpful in diagnosis as well.
And did you also take note of the appointment Dr. Tufts had with the defendant on January 23rd, 2023 in the records, and the fact that the defendant denied experiencing suicidal or homicidal ideation in that meeting?
Yes.
And how was that significant, if it was?
Well, Ms. Clancy had been looking into alternative treatments and had discussed with Dr. Tufts earlier the potential for esketamine. This is an FDA-approved medication that has to be administered by a doctor within a facility, but it can have rapid positive effects in treating depression. And so in that note, Dr. Tufts wrote that the potential for esketamine treatment or transcranial magnetic stimulation were ones that they were exploring.
Well, Doctor, did you discuss with Ms. Clancy, or did she describe to you in any detail her ability to suppress her feelings and kind of mold her behavior into what she wanted people to see?
Yes.
And what did she tell you about that?
Well, I believe it was a Christmas time with her family, a morning breakfast, in which she stated she was not feeling well, not doing well, but yet felt the need to act like she was cooking and helping her husband cook. And she questioned why she would do that or engage in that behavior when her family knew that she was struggling and having difficulty. So she used the word fake with regard to just how she was attempting to present to her family. So this was on reflection in talking to me about that behavior at that time.
And did she also tell you about an incident at Spalding Hospital when she was interacting with a friend of hers who was visiting there after she went to Spalding Hospital for rehabilitation?
Yes.
And what did she tell you about that?
She told me that this friend who visited was a longtime friend from when they were both really quite young. And that when this friend visited, Ms. Clancy engaged in, trying to remember how she characterized it, gossip, talking about kind of the old times and catching up basically on news that this friend, I believe her name was Amy Bevins, they had similar or shared experiences. And so Ms. Clancy told me she was upset at Spalding Hospital because this superficial conversation that she had without discussion of the incident of 24 January 2023, that gave an impression, maybe a false impression of Ms. Clancy, and that it hurt the friendship as a result. And she felt that Spalding Hospital had they provided better psychiatric care, better mental health care, she would not have been so superficial in talking with her friend.
Did she also express anger to you that the staff at Spalding had prioritized her spinal cord injury needs over her mental health needs?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Did Ms. Clancy tell you or express anger to you that the staff at Spalding Hospital had prioritized her spinal cord injury needs over her mental health needs?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, I'd like to put into evidence excerpts from the Spalding records showing the mental health consults and treatment of Ms. Clancy.
They may be admitted.
Oh boy.
And so, doctor, did you have an opportunity to review the Spalding records?
Yes.
And did you see in the Spalding records that not only a psychiatrist, but also a psychologist and a social worker met with Ms. Clancy while she was at Spalding multiple times?
Yes.
And is there anything about the inconsistency of Ms. Clancy telling you that she didn't receive that treatment or that focus at Spalding versus the record, what the records show that are significant in your evaluation of her?
Well, it's inconsistent and doesn't match up with that collateral information. So her depiction of the lack of mental health care at Spalding didn't match up with the evidence from Spalding in terms of the documents. Spalding is a rehab hospital, and that is they were really concentrated on the spinal injury, but also did have mental health services available.
And doctor, moving along in your analysis, did you look into and evaluate the defendant's decision to send Patrick Clancy on errands on January 24th, 2023?
Yes.
And what stood out to you as significant in what you learned from the records and from Ms. Clancy herself in that area?
I asked Ms. Clancy to tell me about that that afternoon, and specifically that decision for takeout. And as I recall, she told me that she texted her husband Patrick basically to say what would you think about having takeout? It's been a long day. And it's a fairly broad, open-ended request, and that he responded positively. And from then, she made the arrangements to look up the distance between their home, and 3V restaurant in Plymouth, but also looking at, basically making plans to have the food ordered. And she texted her husband ultimately and asked him about, to tell her what order to make. And so in looking at the record, it was really reversed. Instead of starting with asking her husband, what would you think about takeout? How about getting takeout? The record shows that Ms. Clancy did a lot of searching prior to that in terms of 3V, the distance, and the like. So there were a number, getting information prior to requesting a text, sending a text to her husband. And in the text, rather than saying, what would you think about getting takeout, she said, how about getting takeout at 3?
What is this shit? Oh my God. Okay, that's a mistake in the feed. Shit. Okay, hang on, guys. I think we're going to change our feed. I don't know why it's doing that. That is so freaking crazy. Hang on. We got to go do find a different one. Okay, hang on. It's okay. It's all right. We'll get through it.
What would you think about takeout? Getting takeout? She said, how about getting takeout at 3V? I am.
All right, here we go.
You know, it's been a long day, etc. And so this reversal in terms of what she told me and what actually we see in the collateral, I thought was significant.
How so?
Well, she told me that the only restaurant that she could think of, could remember about getting takeout was 3B. And Patrick told me that they had never gotten takeout from 3B. He named West End Grill and Chestnut Grill as places that were in Duxbury and close by that they liked and that they often got takeout from. They had been to 3V and they liked it. They had gone as a family, but they had never gotten takeout there, takeout from 3V. And so presenting not just the idea of takeout, but how about 3V? And she had already done lots of checking about distance and the like. I thought was inconsistent. What I saw from the record was not what she told me in terms of the order in which she made those decisions, and so I saw that as being significant.
And was there a similar scenario with the request of Patrick from the defendant to also go to CVS?
Yes.
And so what was the difference between what she told you about the plan to go to CVS and or what she told Patrick and what she had done in terms of research?
Well, the research for, I think it was Miralax, which was suggested for Cora's constipation. They had had an appointment that morning in pediatrics, and this was suggested that the Miralax and CVS was something that Ms. Clancy looked into sometime after 4 o'clock, but not long after 4 o'clock, and well before she contacted her husband. But that she did not communicate to her husband the importance of picking up Miralax at CVS, who she had called, until really right before he left. So he had planned on going to 3V, driving to 3V, almost 6 miles, to get the takeout. And then she also added on that other errand right before he left.
And so was it significant to you that she had researched the Miralax and looked into CVS an hour before, but just added that that part of the errand on right before her husband left?
Yes.
And why?
Well, it lengthened the trip. It added one extra obligation for Patrick, and that would make for a longer time that he was away.
And moving along in your analysis, you discuss Ms. Clancy's suicide attempt, and you say that it was serious, but required sequential decision-making. Is that correct?
Can you just repeat that?
Sure. In your report, you described Clancy's suicide attempt as serious, correct?
Correct.
And you also state that it required sequential decision-making. Is that correct?
Yes.
Can you talk a little bit about why you found that it was serious and how you found that it required that sequential decision-making?
Well, I think in looking over her records previous to that day, 24 January, she had contacted Aspire twice, a suicide hotline, and spoken to them. And really, as I recall, since early December had been speaking about suicidal ideation. So this was something that that was significant for her. There was, of course, an assessment that in the emergency department that on the 15th of December. So you look through the record and you do see that she was concerned about self-harm and suicidal ideation. If we look at the actual day after the children were killed, or after the children were strangled, Callan was still living at the time that EMS arrived. She told me that she got a knife from the butcher block in the kitchen, and then went upstairs and attempted to cut herself. That she also took pills or took an overdose. And I asked her about that, really trying to understand.
Objection as to what he was trying to understand.
No, overall.
Really to try and understand how she accomplished the overdose. Because if you're swallowing lots and lots of pills, that can be difficult. And so how many handfuls of pills did you take or whatever? And then she told me that she had slashed the screen and dove out of the window.
Doctor, if I could ask you a question. In terms of taking the pills, what did Ms. Clancy tell you about how she took the pills?
I'm sorry?
What did Ms. Clancy tell you about how she took the pills?
It wasn't really very clear. I was...
Objection. Requesting what she said. It's the question.
Do you recall what she said?
I'm sorry?
Do you recall what she said about taking the pills, whether she took handfuls or did something else?
Oh, she did not say that she took handfuls. She did not describe the overdose in any specific terms.
Did she tell you anything about crushing up pills?
Objection. Leading question.
It's already answered. Next question.
Did she give you any other information about taking the pills?
No.
Now, if you could tell us that portion that I asked you about earlier, what is sequential decision making, and how did you see that in her behavior?
Well, as I mentioned, she, after strangling the three children with the exercise bands, she went up the steps, went to the kitchen, she got a knife, and then ascended yet another group of steps to bedroom, to their bedroom, and described the attempt or cutting her wrists as well as her neck. And described the overdose in barely. It was just hard for me to get a good idea about how specifically the overdose occurred, what she did. But she omitted some things that I thought were significant.
And what things did she omit that you think were significant?
Well, she omitted the fact that she had actually crushed the pills. And I found that to be, quite significant.
And how did you learn that she had crushed the pills?
I learned after interviewing her husband, Patrick, and he went through that evening and talked about coming to the home and the like, and mentioned that on the bedside table there was a wine tumbler with powdered medication, crushed up medication, that there was still some in the wine tumbler. And I had not heard, she had not told me that she had actually crushed the medication. And I know that in Dr. Resnick's report, and also in what Lindsay Clancy told me, that she had lemonade in that wine tumbler when she took the overdose. And when I asked Patrick Clancy, he told me that they didn't think they had any lemonade in the house, that was not typical at all.
And doctor, what is the significance?
Finish, please.
I'm sorry, you're not finished?
You done with it? Hold on. You
Yes.
done with that answer? All right. Next question.
And so, doctor, what is the significance to you, if anything, of this atypical use of lemonade and the crushed powder in the cup?
You say what is atypical?
I think you just said that Patrick Clancy said it wasn't typical to have lemonade, correct?
Correct.
So is there any significance to you to the fact that there was lemonade in the cup and that there was powder residue in the cup? Or straight that, was there any significance to the fact that Lindsay Clancy told you that there was lemonade in the cup and that Patrick Clancy saw powdered residue in the cup?
Yes, it made sense that lemonade would be in the cup if you're trying to take an overdose of medication that you've crushed, just because of the bitterness that these pills have. So that made sense. I asked her more about the lemonade, and she told me that it had been in the wine tumbler from the night before.
How gross.
And in terms of the decision-making process, like what types of decisions is she making? Are you referring to, what to take and how to take it and when to take it and when to cut herself, those types of decisions?
Well, crushing pills is really a challenge if you don't have the right equipment, if you don't have like a mortar and a pestle that they might have in a pharmacy. And so what I wanted out was that process of crushing the pills to the point that they were powder, in order then to put them in lemonade and then drink them. And so that is, to crush pills, significant number of pills into fine powder is not an easy thing to do, particularly if you don't have the right equipment It's just kind of a laborious process. So, and she also did not. It was Patrick Clancy who told me about the door being locked, and she told me she did not recall locking the door.
And in terms of Ms. Clancy's ability to execute the strangulation of her children, is there anything about how she did it, what she did, that stood out to you in your evaluation?
Yes.
And what is that?
Ms. Clancy told me that she, after the phone call with her husband, she returned the call, that was when she took Dawson down the steps into her husband's office to strangle him. And I asked Ms. Clancy about what she remembered about what she said to Dawson to get him to go down the steps and leave, his sister and brother upstairs. And was there resistance, verbalization, et cetera, crying? And she said she could not recall that. She could only recall bringing him down the steps and then strangling him. And then she repeated that the next child was Cora, that she went back upstairs and did not recall how she got Cora down the steps, how Cora came down the steps, brought her into a different area, kind of a living room area in the basement, and strangled Cora. And then lastly, that she went up to get Callan. And I asked her, I said, where was Callan upstairs? And she said, well, maybe in a playpen, often, she said she couldn't really remember, but then bringing Callan down. And he was the last child to be strangled, all during this time where this voice is over and over again saying, this is your last chance. You have to kill the children before you kill yourself.
Doctor, is there any significance to the fact that this voice is telling her to kill the children, but not telling her how to kill the children?
Yes.
And what is that?
Just like adults, children have a will to survive, strong will to survive. I think it's just part of being human. And so I know that Dr. Resnick described Ms. Clancy as acting as if she were a puppet. But the children are not puppets. And
All right, hang on. I'm going to switch this back to our other feed because I don't like all this stuff that's appearing into the screen here. So let me do that really quick. Thank you so much. I appreciate you being patient. Here we go. Share. Okay, this is better. Okay, hang on just a second, guys. Shit. There. This should work out better for us. Okay. All right. I think this is it right here. Nope. It's this one here. Okay, here we go. Let's make this bigger and we're ready to go. All right, there. Now we'll restart it. Thank you so much, guys. I just didn't like all that stuff appearing.
And leave, his sister and brother
Right,
upstairs. And was there resistance, verbalization, et cetera, crying? And she said she could not recall that. She could only recall bringing him down the steps and then strangling him. And then she repeated that. The next child was Cora, that she went back upstairs and did not recall how she got Cora down the steps, how Cora came down the steps, but then brought her into a different area, kind of a living room area.
Notice no tears.
Basement, and strangled Cora. And then lastly, that she went up to get Callan. And I asked her, I said, where was Callan? Upstairs. And she said, well, maybe in a playpen, often, she said she couldn't really remember, but then bringing Callan down. And he was the last child to be strangled, all during this time where this voice is over and over again saying, this is your last chance. You have to kill the children before you kill yourself.
Doctor, is there any significance to the fact that this voice is telling her to kill the children, but not telling her how to kill the children?
Yes.
And what is that?
Just like adults, children have a will to survive, strong will to survive. I think it's just part of being human. And so I know that Dr. Resnick described Ms. Clancy as acting as if she were a puppet, but the children are not puppets. And just in looking at the Cape Codder video where Ms. Clancy is holding Callan and Dawson and Cora are there, I mean, they both are active. They can walk, they can run. And so to make the determination about
of course he is, because the truth is about to come out. That's why he's objecting. Of course he is. Okay, so we have learned now the order that she took their lives in. And here's the thing that nobody has answered yet. Who told her to use an exercise band? Why did she pick the exercise band? Where did that come from? See, that's a sequential event. She had to hear the voice, then go grab a kid, go downstairs, and then decide how she was going to do this, right? Right. So if you are able to make decisions on how to do what you've been told to do, then you're taking part in it on your own. That's what I think. Now, not that my thoughts really count, because I'm not a doctor, I'm not a lawyer, I'm just an empty nester with a YouTube channel. And I can say this, that we've heard a lot of evidence, but there's some things they're just not telling us, and this is one of them. No one has answered the question as to why she chose the exercise band into what she was doing, right? Yeah, okay, so it is actually, hang on a minute. She's not speaking of that at all. Yeah, nobody's talking about that. And that's the question that I have. Because if the voice told her to do it that way, okay, that's one thing. But if she went down there and made that decision, that's another thing. There's just parts missing. I've said this the whole time of this trial. There are some things they are not telling us. There are things being hidden from the public, but the jurors will see it when they're in there deliberating, because all the evidence will be in the jury room with them so that they can relook at whatever they need to relook at for themselves. So it is actually 3:54 p.m. in Massachusetts right now. I don't even know if they're going to let this guy finish his day out with the prosecution. They should. It is so hard. Sometimes it's so hard to watch this because of all the damn stops. Yeah. They don't want that out. Right. They don't want it out. Why not? Because it makes her look guilty or it makes her look sane, not insane. That's what I think. But it doesn't matter what they tell me. Now listen to this. This is going to sound horrible, but it doesn't matter what they tell me. I am not accepting that she was not sane. I'm not accepting that she had no control over what she was doing. In my mind, she had a lot of control over what she was doing. Because just like this doctor has stated, 18 minutes of hearing only that, and it stops as soon as she's done with Callan, it stops. And then she has time to go upstairs and crush up a bunch of pills, put them in the cup on the nightstand that was already there with old something in it from the night before, and drink it. Then get the knife, with the knife she had with her, and then start cutting on herself. And then move the bed out of the way. You can clearly see it in the evidence pictures. And then, and only then, does she go to the window. She did not cut the screen. Where was the screen? Did she push it out? Did she just try to jump through it? What happened to the screen? You know what? That's a good question. I don't know why they're not asking it. I wish they would ask it. I mean, sometimes the prosecuting team does not seem to be very good. I will say that. Okay, let's see what happens now. Stompy, go sit down.
All right, Doc, you may step down. You may step down this time.
Step down.
Oh, they're going to stop for the day. Shit.
All right, well, members of the jury, we're going to break for today. All right?
Right. Melissa says they did say that, but then they said she didn't say that.
It is anticipated that the evidence will close tomorrow. All right, so I just kind of wanted to give you a little bit of a heads up in regards to that. Now, the way it works in a case like this is it requires after the evidence closes, I have to meet with the attorneys and go over some of the instructions. So it's probably, and you've all seen how good I am in my predictions about the schedule, but it's probable that we will be doing closing arguments, not tomorrow, but the day after. All right. So the anticipation is the evidence will wrap up, finish tomorrow, and then we'll start arguments and charge the next day with deliberations that day. All right. So I just kind of wanted to give you as much heads up as I can. This is one, well, I don't even want to go where I think about this prediction, but I think it's a good one. So I just kind of wanted to give you some idea of where we are in regards to this. So I'm going to excuse you till tomorrow morning. You've heard a lot of evidence, but you haven't heard all of it. All right. And like I've said before, you haven't heard the closing arguments of the attorneys. You haven't heard the law that you're going to have to apply this. So you still have to keep an open mind. You still have to follow those instructions. Don't read anything about this. Don't listen to anything about this. Don't watch anything about this. And don't talk about it with anyone. You've been so good at following those instructions for all these weeks. I'm just going to ask you to kind of hang with those instructions a little bit longer. And so with that, I'm going to excuse you till tomorrow morning. We will continue with the witness who's on the stand. And like I said, I anticipate that we will, the close of evidence will be tomorrow. Okay? So with all my thanks, because I've done it all the time, thank you so much. And I look forward to seeing you tomorrow. Okay?
Court, all right.
Did anybody find it weird that she was not crying and carrying on today as this doctor discussed, Dr. Gregory Saatoff discussed the children and the order that they died in? Not one tear was shown by her. And why? What's going on in her head today? So when they are done with this, we're going to look at Reddit. I'm going to show y'all something because there's a whole bunch of the evidence that you can get to on Reddit. So hang on. Okay.
It's a flash drive of that video.
Jurors have exited the courtroom. This court session.
Anything that we need to address before tomorrow morning?
No.
No.
All right, Ms. Reddington?
No, thank you.
All right, thank you, counsel. Thank you, everyone. We'll be in recess until tomorrow at 9 o'clock.
What? All right.
Okay, so hang on a minute, guys. I'm going to go pull something up so y'all can take a look at this. She took her Valium. Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what I think she did. She had a thing for the Valium and the Trazodone. Those are the two things that she liked to take. Yeah. I'm concerned about the jury being mostly women. That's a good concern to have. It absolutely is. But you know, there are, just like we kind of don't see it the way that they're trying to present it. Hopefully those jurors do not see what they see the same thing we do, that they're being presented something but not the whole truth. Let me turn this down. I'm going to turn this down because it's on 100 and I don't want to scream at y'all when we look at this other stuff. Okay, there you go. Now, I'm going to get us off of this feed right here and we're going to go back to the internet. We're going to look on Reddit for a second and then we're going to go, but I just wanted to share something with y'all. Okay, here's Reddit now. I'm going to pull it up right here. Let's get this, Lindsay. Oh, Lindsay Clancy. Hang on. Look at that. Lindsay Clancy does not deserve the sympathy she is getting, and Patrick Clancy does not deserve the hate he is getting. It proves that a lot of women or men will never be enough. Okay, can someone explain Lindsay's case? What? Case to me, like I am 5? No, we're not. Okay, hang on a minute. Pick options. Oh, it was case files. Hang on. I believe it was under that. All right. Let me see. I think it was one of these. People are actually showing some of the, hang on. Lindsay Clancy's case is about to ruin my relationship with my boyfriend. Oh my God, I should never go that far. Okay, let me see if I can find it back over here. Background on Lindsay Clancy's crime scene photos. Oh, here, we'll take a look at this. Okay. Okay, we're going to go back now. Look, these are some of the crime scene photos that we're looking at now. Now, they're talking about a footprint possibly being in the blood. Okay, well, it would not shock me to see that there was a footprint. Maybe it's not a whole footprint, not sure. So I've been looking more closely at the crime scene photos from the Lindsay Clancy case, and I noticed something I haven't just seen discussed. Okay. Right. All right, let's go back and see the next one. Hang on. They're not all the same. Okay. Oh, here we go. So this is part of the crime scene photos, and I guess this is the office downstairs that she took Dawson to. She took Dawson to that one because she did not want Cora to see Dawson lying there knowing that he's dead. Okay, let's go over here. This is the office again, pictures from the office. There's the exercise band that she took the life of Dawson with. This is, I don't know what this is, but it looks to be a mess, doesn't it? I guess it's like the living room thing. Why is all that shit on the floor? What's going on? Ugh. Okay, let's go over here. What a mess. Why does it look like that? Okay. Okay, see over here somewhere is where she strangled the other child, Cora. That's her little book. This is the little downstairs area. There's the exercise band that she used on Cora. What is this? What is that right there, guys? Listen, look at this right here. Let me point this out to you. Do you see a what is that thing called? You know, they listen to your heartbeat with it. A stethoscope. There, okay. There is a stethoscope in that picture. Do you see the stethoscope right there? Yeah. Oh, yeah, I hope so too. Look at these crime scene photos. There's a stethoscope. Was she using that to make sure they were dead? Was she listening to their damn heart to make sure it stopped? What the hell? All right, here we go. Okay, this is again in the basement. There's the stethoscope and the exercise band. Okay. Why are these exercise bands over here? What the hell? Okay. Notes. There's the knife on the nightstand, and there's the cup right there. See the residue? You can see the residue in the picture right there, where she crushed the pills up. Do y'all see that too? Here's all the prescriptions that was at the home. And I know they counted these pills. Okay, so we're going to go back one more. All right, let me go see if somebody else has them. More photos. Okay. Now this is the kitchen area where she was supposedly making chicken nuggets. Here's the little kids' trays. There's her book. She had all kinds of little books, and they read part of them. But let me go back. Do y'all see that right there? You know what that is? Cobwebs. Jesus, did she not clean her house up either? Okay. This is the living room, and there's the bowl that the baby was eating out of on the damn sofa right there. She had already made the food. There's some blood droplets. I think these are in the bedroom. Not sure. This is the bed. I guess there was her phone. Okay. Here's all the blood again, which is in the bedroom after she cut herself, her wrist and her neck. Let's go look. There, we've seen that one. This is the window. Look, she had to move the bed out of the way. The nightstand was right there. So she lays the knife down on the nightstand. Okay, let's go one more. There's the window. Who closed the window? I guess he did. I'm not sure. Okay, so this is where she landed downstairs. This is where she landed, I guess. I think this is a bunch of leaves and just different things. I don't see a body imprint, but that's okay. Whatever, you know. This is important because there's blood up here. I have always asked the question, how did she dive head forward out of that window sill, out of that window, and leave blood in the places she left blood? She had to be holding on to it. There's no other way that could happen. Here's the window again. And here's another picture of it. Stairs. I don't know what this represents, but okay. There's the front of the house. Okay. Let's go back over here. And here's some more. Well, this one says, does anyone know why the CW would object to this photo? The comment. Okay. Day 4 of the testimony. Let's see if anybody has an answer to that. I didn't hear the question to lay the foundation, but it looks like the daytime in the photo. The defense counsel indicated he was at the house a few days after, not a true representative of the crime scene, and no knowledge who moved or placed the different items. Okay, got it. Let's go back over here. New article. Let's see. New article with never before seen pictures. Okay. It's the image of the boots that's the hardest to shake. There are 2 adult winter boots, each casually tipped on the side, and in the space in between them are 2 pairs of kids' snow boots. One pink and the other one is bright yellow, and a black and black. Okay, they rest haphazardly on a mat just inside the sliding glass door that leads to the backyard, where the kids went to play. To see them, to know who wore them, and to, okay, all right, let's do this. The boots were at the back door. I'm looking for the pictures. Okay, I don't really see pictures here. I just see Let's see. All right, I think that was from Facebook. What is this? Okay, no, we've seen that one. Hang on, guys. Sorry about that. It's going down. This talks about the search warrants. Let's look at that really fast. The search warrants for Lindsay include information about the condition of Cora, Dawson, and Callan's bodies during the autopsy. Lindsay committed a focused, unrelenting, horrific act of violence. The search warrants also revealed that the home had a number of security cameras, both interior and exterior. It would be interesting to see the footage is shown during the trial. Cora and Callan were found in the main living area of the basement, and Dawson was found in Patrick's office, also in the basement. Now, Officer Josephine stated that the basement was divided into a left side and a right side. Officer Josephine stated that Miss Clancy came out of the far room and stated she killed the kids. What? Mr. Clancy came out of the far room and stated that she had killed the kids. Officer Josephine stated he entered the rear room and believed he observed the 2-year-old Dawson laying on his back, unresponsive, and was blue and purple in his face. Officer Josephine stated he believed he saw bruising on the child's neck. Now, Officer Josephine stated there was a blue resistance band next to the child's body. Cora and Dawson Clancy. On Wednesday, January the 25th of 2023, approximately, this is from the actual autopsy, guys, all right? Or from the police report, not sure. Trooper William Ferris attended the autopsies of Cora and Clancy. It was the autopsy. 12/24/2000. Date of birth was 12/24/2017, and Dawson was 9/30/2019. The office of the Chief Medical Examiner's office located in the town of Sandwich. Now, Trooper Ferris states that the Dr. Barbara Bedell was the medical examiner and Trooper Beth Garfield from the Massachusetts State Police Crime Scene Service. Now, during both autopsies, Dr. Bedell observed the following trauma on Cora Clancy and Dawson Clancy. Small bruising on the side of both legs. Why is there bruising on the side of both legs? Y'all want to tell me why? Okay. Small bruising back of right leg, not present on Cora. Small bruising on right arm. Ligature around the neck. Redness of the head. Petechiae of the face. Petechiae inside the eyelids. Petechiae inside of upper and lower lip. Heavy lungs. Skeleton x-rays were negative for trauma. No evidence of blunt force trauma, brain bleeds, or any skull fractures. No soft tissue damage in the back. Neck muscles are negative for hemorrhaging. And the hyoid is intact. Eves did not have hemorrhaging or optic nerve. Okay. Oh, they did have hemorrhaging and optic nerve. Dr. Bedell later determined that the cause of death for both Cora and Dawson to be asphyxiation. Callan Clancy. On Sunday, January the 29th of 2023, Trooper Rabbit attended the autopsy of Callan Clancy, whose date of birth was 5/26/2022. And the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner, or the OCME, Boston, located at 720 Albany Street, Boston. The autopsy was conducted by Dr. Kimberly Springer and with the assistance of the OCME technician Moss Glader. The autopsy was digitally photographed by Trooper Matthew Foley of the Massachusetts State Police Crime Scene. The autopsy was concluded in approximate 11:02 hours of the same day. Callan Clancy was observed in a white body bag on the top of the autopsy table. Callan Clancy was dressed in a diaper and a gray and white blanket. Callan Clancy had medical devices in his mouth, nose, and legs. Callan Clancy had abrasions to both sides of his neck. Dr. Springer noted the abrasions to Callan's neck and the petechiae all over his face. Dr. Springer stated that she did not find any hemorrhaging to Callan Clancy's neck during the autopsy. Dr. Springer states that she collected the eyes and brain for further medical. Now, Dr. Springer later determined the cause of death to be complications from asphyxiation. And if you want to read the 299 search, oh, here we go. Look at this, guys. Look at here. 299 pages. Okay, let's see what we got here. Lindsay Clancy's iPhone and watch data. Lindsay Clancy's toxicology reports. Oh, here we go. Let's look right here. Let me make this bigger so we can all see it. This is interesting. Okay. Ativan, possible therapeutic or somewhat below expected. 10 to 20 hours in typical adults. Roughly half-life is 2 to 4 days. No. Tough switched Ativan to Valium on 1/9/2023. Detection establishes relatively recent exposure, but without a quantitative blood concentration. It cannot reliably establish when the last dose was taken or how much. Trazodone, therapeutic, around 10 hours terminal half-life in the FDA extended release data. Okay, roughly half-life is 2 days. Yes, per McLean Hospital discharge plan and Tufts renewing that RX on 1/12/2023. So 0.44, again, much more consistent with relatively recent use than something stopped many days earlier. This is the Lamisil that they were talking about, 6.1. Middle of the therapeutic range, 31 hours in a healthy adult through variables, and 67 days is the half-life. No, Tufts prescribed on 12/16/2022 and not part of her McLean Hospital treatment plan. So 6.1, middle therapeutic range, difficult to explain as merely remote trace. If she had stopped, it's typical to explain as merely a remote trace if she had stopped it many days earlier. Are they telling us that she took it on that day? Okay. Marazepam or Remeron, 200 nanograms per milliliter. Therapeutic appears appropriately used. 20 to 40 hours is the average longer in women. 4 to 8 days is the half-life. No. Okay, listen to this. Authorized to take. Oh, listen to this. This category is very important. Authorized to take. So no, she was not authorized to take Ativan. Yes, she was authorized to take Trazodone. No, she was not authorized to take the Lamisil. Okay, I know I'm not saying it right. No, she was not authorized to take the Remeron. And no, let's see, what is it? No, she was not authorized to take the Seroquel. And she was authorized to take the diazepam or Valium plus metabolites. Okay, so let's see what it says. I just now got that. I was like, what the hell? Why are they putting it there? So on the Remeron, it was therapeutic appears appropriately used, 20 to 40 hours or longer in women, 4 to 8 days. And it was 200 milligrams, could linger for several days, but a therapeutic concentration makes this exact last date very important. Okay, the Seroquel. Elevated roughly twice what might be expected. Elevated twice what might be expected. Half-life is 6 to 7 days. Roughly 30 to 35 hours is the half-life. No. Tapered while at McLean Hospital. Last dose was January the 5th, 2023. 1,800, about 2 times the expected therapeutic according to Browser. This is one that is extremely difficult to attribute to something taken several days earlier. So you're telling me she crushed up Seroquel? Okay. Diazepam, 8.8. This is found in her blood. 8.8 nanograms per milliliter. Diazepam appeared to be subtherapeutic. Long-lived plus long-active metabolites. Can persist for many days. Yes. Tapering at 2 milligrams. Expected because this actually was part of her prescribed taper. From Robertson Brower also said the diazepam concentration looked subtherapeutic. So what did she crush up? Looks to me like she crushed up some Seroquel. Let's see. Look at that, at 1,800. So that is twice the limit you would need. Okay, so there we go. I just wanted to share that with you. Now let's go back over here. All right, how do I get off of this one? Let's make it back to where it was. Okay, now let's go on back up here. Okay. Oh, how I get off of that? Justice case analysis. All right, let me get off of here. I gotta get to where I can get rid of that. Look, it's not showing me the option. Okay, see, I can't go backwards. Let's see this. Oh, here we go. We're gonna go right here. So that was what was in her blood system. Let's look at the, Lindsay Clancy's medications timeline. Let's look at the timeline. Here we go. This is interesting stuff. What do y'all think about this? This is very interesting, right? Yeah. Maybe she did this so maybe when police came, they would think that someone else killed the kids. Okay, good question right there. Good. She thought of the order. She thought about the order, getting the exercise bands 3 times up and down the steps, then to get the knife that didn't work, so she jumps. That's a lot of movement in a psychosis, in my opinion. It sure is. So let's look at this document. Now, this is important. This is the medications timeline. But I just want to concentrate on 123. Let me make this bigger so we can see it. So, on 123, she increased the amitriptyline from Dr. Jennifer doing all the right, decreased appetite, doing all right. She had a decreased appetite, flat, numb, and anxious, low motivation, functional, and sleeping okay. She was sleeping okay. See that? No suicidal or HI, homicidal, psychosis, normal speech throughout, normal speech, thought, and cognition. I'm sorry, guys. It's hard to read. No indication of danger to self or others. Valium tapered slowly and amitriptyline increased from 10 to 20 milligrams, no side effects. Valium taper, Dr. Tufts. No SIHI psychosis, normal speech, thought, and cognition. No indication of dangers to yourself or others. So that's kind of an interesting thing, isn't it? Well, let's look at what else we can look at. Here's the witness list for the prosecutor. Here's the defense list for the prosecutor. Okay, Patrick Clancy's 911 call. Let's see if we can read it. Okay, listen. Ooh, okay, this is good. I have now found the 911 phone call, and I'm going to read it out to you. They did not play it in the courtroom, but we are going to get to see the information. Here we go. Make sure y'all can see what I'm seeing. Is it not showing you what I'm seeing? Hang on. Okay, why don't y'all see the same thing I see? Let me just reshare the screen right quick. Hang on a minute. I want y'all to see this 911 call. It's important. Share the screen. All right, there we go. Now, I'm going to read this, but so y'all can read along with me. It's a trigger warning. You're going to hear. I'm going to read some terrible things, but here we go. And this Nate Eaton was able to get this trigger warning. Lindsay Clancy sobbed and broke down as the 911 call was being played in her trial this morning. Patrick Clancy arrived home and found his wife, Lindsay, on the ground outside their second-story window. He then discovered his 3 kids with exercise bands around their throats. The judge did not permit live streaming, but our producer, Grace, was inside the courtroom. Here's the call, how the call played out. 911 call. Explain how she tried to commit suicide. Multiple voices. Where she is now, stay away. Wow. She goes, wow, old is she? Oh, how old is she? This is the 911 operator, 31 to 33. Is she awake? Yes. Is she breathing? Yes. Lindsay, what did you do to your neck? She's talking. What? When? Last half hour. How far did she fall? He says 20 feet, but we know it was not 20 feet. Multiple voices were talking on the 911 call. Is she responding normally? And he says a little bit. Wake up. He's telling her to wake up, wake up. What part of the body was injured? He says the neck. She's breathing. Lindsay, look at me, look at me. And are there weapons? I don't see any. Well, where are the kids? Multiple voices speaking. Do not move her. Open your eyes. Can someone, okay, Lindsay, look at me. Open your eyes. I'm going to tell you how to stop the bleeding. It's not bleeding open wounds. She's in the backyard. Is there something on her neck? A knife or something? He's talking about the cuts. Can you put pressure on it? No, he says. Multiple voices talking at the same time. Lindsay, wake up. And she's moaning. Put pressure on the cut. Lindsay, look at me. Say my name. She's conscious. Don't move her. Tell her to be still. Background whimpering. You could hear it while the sirens were in the distance. I'm going to stay on the line with you. Is there a fence? Right. What? Is there a fence? Okay. Let's see. Right here, right here. I need you to stay and go check on my kids. Hello, footsteps. Guys. Oh no, yelling. Oh no, yelling. Wake up. Screaming. What is he screaming about? Crying, screaming, and gasping. Oh my God. Screaming and screaming. Hello, what's going on? Basement, he says. Basement. Oh my God. Hello. Screaming. Ah, she killed the kids. Oh my God. Screaming. Oh shit. and the court took the recess. So that was the 911 call that they were able to actually get the notes from while they were inside the courtroom. Thought that was pretty interesting. So, all right. I guess we're going to call it a day on this. I just wanted to point out some of this. So what you do is you go out to the justice case analysis on Reddit, and you can see every bit of what's been showed so far. There's documents, there's indictment. Here's the indictment. There's the civil suits. There's the search warrants and affidavits, which is 299 pages. There's here, let me look at this document right here. What is this document? Okay. Let's see what this document is. Okay. Hang on. Indictment, search warrants. It just says the document and a date, but it doesn't show you anything. So let me see if I can find anything on it. It says it's loading. We shall see. Ooh, it's just circling. Okay, no. All right. So anyway, I'm going to get this right here, and I'm going to share it so y'all can go out and check it out yourself. Copy. All right, here we go. So I'm going to put this over here for everybody so you can find where to find this stuff. Here you go. Yeah, thank you, Loretta. Have a great day. Thank you. Let me share this so y'all can go out and look at these documents for yourself because we all wanted to see them. I know we did. So it's justicecaseanalysis.com, Lindsay Clancy case documents, and there you go. This is on Reddit, and you can go look at all the documents that's all over there. So that's good information to know. And with this, I'll see you at 8 o'clock in the morning to start the trial over again for day number 21. I will remember to set this up today instead of making the mistake I made last night, where I did not set it up. Thank you for being so patient with me today. I always appreciate that. And I know that first debacle in the morning is really, but anyway, all right. So as I always say, be careful out there, take care of yourself, and go hug your baby. You know, life is short and our time with them is even shorter. Don't make the mistake or don't ever have to say to yourself, I wish I would have one more time. Go do it. Reach out to your kids today. Anyway, I'll see y'all later on somebody's chat, I'm sure. Bye, guys. Thank you so much.
Time to hit the road. Vroom, vroom. Let's go.